run at the end, at the back of the class, okay? And that's Craig Johnson and Mike Render. Okay.
Sorry, I had to finish eating my tater tot there, so you guys didn't have to listen to me chew. So, yes, pro category. We are making the call for pro, please. Pro, you should be on your way down to the staging lanes. If you are running pro bracket, please make your way to the staging lanes. If your name is Craig Johnson and Mike Render, you will be at the back of the staging lanes. Craig Johnson and Mike Render, you will be at the back of the staging lanes. We will run you last pair down the track. Be prepared to dial in, as you will be running your final from last night. Following pro, we will move into sportsman category. So sportsman, you are on a standby. After sportsman, we'll move into super pro, then motorcycle, hot rod, BC super shifters, junior thunder, junior lightning, junior street, top sportsman, top dragster, stock, super comp, super gas, super street. And then we will do first round eliminations for door slammer and top fuel Harley, and then move back into the same rotation, starting first round eliminations for everybody. So pro, you should be making your way down to the staging lanes. Craig Johnson, Mike Render, you guys should be at the back of the lanes, making friendships for life right now.
Starting off the morning in Pro Eliminator. One hit and go today. And we're going to start off this morning with a little love, because love is all you need. I think John Lennon said that. Love in the Reflections Guest House, SS Motorsports S10. Had a good run yesterday before bowing out late. Grant Gordon, 4 Cycles Customs, 69 Dodge out of Surrey. Grant Gordon will start off this beautiful Sunday morning. 22 thou on the green light start. Richard Love is 63. Green and goes 11.95 at 110 miles an hour. Grant Gordon, after being the double deuce on the starting line, goes 12.12 at 109.97 on the mile an hour. Once again, we are running Pro Eliminator, the first and only session of the day before elimination. So if you're out milling about the pit area and you are a Pro Eliminator competitor, you are extremely tardy. And you'll probably get a detention slip from your teacher and have to stay after school for 20 minutes. I am not familiar with detention at all. I was a golden child in school. It's Ray Bollinger and Bobby Ehlers. B-O-B-B-Y out of Maple Ridge. Same with Ray. These guys are neighbors. Bobby with the best reaction time out of the 2 pair thus far, 005. Ray is 91 green. And Bobby goes 10.31 at 129 on the mile an hour. Ray goes 10.59 at 123. Craig Johnson, you are needed instantaneously in the staging lanes. Mr. Craig Johnson, you are needed in the staging lanes as Cassie Tippy and John Tabak. You'll hear John on the microphone for a majority of the day when he's not out driving that rad torque cold front S10. Cassie in the 65 Nova wagon. 45 on the green light start. John goes 12 green, bright and early. 10.50 at 127 miles an hour. Cassie after being 45. Late Michael Jordan goes 11.61 at 115 miles an hour. Jim Stahl and James Dobson. Jim and James, James and Jim. Stahl in the 2000 Mustang. Over on the TCS side, James Dobson. Dead Man's Racing, Bronze Engine Machine, 70 Camaro. Stroke small block there for Dobson. It's 109 on the green light start. Stahl was 25 red. Dobson goes 10.64 at 125 on the mile an hour. Stahl goes 10.95 at 124 on the speed. Steve Baskerville and Rob Monroe. Rob in that super cool Model A, White Knuckle Racing. Rob's Model A flat out just gets after it. 896, 124 on the speed for Rob. Steve Baskerville, 55 on the green light start, 1295 at 112 on the speed, as Ron Walsh and Rob Monroe. Rob in the Acadian. In the States, that's a Nova. Ron Walsh in the 81 Camaro left side at Langley. Ron's car rocked. Started to pick it up on the converter. Monroe is also tardy. An odd starting line there for both of those competitors. 10.54 at 125 for Rob in the Acadian. 10.52 at 131 there for Ron Walsh. It's Dale Northgraves and Sean Ernest. Final call for Pro Eliminator. Specifically, Craig Johnson. That'd be a travesty if we had to run the final without you from last night. So Del North grades out of Pitt Meadows. The 77 Nova left side. The TCS side of the racetrack. And Sean Ernst in the extended cab S10 out of Mission. He's red by 11th thou. North grades is 57 on the green light. North grades going to be quicker through the quarter mile, 10:51 at 126 miles an hour, 11:26. There for Sean at 118 on the speed is Walter Johnson and Lawrence Charnell. Side-by-side Chevelles. Walter, the black on red. The 72 Chevelle. Lawrence, the 68 Chevelle. Cal Tire. It's 50 red. Lawrence is 86 on the green light. Starter goes 1070 or 1277 at 104 miles an hour. 1118 for Walter Johnson. It's Sportsman Eliminator. Your one and only hit for this morning. Sportsman, get you in the lanes if you would, please. Sportsman Eliminator. Let's fill them up. Zal Proc. The great stance on the 70 Plymouth Barracuda. Stewart Town. And the Astra. Super Pro, you are on standby, but Sportsman, I need you up in the lanes if you would, please. 2:45 on the green light start for Prague. And quad nines there for Al. Stewart Town goes 1162. Craig Johnson, you are about to be on the timer. If somebody knows Craig Johnson, I would call him and be ashamed to run for Wally and not show up. Ralph Ehlers and Ross Walker. 51 green for Ralph. Ross Walker is 28 on the green light start and 10:08 at 131. Ralph was 10:92 at 122 miles an hour. It's Dennis Winton. Robert Sislak in the Drag Pack Challenger. Red light start there for Robert. Winton. In the Bel Air. 158 on the green light. .1033 there for Dennis. In the Chevrolet. 10:04. For Robert at 132 there on the mile an hour is Pierre Beret in the Firebird and Chris Smith in the super sleek, ultra aerodynamic 79 Ford wagon. Pierre, 261 on the green light, 994. At 137 for Pierre. Chris Smith is way late. 1078 and 121 on the speed. For Chris Smith, it's Mal Patterson and Garth Drager. Mal and the Malfunction. 68 Acadian, big wheel stand and hot rod left side, Garth Drager. Magnum Oilfield Services, 98 Mustang. Again, Sportsman Eliminator. You guys should be in the lanes. Super Pro, you're on standby. Wheels up for Mal, 78 on the green light. Drager was a thou in front, breaking the beam, 77. The hockey sticks on the reaction time, 9:31 at 1:13 for Garth, 10:07, 1:32 on the speed. It's Jim Banky and Chris Stone. Stone out of Mission, the 68 Dodge. Mopac Auto Supply entry, Jim Banky. 67, Plymouth Barracuda. Hiking the front end skyward after being 27 green. Chris Stone, 6,000 more better. On the reaction time, 21 on the green light start. 974 for Chris Stone. At 136 miles an hour, 1017 at 131 for Jim Banky. It's Jason Grunland and Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz for Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's White Monte Carlo ride side. Jason Grunland. You want to talk about wheel stands? Jason's gonna pretty much bumper drag this bad boy for done right performance at Richmond. I was a little tamer than what he had yesterday, but he yanked the front end out of the beams on the second amber, which is totally fine. 954 at 140 miles an hour for Jason. Lorenz is 1021 at 132 on the speed. This is Roy Roman. And our winner from last night, Mr. Nick Douglas. Now our winner in Sportsman. Roy in the Rambler. Roy Roman in the Rambler. Of course. The Trick or Treat entry. Nick Douglas in the Super B. So Roy Roman rolled forward through the beams. So Douglas, 44 on the green light start and 12:33 in the Super B. Roy Roman, unfortunately, rode through the beams. It is random first round, so we don't got to worry about putting him on the ladder. He'll just get to show up. But unfortunately, he'll be showing up cold with no data. The one and only hit before round number 1 of eliminations. So our last pair down the track will be our final round from last night. Mike Render and Craig Johnson. Render for Fountain Tire at a Chilla-Whack. Still angry. Chilla. If it was supposed to be Chilla-Whack, there'd be an A there, not an I. So you missed our conversation last night. I'm like, do you have a bowl of Chilla or do you have a bowl of chili? So Craig Johnson in the Malibu wagon for BC Scale. Johnson's custom exhaust. 1063 the dial-in. Johnson will be the chaser. Mike Render will have the opportunity to lead the starting line first with 1082 down on the TCS scoreboard. Final round from last night. Final call Sportsman Eliminator. Super Pro, you should be ready. by Super Pro. Let's get on the lanes, please. We are green and green. Render stole a hunt on the start. Looking over at Craig Johnson, 1,320 feet later, and on a double breakout. Mike Render's going to get the win. 1079 on the 1082. Under by 3 Hun. Johnson put 1063 on the scoreboard, 1058 on the racetrack. Johnson was 53 down here. Mike Render was 41 on the green light start, and he parlayed that little advantage to take the Pro Eliminator Wally from last night back to Chilliwack. Cole, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mike, and we're going to roll right into Sportsman Eliminator qualifying, our one and only hit of the morning as well before they roll into Eliminations coming up a little bit later on in the day. So Randy Hermson, the Wing Behemoth, 064 red. And Colin Moore over in the far lane out of Chilliwack, the 63 Ford Fairlane, going 018 red on the tree. 1415 with a 9 at 97 miles an hour. 1424 with a 5 at 95 miles an hour for Hermson. In the Oldsmobile is Jason Stobie. Coming up to the ready line, 2022 GMC AT4 3-liter diesel power plant underneath the hood of Jason's Mountain. Steve Baskerville from West Vancouver in the 2022 Ford Mustang over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Not too shabby in the reaction time department for Stobie in the pickup truck. 017 in the tree, 201 for Baskerville, needing a little bit of work. He's going to get to the stripe first, 1284 with a 5 at 112 miles an hour. A nice cooler than usual conditions this morning. As Brendan Piskacek going to roll up to the ready line in his 1990 Fox Body Mustang. The drive from Burnaby. Jeff Hoffman over in the Lordco side of the racetrack, the 1970 GMC for Peden Industries. Both reaction times starting with a 1 on either side of the racetrack. Need to chip away at that come eliminations time as the pickup going to get there first. 1250 with a 705 miles an hour. 1329 with an 8 at 100 miles an hour for Piskacek in the Mustang. 108 on tree for Piskacek is rolling up to the ready line. Tyler Dobson out of Abbotsford in his 1978 Camaro. 350 under the hood. Facing off against the car that everybody came to see. And Copeland's 2016 Subaru. 020 red for the Camaro. 024 green for Copeland. 1544 with a 2 at 91 miles an hour for the Subaru. And 1187 with a 3 at 117 miles per hour for Tyler Dobson. As Eric Hansen going to roll up in the TCS side of the racetrack next. Sylvia Hoogstens in the TCS side of the racetrack. 060 in the tree up against the F-150 over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. All-wheel drive F-150 tackling Lordco lane. Looks like the truck's going to get there first. 1189 with a 4, 107 miles an hour, 112 reaction time. 060 for Hoogstens carries it out to a 1262 with a 7 at 105 miles an hour. Archie Limpright rolling up to the line in the 1982 Chevy Monte Carlo, and Kevin McCauley over there in the 83 Cutlass in the Battle of the G-Bodies. As 035 red goes McCauley for the race of Maple Ridge. 115 in the tree for Limpright in the TCS side of the racetrack. Lawrence Charnell making the tow over from Vancouver Island, Port Alberni, as a matter of fact. Former home of the Thunder in the Valley event that they're working hard to try and get back to the Alberni Valley. Matching up in a friendly matchup of the Chevelles from Port Alberni. Ron Clark, also from Port Alberni, his 69 Chevelle, over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. And Lawrence going to have bragging rights in the reaction time department when it comes to the ferry ride back later this afternoon. 039 light, but it's going to be Ron Clark getting to the stripe first. The qualifying friendly, 1262 with a 3 at 105 miles per hour for Ron Clark, a 1286 with a 2 at 104 miles an hour for Lawrence Charnell. As your next pair already out of the water box, going to be Grant Gordon out of Surrey, the 1969 Dodge Dart, squaring off against the Chevelle over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Both racers staged, ready to make their respective trips down the titanium strip. .073 light for the Chevelle over in the Lordco side of the racetrack, and to get to the stripe first with 1155 with a 715 miles an hour. 12.000 Grant Gordon, 12 flat and 110 miles an hour for the Dart with 440 power plant over in the TCS side of the racetrack, as both racers make the respective turns off the top end, and the next pair rolls up to the line. Nick Douglas out of Lake Stevens, Washington, comes across the border here for the majority of Mission Raceway Parks events. The defending 2023 champion in the Sportsman division is Richard Love, the Reflections Guesthouse SS Motorsports 1989 Chevy S10 pickup truck out of a Soyuz. Oh, Nick Douglas, 002 red on the wrong side of the Christmas tree by 0.02 of a second. 021 light, not too shabby for Richard Love. He's going to get to the stripe first with 1192 with a 6 at 111 miles an hour. 1233 with a 9 at 110 for Nick Douglas, and getting ready to roll up our next pair. Maybe that is going to round out Sportsman qualifying. Is it going to round out Sportsman qualifying, Shelby? Looks like it will be.
Looks like it, but I do see a couple cars back here pushing. I think it's Super Pro, though.
So it looks like that is, as far as we can tell from our expert guesstimation, that is going to wrap up Sportsman qualifying round number 1, and the only qualifying round for Sportsman this fine morning, as we're going to roll into Super Pro coming up next here at Mission Raceway Park. Is a little bit of starting line attention, working some of the rosin down there, and get ready to go for Super Pro qualifying round number 1 as we continue to work our way through the final day of the NHRA Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park, kindly sponsored by Lucas Oil Products. So yeah, the Super Pro, you guys should be in the staging lanes as you are the next category up to qualify. Super Pro, you're the next class up to qualify after just a little bit of attention to the starting line, so you guys should already be in the staging lanes. Also see a few uncompleted finals from last night making their way into the tail end of the final qualifying session here this morning to try and decide who's going to get the Wallies from yesterday. Is a little bit of a added feature here for qualifying this morning. Again, Super Pro needs to be in the lanes. We are just a few moments away from kicking off your qualifying session. So it is the final call for Super Pro, and motorcycles will make the call for you guys to head on down to the lanes. Motorcycles, head on down to the lanes. Hot Rod, this is your standby call. Standby call for Hot Rod motorcycles. You guys can start making your way to the staging lanes. And Super Pro, this is your absolute final call because your first pair in qualifying is already rolling underneath the Lord Co Auto Parts Bridge. So rolling on in to the first pair in Super Pro qualifying session number 1. So it's going to be Wes Hendricks out of Heffley Creek in that 68 Ford Falcon. And Kim Youngkind from Langley. Big block Chevy powered dragster over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack for the Titanium Auto Group and JBS equipment. So you can see that Hendricks waiting for Youngkind to back up for the burnouts, trying to line their starting line procedures so that they roll up to the ready line. It's pretty much the exact same time. So Youngkind, a new paint scheme on the dragster over there for the 2024 season, debuting that bright green, pink, and gray look. Wes Hendricks. Motor in that thing started out as 351 Cleveland, then got bored out to 391 cubic inches. Runs well into the 10-second zone as both racers staged. Well, it's Hendricks with a better reaction time. Youngkind obviously going to get to the finish line stripe first. 7:66 with a 0 at 173 miles an hour. 10:34 with a 3 at 129 miles an hour for the Falcon as John Jenkins going to roll up in the TCS side of the racetrack. Jenkins, the West Coast Building Restoration Lord Co Auto Parts Mackenzie Racing S10. And Wes Vath out of Kamloops, the Acumen Machine Shop. Lord Co Associated Tire. And lots of assistance from Greg Field Racing helping to get that Firebird down the Lord Co Auto Parts side of the racetrack. It looks like problems on the line for the racer out of Delta. They're going to be pushing back. John Jenkins S10 and Wes Vath going to get a single over in the Lord Co side of the racetrack. So John Jenkins going to have to do the long, lonely drive back to the pit area as Darcy Lebensky out of Surrey, the 69 Cougar. While the reaction time was green, wasn't a red light. 963 with a 745 miles an hour. Had a little bit of hesitation off the starting line. Had to do a quick pedal. As, hey, if anybody has a stock Dodge throttle cable, pause for burnout, for an A-body, late 60s, early 70s Mopar, go over and see Dan Parsons with the Quality Time Duster. He's pitted down where the tech tent is. He is in need of a stock Dodge throttle cable, again, for an A-body Mopar, late 60s through to the early 70s. Dan's is, barely hanging on by a thread and would like to have one so that he can compete in the rest of this morning and afternoon's racing action. So go see the Quality Time Duster down past the old ET Shack. 037 light from Mount Vernon, Washington. Zach Liston in the 55 Chevy going to get to the stripe with an 834 with a note, 162 miles an hour. 037 on the tree, not too shabby for Zach. As Steve Vetch going to roll up to the line next in his 1972 Plymouth Duster. Steve out of Courtney on Vancouver Island. .029 reaction time as Steve's going to get to the line with a 1047 with a 317 miles an hour. So rolling out of the throttle early with a little bit low on the mile an hour side of things. Dave Stobie going to roll up to the line and the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. That beautiful, wicked cool 1956 vet that he's been running for a very long time here at Mission Raceway Park and going very red. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, you guys should already be in the lanes. Hot Rod, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 for your qualifying session this morning. Motorcycles, you guys should already be there. Hot Rod, this is now your call to the lanes. BC Super Shifters, this is your standby call. So standby call for Super Shifters, Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Rick McKinney, yard in the front end, 064 on the tree for the Camaro. Going to get to the line with the 1055 with an 8 at 125 miles an hour. On the Lord Coast side of the racetrack is John Brenning out of Parksville with the half and half Camaro. It is a 1980 Camaro with a 70 and a half front end over on the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. 632 cubic inch big block Chevy for Brenning for the racer out of Parksville. John going to get to the line with a 918 with a 448 miles an hour is Jan Christensen. Going to bring up the El Gringo. 1967 Nova for the racer out of Langley. That Christensen's team having a fleet of very cool cars that they bring out here to Mission Raceway Park. But this has been Jan's favorite that he always keeps going back to and runs in a variety of different categories. Everything from Canada West Door Slammer to what you're seeing today in Super Pro action. .039 on the tree, 861 with a 2. 156 miles an hour for Jan Christensen, so that 861 with the 2 solid pass this morning is Jason Gibson. Gonna roll up to the line next in his orange 1991 Fox-bodied Mustang. And Mike Robinson out of Chilliwack, the 1927 Ford for JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports. A beautiful red machine over in the Lord Coast side of things. .011 red for Jason Gibson of the Mustang, and Mike Robinson going to get there first in the T-Bucket. 918 with a 4, 141 miles an hour, 998 with a 1 and 137 for Jason Gibson of the small-tired Mustang, the radial setup. Also see some action in the 8th mile heads-up side of things in Limited Street with the West Coast Outlaws. Kevin McNichol coming up to the line next. The Rad Torque Systems 67 Nova with the small block Chevy. And Colton Morin, the big block Chevy, propelled Morin Motorsports dragster in the Lordco lane. Kevin McNichol, your 2024 Langley Loafers Old-Time Drags winner in his category. 016 for McNichol, 019. A reaction time for Morin, who's also going to be running in top dragster today. 795 with a 167 miles an hour for Colton, a graduate of our junior dragster program here at Mission Raceway Park. And Kevin McNichol going to get to the line with a 1013 with a 332 miles per hour. Is backing up for the burnout. Now we'll pause for Paul Soares' burnout. Willie Oliver from right here in Mission. Long commute for the driver of the Rad Torque Systems JS Power Sports machine of the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Paul Soares from Terrace in his 95 Pontiac. Also seen Paul running in Canada West Door Slammers, hanging out in Super Pro this weekend. Part of the JBS Equipment ET Series this year at Mission Raceway Park. Both racers up on the tree. 012 red, though, for Willie Oliver and Paul Soares. 025 reaction time. 819 with a 2 at 166 miles an hour. 777 with a 4 at 127 for Willie Oliver. Got to the stripe first, but if that was an elimination run, would have lost out to Paul Soares as Willie Oliver turning on the red light. So two distinctly different looking race cars, all part of the Fun and Super Pro with a variety of different machines that make up the category with bracket racing. As a quick check of the starting line is what we are waiting on at the moment. Shaylin Svetic out of Langley in the Lordco side of the racetrack. 1970 front engine dragster. A classic slingshot, which after these cars kind of phased out of top fuel racing and top gas and got replaced for the rear engine side of things, they made the transition to running these cars in bracket action, which a select few of them still make a home for, and that is exactly where Shaylin Svetic's car slots in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. McLeod Clutches, BC Super Shifters. McLeod Clutches, BC Super Shifters. We need you guys lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters, lanes 3 and 4. Standby call for all junior classes. John Tabak, the Rad Torque Systems S10 on the TCS side of the racetrack. Just saying that Shaylin Svetic and the pedigree and the slingshot design, and of course having to update the roll cage and the tubing on that race car from when it was originally built. Racer out of Langley, getting ready to head down Lordco side of the racetrack. Well, it's John Tabak off the start line first. The Drakes are going to get to the finish line first with the 919 with a 743 miles per hour and a 1053 with a 5 at 126 for the S10 on the TCS side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for Hot Rod. Hot Rod, you need to be in the lanes. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Ted Buss, the racer from Shawnigan Lake in the 34 Ford Roadster with the 427 Chevy. And Emma DeBree-Coos. So both racers out of Shawnigan. And Emma gonna get to the line first. 906 with the 344 miles per hour for another one of the junior dragster graduates for B&D Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services. Straight line race cars, all helping out is Ted Buss, 918 with an O at 141 miles per hour. And it's gonna be Nick Angelucci out of Agassiz in the 78 Malibu. And again, problems for John Jenkins on the starting line. So the Malibu with the small block Chevy going to get there with the 1078 with the 124 miles per hour. As Emma Debris-Coos, again in the previous pairing, John Jenkins getting pushed back in the S10 underneath the Lord Auto Parts Bridge. So Angelucci going to go on a single pass as Craig Johnson waiting in the water box. It's a quick check over once again of the starting line. Again, everybody getting one qualifying hit for Pro, Sportsman, Super Pro, Motorcycle, Hot Rod, Super Shifters, all the junior categories. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Stock, Super Stock Combo, Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street, all getting their one and only qualifying hits this morning. We're enrolling in eliminations, tentatively scheduled for 11 o'clock and kicking off with Canada West Door Slammer action. So Craig Johnson getting ready for his pass down the TCS side of the racetrack to BC Scale Johnson's Custom Exhaust 79 Malibu wagon. Mission Raceway Park regular, former champion in JBS Equipment ET Series action. On the old center lines as he'll build up the revs and get ready to turn on the bottom bowl. Well, how about Craig Johnson? 004 on the tree. Fourth thou away from being perfect. Gets the line with a 1058 with a 421 miles per hour for the Malibus. Jeremy Soares completes his burnout for the racer out of Terrace. In his dragster, Cameron Chassis is up in Terrace. Have quite a little collection of racers that run out of the airport strip that they have up in the north of the province, and we've seen quite a few racers making the toe down for a variety of different Mission Raceway Park events over the course of the year. Soares Transport, Quick Tech Race Car is helping to get Jeremy down from the north of the province. You see the final few cars rolling up for Super Pro. Can already see the motorcycles coming up to the head of the staging area. Jeremy Soares, 006 red on the wrong side of the tree. Top end 753 with a 177 miles per hour. That's some data heading into elimination, seeing what he's going to dial in for that opening round. Is Martin Rochelle going to come up to the line next in his 78 Malibu? Racer from Surrey. So Martin gonna go 001 red. 1,000 red for Martin Rochelle. 1087 with a 627 miles per hour for the Malibu. It's Tammy Pajol and the Rad Torque Systems dragster in the TCS side of the racetrack. Rare Morrison Power for Tammy is another Mission Raceway Park regular as she is staged, waiting on the green. .041 of the trees, 781 with a 162 miles per hour for Tammy Pujol. As Lorenz Schwartz gonna roll up the line next. So just a reminder to all racers out there that when we say a standby call, that means to just stand by. Be ready to come up to the lanes. We will call you to the lanes by saying that your category is being called to the lanes. So again, just a reminder, standby call. Just get the car ready. Get ready to come up to the lanes. Do not come up to the lanes until we call up your class to the respective lanes. Lorenz Schwartz, 032 on the tree for the Monte Carlo, 10:17 with a 0 at 132 miles per hour for the first year of the Aero Nose on the Monte Carlos was 1983. So by the looks of things, that is going to wrap up qualifying for Super Pro. The motorcycles going to get lined up and ready to go for their first qualifying run. Also have BC Super Shifters back in the lanes. We did call Super Shifters to the lanes, so BC Super Shifters, you guys should be in the lanes as we speak. So, now with that being said, we'll call all Peden Industries junior classes to the lanes. Junior Thunder, you're going to be in lane 1. Junior Lightning, you will be in lane 2. And Junior Street, you will be in lanes 3 and 4. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2, Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, Peden Industries junior classes. This is your call to the lanes. So Bill Aiken from Kamloops. The 81 Kawasaki going to face off against Tom Tarrant on the Suzuki GSXR that he calls the Kraken, that we see at Mopac Auto Supply street legals quite frequently, and it is in fact a street legal motorcycle still that is capable of putting down some solid passes. You'll see the motorcycle competitors running on the Pro Tree, so all 3 ambers going to blink on simultaneously. Final call for McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. If you are not in the lanes now, you are late. Final call for BC Super Shifters to the lanes for your one and only qualifying pass. Tarrant turns on the red, 008 red. He's going to get to the finish line stripe first, though. 867 with the 255 miles per hour for Tom Tarrant. And Bill Aiken going to go 913 with a 0 at 139 miles an hour on the carbureted Kawasaki. As your next pair in motorcycle, what looks to be the final pair in motorcycle qualifying session 1 and done, rolls into the water box. Al Lamont from Agassi on board his Kawasaki. He's going to square up against Daryl Storzuk. Storzuk on the 88 Suzuki for the folks at Elite Pro, and getting ready to take his turn down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Al is a multi-time track champion. So much so that probably wouldn't even fit on the screen how many times we try to list off how many times he has been a track champion here at Mission Raceway Park when it comes to the motorcycle category. Flicking down the visor, getting ready to guide these bikes into the beams and hopefully go on a low 9-second or high 8-second pass on both sides of the racetrack. Leaving before the tree is activated. No time going to be registered for Al, but an 090 light for Daryl Storzak and an 868 with a 349 miles per hour for the Suzuki out of Surrey in the Lordco side of the racetrack. That is going to finish things off for motorcycle. Time for hot rod action as they're going to roll up to the line with Rob Monroe in the Acadian. So the Battle of the Robs, the friendly matchup, Rob Hodgson in the 67 Plymouth Belvedere with 440 cubic inches of Mopar power, and Rob Monroe, the 69 Acadian. Which is basically like a Nova with some Pontiac stuff. 014 reaction time for Hodgson, 10:54 with a 0-125 miles an hour for Monroe. The small block Chevy powered machine. 1068 with a 623 miles per hour for the Belvedere is rolling into the water. Going to be your next pair. We saw Rob Monroe Jr., Rob Monroe Sr. going to roll into the water box over in the Lordco side, the spectator side of the racetrack. He's going to go up against Rebecca Powell. Rebecca in the 67 Nova, the racer out of Linden, Washington. Powell family also in competition this weekend in Canada West Door Slammer action. Zed Brad Powell running the 67 Chevelle. Goes deep into the 8-second zone. So Rebecca has also started racing recently. Monroe Sr., that wicked cool Model A supercharged small block Chevy, helping it down the Lordco side. .012 on the tree for Powell, .027 light for Monroe, going to get there with an 883 with a 549 miles per hour for Rob Monroe Sr. Rebecca Powell, 1022 with a 430 miles per hour for Powell is Randy Hermson. The Wing Behemoth back in hot rod action. Going to square up against Ryan Isherwood out of Cobble Hill. The Isherwood body and fender, 66 Plymouth. So Ryan in 1168 with a 417 miles an hour for the big old Plymouth Belvedere, and the Oldsmobile going to get to the line with a 1388 with a 3 at 99.89 miles an hour, just shy of the 100-mile-an-hour mark. For the Wing Behemoth is Roland Lowen, is coming up to the ready line out of Aldergrove next to face off against Veronica Hodgson. Roland Lowen up, ready, and raring to go. 022 light, 104 for Hodgson, 1201 with a 5. The Dart going to get there first. A 1287 with a 0 for Lowen in the Meteor. A little 302 under the hood. As Sylvia Hookstons, also with a little 302 under the hood of her 1966 Ford Mustang. Going to square up against Ron Clark over in the Lordco side of the racetrack, his 1969 Chevelle. 066 red for Clark out of Port Alberni. And Hoogstons, 1266 with a 905 miles an hour, 1259 with a 9 at 105 for Ron Clark. Top Sportsman, this is your standby call. Top Sportsman, this is your standby call. in the Rambler, having some problems, coasting his way down the racetrack. 27T going to go 899 with 445 miles an hour, and the AMC going to get to the line eventually with an 1844 with the one at only 47 miles per hour. So wait for Ray to make the first turn off the top end, which he does so, and clears safely off the racetrack. And up will come Jim Banky in the 67 Plymouth Barracuda with 440 cubic inches of Mopar power, and Chris Stone out of Mission, the 68 Dodge Dart. Jim Banky, 3/10,000ths of a second red on the Christmas tree. 005 light for Chris Stone, and Stone getting out to the line first. 976 with a 0, 135 miles per hour. A 1015 with an 8 at 131 for Banky in the CUDA. So Dennis Winton from Abbotsford, the lost in time 1966 Chevy Bel Air with 427. And Jamie Wellwood from Maple Ridge, 32 Bantam Altered, with a big block Chevy that is known for kind of yarding out the front wheels. What did I say? Known for yarding out the front wheels. That is exactly what the Bantam's going to do. 037 in the tree, 813 at 166. For Jamie Wellwood and the racer out of Maple Ridge. Dennis Winton getting to the line with a 1041 with a 5 at 129 miles per hour. As this, I believe, is going to be your final round from last night for Hot Rod. So some class eliminations getting held over to today from last night. And this is your Hot Rod final. It's going to be Terry Hookstons and Matt Warner. Warner in the Linden Service Center 66 Mercury. 399 cubic inches of Ford Motor Company assistance. And Terry Hookstons is 66 Chevy with a small block Chevy, 383 cubic inches of power. Hookstons dialed in at a 1190, and Matt Warner dialed in at a 1052. So it's going to be Hookstons who leaves the line first, and Warner is going to have to do the chasing in the wheel standing Merc. On either side of the racetrack, and Matt Warner going to have to try and chase down the Nova at the stripe. It is going to be Matt Warner getting the job done. 1057 on the 1052 dial, 039 on the tree. Hoogstons running 1195 on the 1190 dial, and the margin of victory at the stripe just over 0.07 of a second in favor of Matt Warner. So Warner gets the Hot Rod class win from last night to start off his day today heading into eliminations. So solid run down the Lord Coast side of the racetrack for Matt Warner, who had it pretty in hand, pretty off the starting line. 039 reaction time to a 105 light from Hookstons. BC Super Shifter time. Two Fords coming out of the burnout box, and again in Super Shifters, got to have that third pedal in the car. You're going to be jamming through the gears all the way down the titanium strip, and it is Dale Posnick, the 67 Fastback Mustang for the racer out of Maple Ridge. The immaculately prepared machine, 428 cubic inches of Ford power up against Will Friesen's altered wheelbase 57 T-Bird. Going 042 2 red, Yarden out the front tires, and the T-Bird going to get to the line first, 984 with a 637 miles per hour for the small block Ford. And Dale Posnick at 1033 with 331 miles per hour, as it is Jamie Roth and Alan Loki. Loki in the Falcon, squaring up against the 64 Comet and Jamie Roth. .949 with a 3 for Logie at 141 miles per hour for the Falcon, at 10:08 with a 0 at 133 for former Super Shifters champ Jamie Roth for the racer out of Langley with the small block Ford powered 64 Comet, is Rich Graves out of Puyallup in the 67 El Camino small block Chevy powered against Gene Kerner's Ford Mustang, the high-winded machine, going to be in the Lordco side of the racetrack, capable of going well into the 8-second zone. And been a while since we've seen this car out here at Mission Raceway Park, as it took quite an extended leave of absence before coming back in recent years in Super Shifter competition. Light for the El Camino, 081 for Gene Kerner. How about an 823 with a 262 miles per hour for the Mustang? 1164 the 0 at 117 for Rich Graves, and that'll bring up John DePork in the 77 Camaro, facing off against Wayne Davis in the 64 Volkswagen Beetle. So you had DePort going to get there with the 10-12 with the 931 miles an hour, 1275 for Wayne Davis off the pace and out of it early, as it is Will Zorick from Langley, the 62 Bel Air with the 409 under the hood, and Pat Byron out of Hoquiam, Washington, the 72 Nova. So Byron, 853 with a 356 miles per hour, and 1111 with a 6 at 121 miles an hour for the big old Bel Air with Will Zorick behind the wheel, as the Winterbottom's coming up to the line next. Keith Winterbottom from Maple Ridge, the 1968 Camaro, going to be in the TCS lane. Scott Winterbottom, the Chevy 2 over in the Lordco side of things. So it's going to be Keith Winterbottom getting to the line at a 924 with a 951 miles an hour, 935 with a 4 and 139 for Scott Winterbottom in the Chevy 2 that always has that torqued over launch, which propels it to the right side of the lane, whichever lane it is in. As Winterbottom, that is Keith Winterbottom, going to get the bragging rights that he got to the finish line stripe first in the heads-up qualifying matchup, as it is time now for Junior Street. Top Sportsman, we need you guys to the lanes, and Top Dragster, this is your standby call. Standby call for Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes. So Tyler and David going to come up to the line next. Junior Street, if you don't have a license, you want to run a full-size vehicle down at least the 8th mile strip here at Mission Raceway Park, you get a driver, or a passenger rather, with a valid driver's license to ride shotgun. And you can take your full-size car that runs 9 seconds or less, car or truck, in the 8th mile and make your way down the racetrack and run in Junior Street in full-size car competition. 1094 with a 2 for Tyler, 1005 with a 5 for David over in the GMC. So top sportsman, you guys are going to be in lanes 3 and 4. Top sportsman, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. As Jacob in the 87 Chevy Camaro and James in the 2013 Nissan Pathfinder. 081 for Jacob and a 233 light for James. Needing to shave just a little bit off the tree. Jacob 10.006 at 69 miles per hour. 999 with a 9 for James at 69 miles an hour. As again, a dial-in class when it comes time for eliminations. The racers having to try and guess what they are going to run and either giving up a little bit at the starting line or getting the heads up or the head start when it comes to eliminations is Josephine out of Abbotsford. Going to bring the Silverado up to the ready line, the TCS side of the racetrack, and the square body GMC for Riker. Over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, you also see the cones out ahead of the staging beams to help the racers know where they are going to be flickering on that top bulb. Both racers rolling in. 011 light for Josephine, and unfortunately 041 red for Riker, a racer out of Abbotsford. 919 with a 1 at 76 miles an hour. 1064 with a 4 at 68 miles per hour for Josephine is Dallas and Jenna. Your next pair. So Dallas in the Honda Civic, the overtime repair, Snorricam Canada. Honda Civic is the 2023 Race of Champions winner for the Junior Street category. And Jenna in the Tahoe, helped out by Peden Industries, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, as well as a shout out to Nana over there in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So make the call now for top dragster. Top dragster, we need you to 5 and 6. Top dragster to 5 and 6. Top sportsman, you should already be making your way to the lanes. So 1010 with 472 miles an hour for the Civic. 306 in the tree for Dallas. Gonna try and shave that away when it comes time for eliminations. A 141 light for Jenna, 1087 with an 8 at 65 miles per hour is Sophia out of Kamloops. The F-150. All-wheel drive F-150 in the TCS side of the racetrack. So we're right off against Taryn in the Beaumont over the Lordco lane. Taryn going 043 in the tree, not too shabby, with a 1024 with the 4 at 74 miles per hour, 1074 with the 0 at 73 miles per hour for Sophia in the F-150. And by the looks of things, that is going to wrap up round number 1 of qualifying for Junior Street. Going to get ready to roll into Junior Thunder qualifying. Coming up next, Junior Thunder, the entry-level junior category. Out of the two, Junior Thunder and Lightning. Lightning the quicker of the two classes as you step up a little bit more power and a little bit more speed in the age range before eventually the idea of graduating to full-size cars. And Junior Street, fairly new addition to the JBS Equipment ET series and the Summit ET series throughout the NHRA has been added for, families that don't necessarily want to go out and buy the Junior Dragster, but can still run your street car and still get that racing experience by climbing behind the wheel before you get your actual driver's license. As you're in the first pair of Junior Thunder coming underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, it's going to be Hunter and Owen. Owen is on the Lordco side of things, and fittingly, the Lordco Auto Parts sponsored Junior Dragster. Going to be in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Home Master Scene, Fountain Tire, also helping out the JBS Equipment Dragster for Hunter So Owen, who started racing junior dragsters, I believe about 3 or 4 years ago now at this point. His family, longtime competitors out here at Mission Raceway Park. Plenty of experience helping out Hunter as well, as you can see former Pro Mod stalwart Trevor Lowe guiding Hunter into the beams, and Justin Bond, current NHRA Pro Mod racer, man behind Bahrain 1 Racing. The final adjustments on the back of Hunter's car as Owen will get guided up to the ready line. See the crew members, just like in the big cars, finding where that first staging beam is by using their foot to flicker on the top bulb and guide their racers up to the line. So 047, say that again, 047 for Hunter, 905 with a 7, 73 miles an hour. As Owen going to get down the Lordco lane with a 1419 at 44 miles an hour. As Wesley from Chilliwack going to face off against Cadence. Cadence being guided into the starting line beams by Dad Dan, who runs in Outlaw 275. Wesley, we just saw Wesley's brother Owen go down the racetrack. On the Lordco side of things, Wesley going to take his turn down the TCS side of the racetrack. So Cadence, the Titanium Auto Group, No Run Truck Body, Ken Specialty Automotive, Ernie Speed and Custom. Sponsored Junior Dragster, going through the final checks. Ready to be guided into the staging beams. So just a reminder, we'll wait until this pair leaves the line. 034 red for Cadence, 089 red for Wesley. 089 green, I should say. What am I looking at? Wesley, 906 with a 7, 71 miles an hour. And again, 089 to the good on the Christmas tree. 034 red for Cadence and a 905 with a 6, 72 miles per hour. So once again, lanes are one way with the exception of the far lane that here in the pit area that you can see by the staging area. So if you have to traverse the entirety of the pits, please stay at the far paved lane, which is essentially the entrance lane when you come through the entry gate around the far side of the facility. All other paved areas and surfaces here at Mission Raceway Park are one-way lanes, so to avoid traffic jams, please use the far paved lane out by the river if you need to traverse the entire length of the property. Bentley and Nash. Bentley, the Bubba Speed Shop, Heaton Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, sponsored Junior Dragster, facing off against Nash, BDL Auto, Diversified Metalworks, Lordco, Milleron Truck Bodies, mount in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Both racers green off the line, 099 for Bentley, 193 on the tree for Nash, and an 890 with a 6, 74 miles an hour for Bentley. Nash, a 1301 with a 5 at 48 miles an hour. Next is Emily and April. April, the JBS Equipment, pink and gray Junior Dragster, the Lordco side. Up against Emily, the White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Lordco, TNT, Pioneer Truck, sponsored Junior Dragster on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Coca and Dallas coming up next. Emily and April just went down the racetrack. Emily ran 9 flat at 71 miles an hour, 894 than 8 for April. As hot rod competitors, as soon as Sylvia gets back to the pit area, your ladder is going to be posted in Sylvia's trailer in just a few moments. So hot rod competitors, if you want to see the ladder for round number 1 of Eliminations, it will be posted in a few moments' time at Sylvia's trailer. So Dallas going 025 red, 117 light for Coca. 890 with a 1 at 74 miles per hour for the Decal Ventures machine. And Dallas getting to the finish line with 1399 with a 545 miles per hour. So it's going to be Hunter and Nate coming up next. Grayson and Danica just went down the racetrack. Grayson in the Ultratune Automotive Junior Dragster, an 889 with a 3 at 73 miles an hour, 195 reaction time. Danica, well, she got a green light. 1582 with a 7, 37 miles per hour for Danica. As Hunter in the BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Milron Truck Bodies, Lordco Racing Junior Dragster, the white and black machine, gonna roll up to the line, facing off against Nate, the Global Container Terminals, Lordco Auto Parts Junior with the patinaed wrap. And the Lordco side of the racetrack. Two 069 lights on either side of the racetrack. Hunter 2 10,000ths of a second better on the tree, going to the 4th decimal place over. Adeline and Ashton going to step up to the line next.
Well, good morning, Cole.
Good morning, John. Good to see you back up here. I know already getting ready to roll into Eliminations is one and only qualifying hit this morning.
It is a new day. I'm thankful for a new day.
We were just talking about that off air. We'll keep that at that for the new day.
For sure. And forget about yesterday. Just roll in today and see what we can get done. So one hit for everybody this morning. Then we go into eliminations in everything. Door Slammers qualifying is complete, as I understand it, along with Top Fuel Harley. They'll be rolling straight into eliminations. So Adeline and Ashton down there on the starting line. Adeline for Performance World, Alder Automotive, KLJ Holdings. Ashton for Tom Katnick Performance and Lordco. Couple of one green light, one almost green light. The best appearing junior dragster at the ET Finals last weekend is in the left lane. Alex picking up that award last weekend at Pacific Raceways.
Yeah, that is such a cool looking little junior dragster, even down to the mini parachute pack and wheelie bars on the back of it. Beautifully presented for Global Container Terminals and Lord Auto Parts. And Adam in an equally well turned out junior dragster. You gotta like the presentation on these things. The families and kids put a lot of work and effort into making these cars look as good as possible.
Absolutely. Maybe small, but very, very cool. Well, that was interesting. So Adam doing a whole bunch of pedaling out there to wind up 9:43 at 63 miles an hour. Alex goes 12:01 at 53 miles per hour. So Adam's got a little more power than he needs, I would venture to say.
Just a little bit. When you pedal your junior dragster 12 times and still get to the stripe with a 943, just a wee bit on the extra horsepower side.
So in Junior Thunder, the cars are restricted to going no quicker than 8.9 seconds. So Adam doing all that pedaling to get himself back to the safe side of that number. Paige and Kira out there now. Paige in the left lane, going to get to the 8th mile finish line first. 10:62, 54 miles an hour. Here comes Kira with a 16:08 at 34 miles an hour. And now it's going to be Jack out there all by himself.
So it looks like Jack going to be our final Junior Thunder competitor to make their way down the titanium strip in the one and only qualifying session we have this morning. 069 on the tree for the Global Container Terminals Lordco machine. And going to get to the 8th mile with and 14.190. 43 miles an hour for Jack is... I think we're stepping things up to Junior Lightning.
So here we go, first pair in Junior Lightning. Kids are a little older, cars are a little quicker. On average. Abby and McKenna. McKenna in the right lane, Abby in the left. Both these young ladies call mission home. McKenna racing for JBS. Abby for Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Team T Auto Parts, and Walco.
So stock, super stock combo, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for all super classes. Stock, super stock combo to lanes 1 and 2, all super classes. Super gas, super street, super comp. This is your standby call. So it'll be Sydney, or our Washington State competitors. Still debating. Is A Little Bit Dramatic LLC, is that an actual company? We're still we'll figure that one out by the end of the weekend. Gonna square up against Connor, the TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, Lordco, sponsor Junior Dragster, over in the Lordco lane. So 045 red for Connor, 029 on the right side of the tree. Sydney, they get to the line with an 847 with 6, 75 miles an hour. Connor, 799 with a 9 at 82 miles an hour. As it's Lincoln and Isabella. Gonna be your next pair. Lincoln, the Titanium Auto Group, JBS Equipment sponsor, Junior Dragster. And Isabella getting some help from DeSilva Auto World, Canco, and Quality Manufactured Homes, coming from the Okanagan. So we're just checking. There are companies that do exist with A Little Bit Dramatic LLC, but we will double check on which companies those actually are. They're helping out Sydney. As Lincoln turned on the top bulb already, here comes Isabella in over the Lordco side of the racetrack.
So Lincoln, nice 0:13 reaction time. And 7:99 on the finish line, getting there ahead of Isabella's quicker 7:96. That will set up a couple of young ladies, Lexi and CL. So Lexi in the left lane, CL in the right. CL, part of the Big Kids Racing team, with some help from Rad along with Titanium. Lexi's got the pre-stage bulb lit, waiting on CL. Dad gives it a go-ahead. Now pre-stage lit, both sides, 4 bulbs lit. Just like that, here we go. Lexi's green with an 067 light. CL turns it red by 39 thousandths of a second. The finish line, Lexi with an 813, CL with a 793. That's going to set up this single. It'll be Nick. Making a hit in the left lane for JBS Equipment. So Nick's 093 on the tree, and at the finish line, 8:01, 81.33 miles per hour. I do believe that will do it for the one and only qualifying round for juniors. We will now roll into the NHRA class portion of the program today. So we're going to take a few minutes to do a little work on the racing surface. We've got top Sportsman waiting back there, top dragster, stock, super stock combo. Got our super classes on standby. Following the NHRA classes, we will then roll into eliminations for everything on the property. Starting with Canada West Door Slammers, followed by Top Fuel Harley Davidson. And then we will restart the rotation that we've done so far today. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Super Comp. Super Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas will take you as well. Super Gas, please start making your way to lanes 3 and 4. So one more time, that would be Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas to lanes 3 and 4. And Super Street, you will remain on standby. So it looks like they're doing a little bit of scraping over there in the right-hand lane. Obviously, they're seeing a condition they don't like and want to address it now. Looks like Levi down there getting a good workout. So start line crew working hard down there in the right-hand lane. Not sure what they saw, but bunch of hard work going on right now. Scraping a track is not an easy task. And fittingly, it's like the youngest guy down there with the youngest muscles is doing the hardest work. So I had a little chat with Kim Parker this morning about her running the A fuel car last night. And, you know, they were gung-ho to put on a show for the crowd. They knew it'd be dark enough so they could make the flames, but she wanted more than anything to make a full poll for the people tuned in online as well as the people here in the stands. And talking to her, she said that the car left, front wheels were up in the air. She's looking at the cone. She's headed for the cone. She can't steer it because the front wheels haven't come down yet. And very hesitantly, she had to give up on it for just a second to put the front wheels back on the ground, steer it back towards the groove, and she got back in it as quickly as she could. And still managed a pretty decent run for us, 550. I forget the mile per hour, but it was pretty decent too. But in talking to her, folks, I can tell you, deep down from her heart, she wanted to make a full pull for the crowd here at Mission last night.
It's still the fact that she didn't click it off on a test run and did get back into it shows that she wanted to put on a show and managed to steer it back into the center of the lane. And I think it was 566. So it was still over 250 with the pedal job, which goes to show that thing was on a pass last night here at MRP.
Oh, absolutely. One of the well, and talk about commitment, I've just been informed that they are sticking around to make another run. Hopefully, we're going to see that at around noon. So how cool is that? Big shout out to the Parker family. More often going to see that from a blown car. So we do apologize for the delay. But I can assure you of this, the people doing the hard work down there on the starting line, if they did not have to do it, they would not be doing it.
And just trying to get that excess rubber build up. A little bit of that scraped off the starting line, which is, well, they got the torch out and the scraper, and that is the attention necessary down there on the starting line on both sides of the racetrack and the TCS side and the Lordco lane. So just as soon as we get the A-OK to do a little bit more track prep, we will roll on up with top Sportsman action and top dragster. Everybody in the lanes as we speak, as well as stock, super stock combo. They're all getting ready to go for their one and only qualifying hit of the morning.
So I want to congratulate all the winners and runner-ups from day number 1. And we're actually not quite finished with day number 1. We're going to see a couple of final rounds coming up in this opening round of qualifying for Super Gas and Super Street. The NHRA National Open, right here at Mission Raceway Park, brought to us by Lucas Oil. So the scraping session continues. Shouldn't be too much longer now. So it does look like they are at least nearing the end of the scraping program. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Process, that's it. Third time lucky. So it does look as though they are going to give things at least a little bit of a drag. And then we should be back to racing. So should mention, down to the final few minutes, if you want to get some breakfast, they'll be switching over to the lunch menu at 11 a.m.
So attention in the pits, Super Street. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Streets 1 and 2, and Canada West Door Slammer. This is your 25-minute standby call. Super Street to 1 and 2, and Canada West Door Slammer, your 25-minute standby call for round number 1 of eliminations.
So dragging of the right lane is complete. Now working on the left lane. I'm going to predict the tractor will make one more lap. Hopefully I'm wrong. So there he goes, headed back up the left-hand lane to make, well, at least one more lap. Could be two. I'm a pretty optimistic guy. And it looks like the tractor is done. So I do believe that means we're going to get back to the racing program. We've got Top Sportsman and Top Dragster back there waiting. I hear race cars. Here comes Top Sportsman. It's going to be Jan Christensen over here, tower side in El Gringo. And Brad Powell for STR Racing and Outlaw Garage Customs. Powell in the right lane out of Linden, Washington. Just a wee bit south of here. Well, my screen says that Brad's driving a 67 Nova, but I know better. It's a 67 Chevelle. Jan Christensen is definitely driving a Nova. Four bulbs lit. Christensen's wide awake this morning. 009. Powell with a solid 022 reaction time. Now Joe Meloff and Paul Soares. Paul Soares. This guy's been racing for a long time, a lot of years. And all those years paid off last night as Paul Soares got his first ever Wally Trophy, the NHRA Wally Trophy. That is a sought-after item for anybody in the world of drag racing. Paul Soares in the right lane. The bright red 1995 Pontiac Grand Prix. This car started out life as a front-wheel drive. It no longer is that. Joe Meloff, also in a Pontiac, his a GXP. Sporting over 700 cubic inches. Meloff with a somewhat lazy 075 reaction time. Paul Soares turns it way, way red. And now top dragster. Going to start off with Jeremy Soares, along with Colton Morin. So there we go, a couple of burnouts. Colton Morin and Jeremy Soares. Jeremy Soares in the right lane, Colton over here in the left. Colton fresh out of junior dragsters and into the big cars. It's Colton with the better reaction time, 0:15 to 0:40 at the finish line. Jeremy Soares there first with a 7:49. Colton Morin goes 7:94. Well, well, well. What have we got here? Willie Oliver and Zach Clark. Father and son. Willie Oliver, tower side. Zach Clark, spectator side. Oddly enough, Willie driving Zach's car. Zach driving one of Dan Provost's cars. Zach Clark, runner-up last night. So Willie Oliver is better on the tree. Clark to the finish line for 690 with a 0. 194 miles an hour, 776 at a $1.72 for Willie. Now Shaylin Svedek coming up tower side in the front engine dragster. For Mackenzie Racing, Kim Youngkind over there in the right lane. Both cars pre-staged. Uh-oh. Shaylin kind of rolls through. Not going to get any numbers. This should turn it into a single for Kim Youngkind. Well, at this point, we've got to wait for the first car to clear before we're going to send the second one. Kim still sitting there with the pre-stage light lit. So I do believe Kim's going to start the staging process over. She'll take a single. Kim Youngkind goes 8:07 off the gas, doing just 137 miles an hour. That's going to set up Justin Bond and Dane LaKelt. Told his last name is pronounced. Last night's winner puts together a nice run here this morning. Last night in the final, he came up 14 thou total. His opponent was Zach Clark. Clark was 15 on the tree and locked out.
That's pretty impressive, too, when you're running in the 620s to have a 14 total package, especially with 223 mile an hour top end charge with that supercharge. I believe it's old KB Oles, 540 cubic inches. Oles maybe old power for Dane Lackholt. 0:10 reaction time on the tree as well here in the one and only round of qualifying for top dragster. Not too shabby. Dane Lackholt for the racer out of Kelowna. Justin Bond, 7:06 with a 486 miles an hour. 0:11 on the tree for Justin for the racer from right here in Mission. So I believe that is going to round things out for top dragster, and we got stock, super stock combo making their way to the head of the staging lanes, wrapping around the tower, and getting ready to come up for their one and only qualifying hit of the morning.
So here we go with the one and only qualifier for stock, super stock combo. So Ed Howder and Jim Mantle going to start things off for us. Ed Howder in his factory stock D Camaro. 1060 the index he'll be running against. Jim Mantle also has an index, although his is almost 5 seconds slower, being that a V stock automatic at 1550. Jim Mantle in a 1977 Pacer. To be quite honest with you, when I think of Pacers, I think of the earlier years that had the wraparound windows, called it a fishbowl on wheels, was its nickname.
Yeah, the Wayne's World era pacer is what pretty much everybody envisions. But Jim Mantle making a home in stock Eliminator. And one time in Seattle, I actually watched Jim go up against a Cobra Jet Mustang that was in the highest class designation. And the Mustang, I believe, had to wait for at least 7 seconds at the starting line before it even left to try and chase down the pacer. Daryl Stoke, wheels up, Superstock J Automatic, 64 Chevelle out of Abbotsford, Duval, Washington's James Boyce, and the K-Stock Automatic. Fox Body Mustang, 11 flat. The index for Stobie goes 10.20 with a 9 at 126 miles an hour in that 11 flat index. 11.74 to 711 miles an hour on the 12.65 class index for James Boyce.
So that was a pair of strong qualifying runs. Now Rick Green and Kevin Perkin. Kevin Perkin in the right lane. Superstock C Modified 1992 Camaro. Current Superstock C Modified record holder. Class winner in Boise this year. Perkin running against the 950 index. Rick Green over here, Tower Side in the red Mustang. Runs O-Stock Automatic. He'll be working against an index of 13.15 seconds. Rick Green turns a little red, but that's all right. Perkin just running away, way out front at the finish line, doing 160 miles an hour, goes 881. 1240. The ET for Rick Green. Now a couple of Camaros. Both of them super stock. Dave Jung in the right lane, runner-up from last night, his super stock K Automatic 96 Camaro. McKinney, Tower Side, also in a 96 Camaro, his AGT car. Just 0.05 of a second separate them by the indexes, so pretty close to a heads-up deal here. Finish line, it is McKinney getting there first, 10:56. Dave Jung getting there second with a 10:86.
So John Buczynski out of Pitt Meadows, that 1970 Cuda, the AAR Cuda that he's had for quite some time, the E-Stock Automatic Barracuda. TCS side of the racetrack in the 1170 index up against Cloverdale's Derek Johnson in the Q-Stock Automatic 66 Impala.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Door Slammers, this is your call to the lanes. Door Slammers Group A. Group A, Canada West Door Slammers, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Well, we'll get you laddered up back there. Once again, Canada West Door Slammers, Group A. This is your call to the lanes. So you were saying Buczynski's had that car for a while, probably since about 1969, as he's the original owner.
Yeah, that's what I meant by a while. I don't do well at math. That's why we went into announcing.
Okay. And as cool as that is, his brother also is the original owner of an AAR Cuda, much more original, and they're only 2 serial numbers apart.
Which is, yeah, as AAR Cudas go, already a rare fact, but to have that under your belt as well and have brothers with matching AAR Cudas, that is a factoid in itself.
Absolutely. You can go worldwide and you probably won't be able to recreate that scenario. So Martha Lang, fresh off her win last night, in which she was trip zip on the starting line. Man, I'll bet Jody Lang's as proud of that win as he is of any of his own.
Yeah, Martha was up on the wheel last night. Goes to show, especially when you go trip zip in the starting line, is 1196 with a 0-109 miles an hour for the racer out of Puyallup, and that is going to wrap up Stock Super Stock Combo, and we are going to roll into Super Comp with Dale Green out of Pacific Washington up against Tyler DeLaGesh out of Mission over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Dale, the Northwest National Open winner at Bremerton this year. Also, the Northwest Nationals national event winner at Pacific Raceways. And himself a very good year.
Hey, I have some good news, folks. The beer garden is open over here on the pit side of the racetrack. Beer garden is open. I understand they're a little lonely over there, so they'd like some company. Beer garden now open. Apparently will stay open until about 6 o'clock.
So Tyler going well under the 890 index, 877 with a 1, 891 with a 5 for Dale Green on their lone qualifying hit to try and get as close to that 890 as they possibly can, because in eliminations, don't want to run underneath of that 890 index is Brian Schmanke and Danny Howder. Howder, the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, the white dragster up against Schmanke out of Olympia, Washington. The multicolored machine on the TCS side of the racetrack. Big block Chevy power for Schmanke.
So just 4 cars in Super Comp. So Schmanke almost perfect. Steady spread by 2 thou. Danny Howder with a light he's not going to brag about. The finish line, they were both under. Danny Howder by less at 885. Schmanke a little further under at 884.
So rolling into Super Gas. As we wrap things up for Super Comp, Brandon Hutchinson in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, his 2002 Corvette Roadster. And Ron McKenzie right on cue with the burnout. Out of Ferndale, Washington, the 57 Vet is the Roadster body style. Very common in Super Gas competition. Gives drivers a nice clear view to try and see where their opponent is at by the time they get to the finish line stripe to try and race the stripe. How about Brandon Hutchinson? 003 in the tree for the racer out of Shawnigan Lake. McKenzie out of it early, 991 with a 9 on the 990 index. For Brandon Hutchinson, 157 miles an hour. As Ron McKenzie out of it early and coasts through the traps with a 1337 with an O at 67 miles per hour. Josh Meloff going to be next just as soon as we make sure that the top end is clear as the final car makes the turn off in the shutdown area. Is Josh Meloff again from Maple Ridge, the 57 Corvette Roadster with 582 cubic inches of Chevy power for that beautiful gray machine over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So Meloff goes 028 in the tree, gets to the line with a 984 of the 563 miles an hour, so going under the index. And I believe this is going to be your final round from last night. It's getting qualifying for everybody else in Super Gas, but this pairing, a little bit of added meaning, is there is a Wally on the line. So it is Kirk Lands from Mission, the 67 Camaro over in the TCS side of the racetrack, and Dean Peterson out of Courtney in the Peterson Family Racing 2008 Ford Mustang. So again, you see the 990s up on the scoreboards, and be the Pro Tree coming down First one to the finish line, essentially, without running underneath the index, is going to take this one home. And in a case of both cars going under the 990, it's going to be the one who does it the least who takes home the trophy for the Saturday portion of the Lucas Oil National Open. Both racers pre-stage. Peterson's in, lands, bumps in. Green off the line, going to be a race to the finish line stripe. 990 with a 2 for Dean Peterson. Gets there. Kirk lands, goes under the index by 6 thou. Margin of victory would have been 3 thou in favor of Lance. He got there first, but again going 6 thou under the index, and a 990 with a 2 for Dean Peterson. 009 on the reaction time department for Peterson, and he's going to take out the National Open win from Saturday and get himself a Wally and send himself solidly into race day here, as they're going to be coming up for elimination round number 1 the next time that Super Gas is up at the line. So Super Street qualifying going to be coming up next is Super Gas, Super Comp. Wrapping up things as we are one super class away from wrapping up qualifying before heading into eliminations here this afternoon and late this morning, I should say, as we hear the first pair of Super Street firing up, getting ready to come underneath the Lordco Bridge. So congratulations to Dean Peterson. 990 with a 2 in the 990 index. 009 reaction time, not too shabby. Only 2 thou. Again, off the index for Dean Peterson to get the win as Kirk Lands goes 6 thou under that 898. Let's try that again. 989 with a 4. Third time's a charm. Super Street. First pair coming out of the water box. 1090 index class for Super Street. Lake Tapps, Washington is where Jace O'Hara calls home. The 63 Chevy Nova for AST Auto and Racing Creations is on the TCS side of the racetrack. And Alan Loftus out of Sumner, Washington, the 1982 Chevy S10 for Loftus Racing. He's on the Lordco side of things. Again, trying to get close to that 1090. That is how the ladder is set by who is the closest without going under the index. Come time for eliminations. Loftus, 1093 with a 2 on the 1090, 127 miles an hour, 016 on the tree, 1103 with a 5 at 124 miles an hour for Jace O'Hara is Jerry Epp out of Abbotsford. The 66 Mustang with Ford power for the fastback machine up against Todd Sims out of Puyallup in the 66 Chevy for Puget Sound Petroleum. Engaged, and at different points of the run is now Sims looks like going to try and mount a top end charge, goes well under 1081 with a 0, 146 miles an hour, under the index by almost 0.2 of a second. 1095 with a 541 miles an hour for Jerry Epp, who stays on the right side of the index, is Warren Jacobson, the 67 Chevy 2, regular in Super Combo competition here at Mission Raceway Park, and another Mission Raceway Park regular over in the Lordco side of things, 68 Chevy Camaro for Brad Vingy out of Langley. So again, the throttle stop's taking out throttle, and that is something that the racers set before they come up to the line. How about Brad Vingy? 1090 with a 6 on the 1090 index. 6 thou off of being dead on the 1090. 1093 with a 0, 134 miles an hour for Warren Jacobson, as it is the Team Auctions T-Bird And the TCS side of the racetrack, first facing off against Herman Chan from Vancouver, the 1967 Camaro. The first gen and first year of the Camaro over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Not too shabby in the reaction time department on either side of the racetrack. 0.24 for Chan, 0.32 for the T-Bird, and they are going to get to the stripe with Chan going under 10.87 with an O. 10.92 with a 0 on the 10.90 index for the T-Bird, and Larry Minor going to bring up the 69 Camaro to the ready line. Not that Larry Minor. And Ray Carlson from 100 Mile House in the 68 Barracuda, weirdly with Chevy power. As he turns on the bottom bulb, waiting for Larry to bring the Camaro in. Oh, 13 on the tree for Carlson to get to the line. With a 10.86 with a 9 going under the index. 131 mile an hour. 10.96 with a 347 miles an hour for Larry Minor. As Tony Hopkins out of Snohomish, the 55 Shoebox, going to face off against Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. As Tony's Chevy, sponsored by folks at RM Homes, for your 2019 Division 6 Super Street Champion. On the TCS side of the racetrack, Hopkins off the line first, again seeing the differences in how either driver sets their throttle stop. Try and work that finish line to get on the index. And how about Tony Hopkins? 10.90 with an O on the 10.90 index. 1/1000th of a second away from being dead on the 10.90. Martin Rochelle goes 10.89 with a 1. Going slightly under by 1/1000th of a second. At 128 miles an hour is Jan Christensen and Dan Parsons in your X pair. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door Slammer Group B. Door Slammer Group B, we need you to the lanes. Canada West Door Slammer Group B to the lanes. Dan Parsons goes 001 red and then goes 10.89.9 on the 10.90. 10.88.6 on the 10.90 for Jan Christensen for the racer out of Langley, going 0.19 on the tree. So getting ready to roll up to the ready line next. It is your final that was delayed from last night for Super Street. Going to be decided in round 1 and done at qualifying this morning. Jerry Brown and the TCS side of the racetrack is 71 Demon. 451 cubic inches of Mopar propellant. Down the TCS side of the racetrack, and David Wakefield out of Lake Tapps, Washington, the 71 Chevelle with small block Chevy. Ray Street Automotive and Milwaukee Tools. The Alberta versus Washington State matchup in the final Super Street from Saturday of the National Open. Wakefield's in, waiting on Brown to bump into the Demon. 2 green lights on either side of the racetrack. Throttle stops come off. And at the line, Wakefield goes under by 0.06 of a second. 10.89 with a 3. And Jerry Brown, 10.92 with a 1 at 132 miles an hour. Gets the job done. Wakefield 0.11 on the tree. Had Brown off the line, but runs 6 thou under the index with a 10.89 with a 3, and Jerry Brown going to get the win with a 10.92 with a 1 on the 10.90 index. at 132 miles an hour and takes the Wally back to Sherwood Park, Alberta for Super Street. So Canada West Door Slammers Groups A and B, you guys should be in the lanes. Group B should be making your way to the staging lanes as we speak. Group A should already be in the lanes for round number 1 of eliminations here on the final day of the Northwest National Open, presented by Lucas Oil here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Auto Group Strip. And a big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group. Titanium Auto Group sales and lease, you can get approved now with good, bad, and even ugly credit. Head to the titaniumautogroup.ca to find yourself how you can get a vehicle from the Titanium Auto Group. Lucas Oil products made in America, sold to the world. Lucas Oil, proud supporter of the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman series for well over 20 years at this point, and major supporter of grassroots drag racing throughout North America and the world. That is Lucas Oil Products helping us out with the NHRA Northwest National Open this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park, part of the National Open Series throughout Division 6. As we just wrapped up Super Street qualifying, from now on it's going to be eliminations for all classes on the property. Canada West Door Slammer going to be the first class to kick off eliminations, followed by Top Fuel Harley, Pro, Sportsman, Super Pro, Motorcycle, and on through the rest of the rotation as we make our way through the afternoon. So for Canada West Door Slammers, Associated Tire and Auto coming on board this weekend to help them out as their presenting sponsor for the weekend's action for Winter Harbor Marine and RV. Canada West Door Slammer. Associated Tire and Auto have provided the Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable service since 2011. Dedicated to establishing long-term customer relationships you can trust with their experienced staff for top-notch service and quality products. Servicing tire purchase and tire installation, computerized wheel balancing, tire repair, tire rotation, and a whole lot more. That is Associated Tire and Auto at 1710 on the Island Highway. If you ever find yourself up on the north end of the island in Campbell River, make sure to visit Associated Tire and Auto for all your tire and auto supply needs. First pair rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Canada West Door Slammers running on the Pro 4 tree that you'll see again the 3 ambers flash on simultaneously as opposed to the Sportsman tree where they blink down individually. And a bracket class. So racers having to dial in what they think their car is going to run and then getting a head start or having to wait based off of who is the quicker and slower race car in the pairing. Again, you can't run under, just like the index can't run under what you dialed, and in the case of a double breakout, it is who does it by the least. Brian Ritchie and Terry Shaflita going to be your first pair. Ritchie in the black 68 Chevelle. And Terry Shaflita. Shaflita in the 1997 Pontiac Firebird, which is sporting 500 cubic inches of high-winding GM power that Terry helped put together. The bow tie refinishing Pontiac Firebird. Engine essentially the previous generation of NHRA Pro Stock. Has some Pro Stock lineage with former Pro Stock carbs and essentially built that. The carbureted setup that NHRA was running up until just a few years ago before they switched over to electronic fuel injection. Brian Ritchie, also no stranger to making power because he's got one of his own Ritchie Racing Engines motors in between the frame rails of that 1968 Chevelle, the beautifully turned out machine for Ritchie Race Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales, dialed in at a 789, 704 for Shaflita, which means that Ritchie is going to be leaving the line first, and Shaflita going to be waiting for almost a second on the starting line. line stripe gonna be Brian Ritchie. 790 with a 5 on the 789 dial. Shaflita runs 708 with a 9 on the 704. Ritchie an 017 reaction time to Shaflita's 081. So Terry giving up some time on the starting line. And then Ritchie running closer to the dial as well to get the round 1 win. So final call to the lanes for Group B in Canada West Door Slammer. Group C. Group C for Canada West Door Slammer elimination round number 1. You can make your way to the staging lanes as we speak. Canada West Door Slammers eliminations Group C. We need you to the lanes. So it is Henry Zacharias in the 53 vet out of Surrey. And Andy Hatton from Langley, Bubba's Titanium Auto Group, Velocity Chemicals, Taves Roofing, Big Block Chevy Powered Camaro, dialing in at 841. Zacharias playing chase in the vet, trying to track down the Grinch. And he is not going to track down the Grinch. Andy Hatton going to move on into round number 2, 844 with an 850 miles an hour. On the 841 dial, 768 with a 5 on the 761 for Zacharias. Hatton 024 in the treat. Zacharias is 073. Margin of victory at the stripe for Hatton. Just over 8 hundredths of a second in favor of the Camaro is Ray Rusiani. From Kelowna, the 66 Chevy 2 for Dexy Paws Online Pet Supplies. And Johnny West. So all the ladders for eliminations are now posted on the board on the back of the towers. So if you need to look at your ladders, they are posted on the back of the board. Tough break for Johnny West, rolls through the beams. And it's going to be Ray Rusiani, 620, make that 862 with a 548 miles an hour. Rolled off of it early and coast through the traps on that 833. And Ray Rusiani getting a easy trip into round number 2. Lane Woolley, a Marcus family duster. The Hemi power plant backing up from the burnout has dialed himself in at a 799. Jason Field, the nitrous-assisted big block Chevy. And the 1971 Chevelle known as Overkill for Ritchie Race Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, at Strands, and On Tap Racing. One final purge of the nitrous system to bring the Chevelle in. He is going to be waiting on Woolley with Field dialed in at a 725. Woolley wheels up launch. Field trying to track him down as he's got the shootout early, but it's Lane Woolley. As Jason Field even dumping the laundry early. Goes under by a 10th with his dial-in. As Lane Woolley went 001 on the tree, nailing the reaction time department, and makes his way into round number 2 of eliminations. Anthony Katnick going to square up against Justin Bond. Bond in the Pontiac Grand Am over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 776. And an 844 for the TK Performance Dodge Dart for Anthony Katnick. So Bond going to be waiting on the Dart. So Anthony Katnick making the move up into Canada West Door Slammers, running this Dart. It's made its debut this year. Waiting on Justin Bond to turn on the bottom ball. Bond in hot pursuit. Bond breaks out. 774 with a 7 on the 776. Dial in. Katnick runs an 846 with the 3 on the 844. And is going to move into round number 2 of competition for the TK Performance Dodge Dart. 050 on the tree for Katnick. 073 for Justin Bond. And then Katnick running just over 200 off the dial as Bond goes under by 100th with that 774 with a 7. So Tom Katnick, your number 1 qualifier in Canada West Door Slammers for Lordco Auto Parts and TK Performance, the turbocharged Camaro, is running well into the 650s at over 210 miles an hour for Katnick as he backs up from the burnout. Car that started out with a naturally aspirated big cubic inch power plant that Tom acquired just in the last few years and made the step up to Canada West Door Slammer competition and switched it up with the turbocharged setup. Nick Duda helping things out. You can see he's got the laptop leaning in the passenger side, making the final adjustments for Tom Katnick as he gets ready to bring the car up to the line. So Tom Katnick with the odd number of cars on the property, you're going to get the bye run into round number 2. Again, kind of the benefit of being the quickest car on the property this weekend for Canada West Door Slammers. Dialed in at a 650. So even if he runs under, obviously you're going to get into the next round. Good test and tune session to see how close they can get to that 650 or what kind of a number the track is going to hold here in round number 1 of Eliminations. Quick pedal for Tom, just shy of the 330-foot mark. How about a 652 with a 7? Big speed, 225 miles an hour for Tom Katnick in the Camaro, and he's going to make his way into round number 2 for the racer out of Maple Ridge. So Tom Katnick with that 652 with a 7, 225 miles an hour. Almost 300 off the dial is Scott Grant and Paul Stretch, your next pair in the water box. So Scott Grant dialed it in at an 8:15, and Paul Stretch was 7:29. Going to be waiting for almost second in the starting line. And the Cavalier over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. The Mid-Island engines powered Cavalier that was very popular body style in mid-2000s in NHRA Pro Stock competition, and as those bodies often do, make appearances in fast door car action. Stretch, longtime competitor in Canada West Door Slammers, has had this Cavalier for the last few years and a former champion in the category for the racer out of Duncan. And Scott Grant from Langley dialed in again with that 8:15 of the Camaro. Well, it's Paul Stretch. Not wanting to break out because he had already cleared the Camaro by the time they got to the 8th mile mark. Is Scott Grant's reaction time started with a 5. Stretch going 1:39 on the tree, not the reaction time he was looking for either, but when the opponent's reaction time starts with a 5, still got almost 4 tenths off the starting line. 7:39 with the 4, shutting her off early at 163 miles an hour on the 7:29 dial. Is Brody Shirk going to come up next? The racer out of Langley, the big block Chevy-powered 67 Chevy Nova. To face off against Victoria's Grant Howell, 632 cubic inches of Sunset Racing Engines power for the orange and purple 37 Chevy that Grant has run for so many years here with Canada West Door Slammers for Door Slammer champion. Turn on the top bulb, waiting on Grant to come in, and he's going to have to play catch-up with an 853 dial-in for sure. Well, that one, as you can see by the wind light already illuminated on the Lordco side of the racetrack, was decided on the starting line. Brody Shirk going 0-11 red, and then running under the dial-in to add insult to injury. 852 with the 7 on the 853, going under by 2 thou. As Grant Howell runs 775 with a 1 on the 772 dial-in. 018 on the tree for Howell, and he is going to move in to round 2 of competition. This looked like a very quick scan of the Lordco side of the racetrack. And, well, just like that comes our next pair in round number 1 of eliminations for Canada West Door Slammer. Rod Leclerc, his 1967 Chevy Camaro. Second quick in the qualifying order. He's going to face off against Steve Lowe out of Langley, the 1992 Pontiac Firebird. Rod Leclerc, 598 cubic inches Chevy power with just a little bit of nitrous assistance to run that car deep into the 6-second zone. For the owner of Paradise Homes, co-owner of the company that helps to also sponsor the Door Slammers category. There you can see the purge in the nitrous system. Make sure the lines are clear to deliver as much power as possible when Rod steps on the throttle and tries to chase down Steve Lowe. Lowe dialed in at a 794. So a 9/10 of a second, thereabout head start for Steve Lowe from Langley in the Firebird, who's made the step up from running the family's Camaro to running this Firebird in Canada West Door Slammer competition. Steve taking on the Lordco side of the racetrack as Leclerc is already pre-staged, and, well, he's going to have to sit and wait for a little bit. Steve Lowe's going to get the head start in the Firebird. Problems for Lowe, and it's going to be Rod Leclerc, 686 with a 3,200 miles an hour. For Rod Leclerc, getting the job done. As Steve Lowe with problems in the Firebird coasts through at the top end with a 1534 with a 7 at 52 miles an hour for those that are keeping track. Top Fuel Harleys, Top Fuel Harleys. We need you to the lanes. Top Fuel Harley, this is your call to the lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Otto Schulte for Black Creek, BC. That is in between Courtney and Campbell River. On the north end of the island, and Adam DeYoung out of Abbotsford. DeYoung going to get the head start. 832 the dial, 752 for Schulte. And another one decided on the starting line as Adam DeYoung going to get into round number 2. 834 with 1. On the 832, Otto Schulte running under the dial as well to add insult to injury. 750 with a 5 on the 752 for the still cruising Cavalier. So he's going to go out in round number 1. Adam DeYoung, the Artex Racing Camaro, moves into round 2 of competition. Greg Field out of Kamloops, the twin turbocharged big block Chevy Opal. The Opal GT. It's been down to the 640s at 227 miles an hour. They've been struggling with this race car this weekend, though. Haven't made a representative pass so far. We ran a best of a 760 earlier in qualifying, and it's representative of what they have dialed in, a 7 flat. Dale Jansen in the Canso. wheel, pedaling his way on and off the throttle. Jansen goes 802 on the 797 dial in at 160 miles an hour. Nice cushion over Fields' troubled 755 with an 8 at 199 miles an hour as he tried to manhandle that thing down the racetrack to try and catch the Canso, but Armstrong's Dale Jansen going to move into round number 2 of competition. How about the reaction time for Jansen? 008 on the tree. Greg Fields' reaction time started with a 2. That definitely didn't help his cause. And shows in the margin of victory. Dale Jansen carrying out 7/10 over 7/10 at the stripe. James Kennedy in the Lordco side of the racetrack. James in the Kent Specialty Auto big block Chevy powered 04 Grand Am. He's going to face off against Dave Warren, Mission Zone, in a car that has seen quite a lot of passes here at Mission Raceway Park, the Blue Max 62 Chevy Bel Air. Warren dialed in at a 790. James Kennedy dialed in at a 689. So just a tick over a second head start for Dave Warren, as James Kennedy will try and track him down. One of the quickest cars in the property, won only 3 cars in the 6-second zone in qualifying. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Who's going to get to the line? It is going to be Dave Warren getting the win on a double breakout. 686 with an 8 on the 689 dial-in for James Kennedy, going 2 hun under as Dave Warren goes under his dial-in by 5 thou and gonna move on in round number 2. 789 with a 4 on the 790 dial, and again Warren going under by the least by only 5 thou, so he's gonna get the nod for the round win and to line on up for round 2 of competition. Aiden Katnick, nitrous-assisted Ford Mustang, the Fox body with the small tire combo on the back. It guided up to the ready line. Winner in Canada West Door Slammer competition earlier this year for Aiden Katnick. He is dialed in an 838, and Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack in the 1994 Chevy Beretta. For Postma Farms, Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, JS Power Sports, and AFD Petroleum, dialed in a 766 for the former class champion. So Robinson going to play catch-up, is going to back up the Beretta and try and line her up just a little bit in the lane so that he is placed where he wants that car to go, is waiting on both racers to turn on that top bulb. Chase is on for Scott Robinson. And at the stripe, it is going to be Scott Robinson. 766 on the 766. 3 thou for being dead on the dial for Scott Robinson in the Beretta. 844 with an O on the 838 dial in for Aiden Katnick, who was 6 hun off the dial, and it is going to be Scott Robinson moving on into round number 2 of competition. Is Howie Winklehorst in the 55 Bel Air out of Abbotsford, going to go up against Mark Thompson. Thompson, the 54 Studebaker with the big block Chevy, beautifully presented Marvel Racing entry out of Coldstream. And Winklehorst in the former car piloted by the driver now of the Winter Marina Harbor and RV 53 Corvette. Thompson doing the chasing with a 758 dialing, 836 for Winklehorst, and it is Mark Thompson running 758 on the 758. 1 thou for being dead on the dial. 758 with a 1 at 169 miles an hour, 837 with a 5 at 160 for Howie Winklehorse, who's going to get knocked out in round number 1 of competition. 0.16 of the tree for Thompson as well. Not too shabby for the Marvel Racing Studebaker that's going to make their way into round number 2 of competition. Howie Winklehorse was driving Henry Zacharias' former 55 Chevy. Zacharias has stepped up to run a Corvette in competition. Poe Freeborn coming to the line next. The racer out of Courtney, the Comox Valley. Bobcat and Excavating 67. Shelby dialing at a 7:15. Terry Langdon Davies going to get exactly a 1 second head start. He is dialed in at 8:15 in the Langdon Davies Concrete Willies out of Yarrow. Tension in the pits. Pro class. We need you to the lanes. Pro to the lanes. Sportsman, you are on standby. Pro, we need you to the lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Poe Freeborn going big time red. As Terry Langdon Davies running under the dial, 8:12 with an 8 breaking out on the 8:15, but that doesn't matter because Poe Freeborn went 0.4 red on the line, giving the win to Langdon Davies. So Terry Langdon Davies and that iconic purple and black Willie is going to move to round number 2. So once again, Pro, we have called you to the lanes for elimination round number 1. Sportsman, this is your standby call. Pro to the lanes. Sportsman, this is your standby call. It is Brad Powell, the STR Racing Outlaw Garage Custom 67 Chevelle. Gonna square up against Zach Joyce. Joyce, the 48 Austin, the supercharged Mopar power plant. Slowly making his way back from the burnout on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So Zach Joyce, the quicker of the 2 cars, dialed in at a 780 as opposed to Brad Powell's 844 for the Linwood Washington racer. As Zach Joyce with a comparatively short wheelbase setup for the Austin, the A40, when that body replicates. As Joyce pre-stage, waiting on Powell to bump in the Chevelle, as he is going to be the one who leaves the line first with that 844 dial-in. As they're going to sit. And still sit. And still waiting. Neither driver bumping in. As a little bit of a staging duel developing as the starter telling him to bring both cars into the beams, and we are still waiting. Brad Powell finally bumps her in. Here comes Joyce. Powell is green. Joyce is green. And Joyce getting a little out of the groove. It's going to be Brad Powell, 847 with a 5 and the 844 dial, double 04 on the tree, 058 for Joyce, who is sashaying his way all over the Lordco Auto Parts lane, got out of it, and runs an off song 852 with a 2 at 143 miles an hour. So Derek Shirk out of Langley, the Titanium Auto Group 55 Chevy Bel Air. Going to go up against Mission's own Darren Buick, the 67 Nova for Evans Excavating. Buick dialed in at an 862, meaning that Shirk's going to have to wait a little bit with a 780. starting line in favor of Derek Shirk, as Darren Buick already out of it after going big time red. 776 with a 6 on the 780, so going under the dial, breaking out for Derek Shirk, but that did not matter because Darren Buick turned on the red light and coasting his way down the racetrack, so Derek Shirk will move on to round number 2 of competition. Chase Severston, the JS Power Sports turbocharged Acadian, is going to go up against Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy, the 1992 Pontiac Firebird, dialing himself in an 816. Severston, a 735 for the Canso, the TCS side of the racetrack. So, turn it on the top bulb already as Severston. You hear the boost build. Kenworthy bringing in the Firebird. Both racers green, and the chase is on for Severston at the line. It's going to be Mike Kenworthy. 824 with a 1 on the 816 dial-in. 744 on the 735. Severston 900ths off the dial. Kenworthy 800ths, just a tick over 800ths off the dial in. Margin of victory at the stripe, just over 400ths in favor of Kenworthy at the line for the Arlington, Washington racer with that 824 on the 816. So that is going to wrap things up for round number 1 of eliminations for Canada West Door Slammer. Quick check of the starting line. We got Top Fuel Harley getting ready to come up to the ready line next for their first round of eliminations here at Mission Raceway Park, as the 2-wheeled Nitro fueled variety getting set for the Western Canadian Top Fuel Nitro Bike Race Series. I'd like to thank, of course, Rad Torque Systems for stepping up, supporting them throughout the 2024 season. And your first 2 riders underneath of the Lordco Bridge. Jim Schellenberg going to be on the Lordco side of the racetrack. The Rip It Up Racing Harley, brought to us by LMS Reinforcing Steel, SRL Industries, and Alder Auto Parts. The rider out of Surrey, and Pete Waugh from Gabriola Island on the second Big Kids Racing entry. Is a little bit of starting line attention. The TCS side of the racetrack before we send the Top Fuel Harley competitors down the racetrack again for round number 1 of eliminations. All bikes qualified within the 6-second zone coming into eliminations today here at MRP. As Pete Waugh going to try and take out Jim Schellenberg, vice versa, as both bikes fired up and ready to go. They fire them without the rider on the motorcycle in case it hydraulics when they turn it over. The rider's also wearing ballistic vests underneath of the leathers in case of any shrapnel from any motor detonation on the course of the run. As both bikes fired, here comes your first pair in Top Fuel Harley. The nod from both riders that they're good to go to start their burnouts, and now removing the pins out of the parachutes in the back of the bikes as they get ready to bring them up into the staging beams. Pete Waugh, probably one of the newer riders in Top Fuel Harley competition, has been moving up in the last few years and making himself a home here at Mission Raceway Park. Both riders already pre-staged. Here we go. Wheels up and hauling both sides of the racetrack, and it is going to be Pete Waugh, 666 with a 6 at 202 miles an hour. Jim Schellenberg was right over by the cone zone over in the quarter-mile traps, but was leaning off the right side of that thing, trying to coerce it back into the groove, runs it through to a 681 with a 9, 202 miles an hour. as Pete Waugh gets to the finish line first by just over 200. 2/10 make that over Schellenberg. Side by side, 6-second runs as Pete Waugh will move into round number 2 of competition with that 6:66 with a 6 for Big Kids Racing at 202 miles an hour, but 2 wheels up charges all the way down either sides of the racetrack. And Lordco Auto Parts lane at the TCS side of the racetrack, and Jim Schellenberg running that 6:81 with a 9. Unfortunately, coming up just a little bit short in round number 1 of competition. So it'll be Austin Christopher, the Fast Lane Racing. Top Fuel Harley getting the competition single is Damian Cowden, the 3-time CMDRA Top Fuel Harley champion, unable to make the call in round number 1 of competition. They have still been trying to dial in that new combo on the motorcycle that they have been chasing, but finally got in the 6-second zone. Unfortunately, couldn't make the call for round number 1, so Austin Christopher out of hope. He said that Pete Waugh was fairly new to Top Fuel Harley competition, but Austin Christopher in his first full year on board the Fast Lane Racing machine. Austin gets some help from Great White North Distillery, Road End Farms, TDN Contractors, Lordco Auto Parts, Red Line Racing Lubricants, and Coldwater Springs helping out. The young rider that moved up from Pro Modified motorcycle, running 6-second passes on a turbocharged Kawasaki to the completely different world of Nitro Fuel V-Twins and Top Fuel Harley. So we'll see what Austin Christopher can do on this competition single. Wheels up all the way down the TCS side of the racetrack. How about a 6:40 with a 0, 216 miles an hour for Austin Christopher. Had that front end picked up and all the way in the air until about the 1,000-foot mark before it finally set back down to terra firma. And Austin Christopher so far with low ET of round number 1 with one more motorcycle in the water box. Getting ready to fire up, and that is your number 1 qualifier, Nate Gagnon. On board the second Big Kids Racing entry, waiting on the signal to fire it up and get ready to go down the TCS side of the racetrack. Is making sure that Austin Christopher is clear up on the top end. Looks like he has safely made the turn off on board of his Fast Lane Racing machine. So just like that, Nate Gagnon getting the signal to fire it up. The former FIM world champion, European side of things, in Top Fuel motorcycle, getting ready to make a run down the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Coming in as your number 1 qualifier. And a veteran at Top Fuel Harleys, of course, Big Kids Racing. They build them, they tune them, they ride them. Helped to put together this beautifully turned out motorcycle. This is going to be your final Top Fuel Harley in round number 1 of Eliminations, heading into the semifinals. So unfortunately, problems off the line for Nate Gagnon. He is going to idle his way down the TCS side of the racetrack, trying to take a stab at the racetrack. Unfortunately, blowing the tire off of it just off the line on the hit. As you can see, the crew members looking at the tire pattern left off the starting line, and Nate's going to coast through for a matter of record, running 18.98 with a 0 at 52 miles per hour. As he'll make the turn off at the top end, and we'll get ready for Kim Parker as she has come back with the A Fuel dragster, and she is going to get ready for her 3rd test hit of the weekend, around a 566, just over 250 miles per hour, pedaling it last night. And the Parker team coming back and getting ready to make a little bit of noise, burn some nitro and A Fuel action In the Lordco lane, just as soon as we make sure that things are cleared off in the top end, they're going to give her the signal to fire up the A-Fuel dragster. The course competes in NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman action and runs in the top dragster category. You can either run the A-Fuel combo where you're burning a whole lot of nitro with the injected setup, or you're running a supercharged alcohol burning combo. Kim is running the A-Fuel dragster. These cars capable of running in, well, the conditions right now around the 520s, 530s, if everything goes correctly. Kim's best run, a 519. The quarter mile is A-Fuel, kind of the stepping stone. Quite a lot of racers up into Top Fuel in the NHRA Mission Foods Drag Racing Series. As you can see, the Nitro coming out of the headers is the team out of Washington State, fired up, ready to go for Kim Parker. Kim Parker rolling into the throttle in the burnout. She is a former Northwest Nationals winner, the national event down in Seattle for Pacific Raceways. So again, we set Kim. Ran a 566 pedaling it. You can see the 10 on the top wing destination that finished 10th. NHRA point standings went into the 2024 season last year. So you'll get ready to be guided up to the ready line as a little taste of A-Fuel action here this afternoon for the NHRA National Open. And Kim Parker sticking around as she was running double duty yesterday, running with the Northwest Double B Funny Car Association and the A-Fuel dragster, electing to stay around for an extra day, make an extra hit, see what she can try and do down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. She gets the signal to bring it into the staging beams. It's just going to go about 60 feet, but Kim trying to keep her foot in it and do a quick pedal, did not hook up and coast her way, still doing 11:08 at 93 miles an hour, even after blowing the tires off of it just past the Christmas tree. So Kim Parker clicking it off early, going to make the turn off at the top end. And thank Kim and the team for sticking around here at Mission Raceway Park, trying to put on a show for everybody, and unfortunately not going to make a full pull this weekend, but 11:08 with a 5 for Kim Parker, and I'm going to take the data and put that back and take a look at it back in the pit area. And thanks to the team for sticking around here for the Sunday of the National Open, and see Kim back here at Mission Raceway Park, because that is going to wrap things up in the Nitro end of things. We have Pro Bracket lined up and ready to go for their first round of eliminations. They are at the head of staging as we speak. So attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sportsman, this is your call to the lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Sportsman, this is your call to the lanes for round number 1. And Super Pro, this is your standby call. Super Pro, you're on standby. Sportsman, this is your call to the lanes. So here comes round number 1 of eliminations for Pro Bracket. Rob Monroe out of Surrey and Roy Roman out of North Vancouver. Roman dialed it into 11:28 in the AMC Rambler. The Trick or Treat Rambler that had some problems in the one and only qualifying session that we had this morning, got out of it early. Rob Monroe from Surrey, Winter Harbor Marina and RV 69 Acadian with the small block Chevy. Going to be doing the chasing with the 1060 dial. Both racers are green off the line and come down to who can play the finish line stripe the best. Is Rowe will see if he can chase down the Rambler. And, well, Roy Roman breaking out 11:24 with a 1 on the 11:28 dial-in as they reach the finish line stripe at pretty much exactly the same time. The margin at the line point 0.0000 as Rob Monroe also broke out, but only by 2 thou. So Rob Monroe going to move on in to round number 2 of competition, running a 10:59 with the 7 on the 1060 dial, as Roy Roman breaking out 11:24 on the 11:26. Richard Love going to be up at the ready line next. Going to face off against Jim Banky. Banky in the 67 Barracuda with a 1019 dial-in, 1199 dial-in for Richard Love. He's going to be making the move first. And that one was decided on the starting line. Richard Love goes red, and Jim Banky goes to round 2. Under the dial by almost 200. 1017 on the 1019. 009 on the tree for Banky, but it didn't matter because Richard Love goes 043 red. James Dobson, the 1970 Camaro, he is on the TCS side of the racetrack. The Dead Man's Racing Ron's engine machine, small block Chevy powered machine. Dialing in a 1065, gonna get a itty bitty head start over John Tabak, who's dialing in a 1058. That one was decided on the starting line as well. Tabak, 008 red. Both racers breaking out 1064 with an 8 on the 1065 dial. Dobson breaking out by 1 thou. Tabak running 1056 with a 4 on the 1058. Breaks out by a hun. So James Dobson moves into round number 2 of competition, as Tabak turning on the red light and then adding insult to injury by breaking out as Lawrence Charnell going to get the head start with a 1286. Dennis Winton doing the chasing in the four-door Bel Air with a 1033. Now to wait almost 2 seconds on the starting line for the Bel Air, and the chase is on. And the chase is done as both racers going under. Double breakout in favor of Lawrence Charnell, 1283 with a 0 at 104 miles an hour. And the racer from Port Alberni going to move on into round number 2. Dennis Winton going 1026 with an 8 on the 1033 dial, breaking out by over 6 hun, as Charnell only going under by 3 hun and getting the win in the first or worst ruling. Grant Gordon in the Lordco lane, dialing in a 1203. Ralph Ehlers, the LS-powered Fox Body Mustang, dialing in a 1091, and it's going to be Ehlers getting the job done. Grant Gordon going 022 red on the tree, hands Ehlers the win, and then Ehlers going under by 3 thou. That did not matter because Grant Gordon already red-lighted away his chances on the starting line. Garth Drager out of Brooks, Alberta, the Magnum Oilfield Services 98 Mustang, going to be waiting for quite a while on Jim Stahl's Mustang. 2 seconds, as a matter of fact, for the racer out of Tulalip getting the head start. And Garth Drager, his weekend going to come to an early end as he goes 004 red. How about Jim Stahl, though? 1101 on the 1101 dial-in, 1101 with a 1 thou away from being dead on the dial for the racer out of Tulalip, Washington, going 027 on the tree, not too shabby. As a 28 thou package for Jim Stahl. And Mike Render, fresh off the Wally earlier this morning. Del Northgraves gonna do the chasing. 1085 for the S10, 1049 for the Nova on the Lordco side of the racetrack. And it is going to be Mike Render moving into round number 2 for the Fountain Tire Chilliwack Fortins Lordco S10, 1087 with the 3 on the 1085 dial. Gets to the stripe, 4 hun to the good over Del Northgraves, who runs 1052 with an 8 on the 1049, as it is Walter Johnson. Going to be waiting on Steve Baskerville. Baskerville, the 2022 Ford Mustang, dialed in a 1301. Johnson dialed in an 1117 for the racer out of Abbotsford. And another one decided on the starting line. Walter Johnson going 0-22 red, and then Steve Baskerville goes under his dial by almost 0.3 of a second, but that doesn't matter because Johnson already red lighted away his chances. Baskerville running a 1276 and the 1301 dial in, but Walter Johnson going 0-22 red and then runs 1121 with 7 in the 1117, but all for naught as Steve Baskerville moves to round number 2. Trying to chase down Al Proc. 905 for Monroe, 990 for Proc, but Proc goes 015 red. And then Rob Monroe goes under his dial in by a 10th. 890 with a 4 on the 905, but already again decided on the starting line as Al Proc goes 015 red, then runs 967 on the 990 dial, over 2/10 under. So Rob Monroe going to get the job done, moves into round number 2 of competition, is Nick Douglas from Lake Stevens, Washington. The 2023 Dodge Chargers Super B will face off against Lorenz Schwartz in the 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo. Schwartz going to be waiting on the Charger. 1237 the dial in for your defending Sportsman champion here at Mission Raceway Park, the TCS side of the racetrack. Lorenz Schwartz dialed in at a 1025. So they are backing them both out of the beams. So seeing something they don't like down there in the starting line is a little bit of fluid, might be just a little bit of water going out from underneath of the Dodge, which is what the starting line crew is taking a look at. That is why they got backed out of the beams. So a quick check at the starting line of the TCS side of the racetrack. So working our way through Pro Bracket Elimination round number 1. Quick check again of the starting line, as there was some fluid detected on the starting line. So the starting line crew will take a look, make sure that it is nothing that is going to cause us any issues before we send this next pairing down the racetrack. So backing them up is, looks like we're going to give them the signal to fire things back up, and Nick Douglas will take his second attempt at a burnout and bring the Dodge back up to the ready line. Lorenz Schwartz will also fire up the Monte Carlo over in the Lordco side of things, and we'll get ready for this first round pairing. So again, like we were saying, Lorenz going to be waiting on the Dodge on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Douglas is off, and here comes the Monte Carlo. Both racers green on the tree, and at the line, Lorenz Schwartz on a double breakout. 12:31 with 5 on the 12:37 dial-in for Nick Douglas, going 500, just over 500 under. Lorenz Schwartz going just over 300 under. Gets the win and the nod as both racers breaking out, but Lorenz going under by a little bit less with the 10:21 with a 1 on the 10:25 dial-in as the Battle of the Wagons. Coming up next, Chris Smith out of Chilliwack. 1979 Fort Fairmont wagon up against Cassie Tippy from Surrey in the 66 Nova wagon. So Tippy gonna get to the line first, 11:63 with a 5 and the 11:62 dial-in. Chris Smith running an 11:02 on the 10:76, so it's Tippy by a big margin at the line. She had a nice cushion, and we'll move on in to round number 2 in a correction 65 Nova wagon. The racer out of Surrey is Sean Ernest. On the TCS side of the racetrack, in the 1989 Chevy S10, dialed in at 11:32, and Pierre Barry from Nanaimo on Vancouver Island going to be waiting a while with a 997. Pierre, who just licensed in the Firebird, making his first elimination rounds and goes to round number 2 for the first time. 10:01 with a 7. On the 997 is Sean Ernest going well under what he dialed. 11:24 at the 5 and the 11:32 dial in. And it will be Ron Walsh out of Langley, the 81 Chevy Camaro, and Ray Bollinger out of Maple Ridge, the big old Pontiac for Just Mechanical and A&A Customs. Both racers leaving the line green as Bollinger trying to drive around the Camaro, and that is exactly what he's going to do, is both of them going under. 10:62 at the 1 of the 10:63 for Bollinger, only 9 thou under as Ron Wallace goes 10:48 on the 10:50 dial, going under by just over 100th of a second, giving the win to Bollinger, who again only going under the dial in by 9 thou. Robert Sislock out of Blaine, Washington, the 2009 Dodge Challenger, the Drag Pack Challenger, going to face off against Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy 2 for Preston Chevrolet. Walker going to be waiting for about 100th of a second. Well, Robert Sislock was 0.56 on the wrong side of the tree, as Ross Walker was 0.59 on the correct side of the Christmas tree. Goes under the dial by, well, just about 500ths of a second. 10:04 with the 1 on the 10:09 dial in, but that did not matter as Robert Sislock red lights away his chances with a thin 0.56 red on the starting line is Mal Patterson, the Malfunction 68 Acadian. For Albion Tireland, and Craig Johnson, the 79 Malibu for BC Scale, Johnson's Custom Exhaust. He is going to be leaving the line slightly ahead of Patterson at 10:60 to a 10:12. Green on either side of the racetrack. Not much in between the reaction times. Going to come down to the line as it is going to be Mal Patterson. 10:12 on the 10:12. 10:12 with an O. Only 7/10,000ths of a second from being completely dead on his dial. Down to the 4th decimal place for Mal Patterson. Going 0.10 of the tree. Jason Gremlin, big time wheel stand, big time red. Super Pro, we need you guys to the lanes. Super Pro, we need you guys to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle and hot rod. Super Pro to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle and hot rod. So Jason Grunlin out of Richmond in that 66 Chevelle for Done Right Performance. Goes 950 on the 957 dial, way under. Red lights by a big amount. Chris Stone, 975, and the 980 also going under the dial. But again, Jason Grunland red lighting away his chances as Bobby Ehlers getting the single into round number 2. Mustang going 1040 on the 1037 dial, 035 light, not too shabby. That is going to round things out for Pro Elimination round number 1. We are going to roll into Sportsman Elimination round number 1 coming up next. So again, Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes. As Motorcycle and Hot Rod, you're on standby. First pair in Sportsman Eliminations, Jeff Hoffman out of Mission in the GMC, dialing in a 1248, 1196. The dial in for Abbotsford's Tyler Dobson in his 78 Camaro. Dobson lays chase and gets the job done. 1197 with the 9 on the 1196. 1248 on the 1248 for Jeff Hoffman. 9th thou from being dead on the dial, but unfortunately given up quite a margin on the starting line. 094 to an 047, and that is all that Tyler Dobson needed to drive around him in the Camaro. Is Archie Lipwright and Ann Copeland. Copeland with the big head start with the 1540 dial in the Subaru. 1345. And it is going to be Ann Copeland getting the job done. 1537 on the 1540 dial. Both racers breaking out. 1337 on the 1340 dial for Limpright. He is going to go under by 700ths. Copeland under by just 200ths. And gets the job done to move on into round number 2 is Roland Lowen from Aldergrove. Going to square up against Brandon Piskachek. Piskachek, the Fox Body Mustang, and already can see that the wind light is on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack is Roland Lowen going 011 red. So Piskachek going under the dial by 4th thou, 1330 with a 5, but again, not mattering as Roland Lowen already red lighted away his chances at the win. As Rob Getz, the Lordco side of the racetrack in the F-150, going to square up against Randy Hermison. And Hermison going to get the big head start by almost 2 seconds in the Wing Behemoth. And Rob Getz going to try and play catch up, but that's not going to work out so well because he red lights off the line, 055 red, as Hermison runs 1397 on the 1395 with an 050 reaction time to move into round 2, and here comes Sylvia Hooksons. Sylvia out of Maple Ridge, 1269 the dial in her 66 Ford Mustang that she has been running for quite a few years out here at Mission Raceway Park. 1163 for Mission's Bill Wells over in the 79 Malibu, the Lordco side of the racetrack, going to be doing the chasing. So the 81-year-old in the silver Malibu trying to track down Sylvia Hooksons, and how about that? Bill Wells runs 1163 on the 1163. 1163 with a 2-2 thou from being dead on, and moves in to round number 2. Hooksons going out in round number 1 in the Mustang as Ryan Cadre out of Maple Ridge in the 71 Chevelle. Going to go up against Stewart Town. Stewart from the place where it's always summer, unless you show up from about October to March. Summerland, the 77 Astra. He calls End Times, brought to us by Lordco Auto Parts. An 1164 to an 1163. Essentially a heads-up race, with only 1/1000 separating them on the dial. 100th, rather, separating them on the dial. other side of the titanium strip. And it is going to be a double breakout, but Stewart Town going to get the nod, 11.61 with a 5 and 11.63, going under by .0146. Ryan in the Chevelle going under by .0198. 11.62 with a 0 on the 11.64 at 113 miles an hour, as it is Nick Douglas back up again in the Super B, facing off against Eric Hansen. Broadway Refrigeration Dodge Dart. 12.38 with a 5 on the 12.37 dial-in. Nick Douglas gonna get the job done as Eric Hansen going under by a bunch. 12.40 with a 1 on the 12.44. As next pair already up at the line, Colin Moore out of Chilliwack, 63 Fort Fairlane for Linden Service Center, and Matt Warner climbing behind the wheel of the Dart for the weekend for the racer out of Sumas in the Linden Service Center, sponsored Dodge. So there goes the Fairlane, and there goes Matt. Unfortunately for Matt, left the line just a little too soon. 0.14 red, so it's going to be Colin Moore moving into round number 2. Runs a 14.19 with a 5 on the 14.14. Ron Clark from Port Alberni. 69 Chevelle, 350 under the hood, up against Kevin McCauley. And the 83 Olds Cutlass for BDL Automotive. So Ron Clark going to get the win, 12.62 with the 6 on the 12.61, 11.95 on the 11.88 for Kevin McCauley is Steve Baskerville, 12.91 dial-in for the 2022 Mustang, and Grant Gordon, 12.04, going to be waiting on the 5-liter. Well, neither racer going to be putting up their reaction times on the fridge anytime soon. 12.09 with a 2 at 104 miles an hour. Grant Gordon gets the job done on that 12.04 with a 102 light. Baskerville going 0.88 on the tree. Runs a 13.07 with an O on the 12.91 dial in. So it's going to be Grant Gordon, the 4-cycle Customs Dart, moving around number 2. As here comes Richard Love out of the Soyuz. Going to go up against Lawrence Charnell out of Port Alberni in the Chevelle. 12.03 for Love, 12.85 for Charnell as the S10 having to play catch-up. And the S10 going under, breaking out. So does Charnell, but Charnell does it by less. 12.81 with a 9 on the 12.85 at 11.98 with a 4 on the 12.03 for Love. So it's going to be Lawrence Charnell moving into round number 2 of competition with that 68 Chevelle. Jason Stobie gonna get the bye run in the GMC AT4. Leaves the line with an 072 light and will quietly make his way in round number 2, dialing it in at a 1577, seeing how close he can get to that 1577. And he goes 1577. 1577 with a 3 on the 1577 dial-in for Jason Stobie. Only 3 thou off the dial. And moves into round number 2. So that is going to round things out for Sportsman. Elimination round number 1 as we get ready for Super Pro to come up to the ready line next. Full staging lanes, full as Super Pro class competitors as you're going to get ready to roll in again. Elimination mode here at Mission Raceway Park on the Sunday of the National Open. And big thanks to everybody that is making it possible. If we do have a little bit of a break in the action here, as we should be getting ready to roll the first pair underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge momentarily. Hot Rod, we need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod 5 and 6. And standby call for BC Super Shifters. Hot Rod 5 and 6. Standby call for BC Super Shifters. So again, getting late in the season here at Mission Raceway Park. Still a few events to head on out and spectate. We're going to have the Ron Farmer Memorial Mission Finals coming up September 20th to the 22nd, I do believe are the dates. Around our champions in the JBS Equipment ET Series categories. And to finish off the full weekend drag racing portion of the program here at MRP. Gonna have the West Coast Outlaws Shootout. Final weekend of September with West Coast Pro Modifieds. West Coast Outlaws, Outlaw 275, Limited Street, Real Street. But here comes your first pair in Super Pro action. In round number 1 of eliminations, gonna only getting the 1 qualifying hit this morning is John Tabac from Maple Ridge, 1989 Chevy S10, who unfortunately went out in round number 1 of Pro competition. Taking another stab at it here in Super Pro for the folks, easy for me to say, at Rad Torque Systems and Cold Front, going up against Steve Vetch from Courtney, 72 Plymouth Duster. 10:58 for Tabac, a 10:50 for Vetch, so Vetch having to wait 0.08 of a second on the line, and it is going to be John Tabac going 10:66 in the 10:58 dial-in. Vetch breaking out with a 10:44 on his 10:50 dial-in and handing the win to Tabac. Also a 2:25 reaction time, not helping things out, so John Tabac still getting to the finish line strike first. So he went 0:34 in the tree. Ted Buss going to be up next. The racer out of Shawnigan Lake, 34 Ford Roadster for Shawnigan Trucking. And a thanks going out to Straight Line Race Cars. 427 cubic inches of Chevy power helping to get that Roadster down the TCS side of the racetrack. It's going to be Jeremy Soares coming from the north of the province. Terrace, as a matter of fact. On the Lordco side of things, Jeremy gonna have to wait on Ted, dialed in at a 749 of the Source Transports, Quick Tech Race Cars, dragster. They are clean and green on the tree. And it's gonna come down to the finish line, and it's gonna come down to Jeremy Soares running 749 on the 749, 915. On a 920 for Ted Buss, who breaks out on the TCS side of the racetrack, but 5 thou away from being 749 with an O on the 749. Jeremy Soares going to move to round number 2 with a not too shabby 020 Light as well, as it is Rick McKinney in the 95 Camaro. The TCS side of the racetrack with the 1058. Martin Rochelle with the 1090. So, Rochelle and McKinney, a duke it out to the finish line, and it's going to be Martin Rochelle. 1092 with 4 on the 1090 dial, 1058 with an O on the 1058, dead on the dial for McKinney. But the advantage in the reaction time department for Rochelle, who goes 021 to the tree. McKinney's 084 light. Means that Rochelle still had a cushion at the stripe, getting the win by 3 hun at the line. Even though McKinney only ran 2/10,000ths of a second off the dial. As Emma Debris-Coos from Shawnee Lake dialed in an 899. John Brenning should have got the head start. Didn't look like he got the head start. That's because Emma Debris-Coos absolutely tattooed him on the tree, because Emma went .000 in the reaction time department and the TCS side of the racetrack. Redding's reaction time starting with a 3. So Debris-Coos making up that advantage pretty much as soon as she left the starting line, and gets the job done as Mike Robinson in the 27 Ford T-Bucket on the TCS side of the racetrack, facing off against Kevin McNichol. Very even in the starting line department. Is a little T-Bucket going to try and chase down the Nova. But it's Kevin McNichol going 10-14 on the 10-14. 10-14 with a 6 on the 10-14 dial, and a 6th thou off. Margin of victory at the stripe, 4 hun in favor of Kevin McNichol, as Mike Robinson runs a 923 with a 4 on the 919 dial in, and comes up a little bit short in his pursuit of Mission's Kevin McNichol in the Nova. Tammy Pajol out of Abbotsford, the Rat Torque Systems dragster, going to line up against Jan Christensen. Christensen, the El Gringo, 67 Nova. He's going to be in the Lordco side of the racetrack. He's dialed in at an 864. Tammy dialed in at a 784. Going to have to wait on the door car in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Systems rail at the stripe, double breakout, 860 with a 6 for Christensen on the 864 dial in, 778 on the 784 for Tammy, going under by almost 600ths of a second. Christensen by just over 300ths, getting the nod, and he is going to move to round number 2. Willie Oliver coming up to the line next in the TCS side of the racetrack. Big block Chevy propelled Rad Torque Systems JS Power Sports undercover chassis machine, going to face off against Jason Gibson. Jason out of Surrey, the 1991 Ford Mustang with the radial tires on the back. The Lordco side of the racetrack, car that usually runs the 8th Mile Limited Street. Jason's been playing in Super Pro action here the last few weekends in the quarter mile side of things. Dialed in a 983, 778 the dial in for Oliver. Jason Gibson, your winner yesterday in Super Pro competition, and Willie Oliver trying to track him down. It is going to be Oliver getting the nod, 779 on the 778. How about .000 on the tree? Trip zip for Willie Oliver. 007 on the tree for Jason Gibson, but Oliver gets the win and knocks out yesterday's National Open winner, Jason Gibson, in round number 1 of eliminations. Wes Hendricks, the Ford Falcon, and the TCS lane. Going to be up against Lorenz Schwartz. Schwartz with a 1021 dial in, 1039 for Hendricks. Going to get a slight head start on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Lorenz Schwartz trying to do the chasing as they get to the finish line, and it is going to be a double breakout, and it is going to be Lorenz Schwartz getting the nod, 10:20 with a 6, and the 10:21 dial-in going under by 3 thousandths of a second as Wes Hendricks runs a 10:34 with an 8 on the 10:39, going under by 4 hundredths of a second as Dave Stobie and Zach Liston from Mount Vernon, Washington, dialed in an 8:36 in the 55 Chevy. In the Lordco side of the racetrack, Dave Stobie from Kamloops. The Ebbets Holdings 56 Corvette, dialed in a 10:71, so a whole lot of waiting for Liston to do for the Out of Wallet Racing 55 Chevy. Well, unfortunately for Dave Stobie, he's going to go red, 033 red, by a matter of fact, and also breaks out at the stripe. Goes 1068 on the 1071 dial-in, 835 with an 8 on the 836, so under the dial-in by just about 1/1000th of a second for Zach Liston, but it didn't matter because Dave Stobie red lighting away his chances, and Zach Liston moving on in round number 2 of Super Pro. Kim Junkind from Langley, the Titanium Auto Group JBS equipment sponsored, very bright dragster. And the TCS side of the racetrack, Darcy Levinsky in the 1969 Mercury Cougar. Going to be on the Lordco side of the racetrack, 9:30 the dial-in for Levinsky, and it is going to be John Kine who's going to be waiting on the starting line. You can see Levinsky's car creeping, having a hard time keeping it on the starting line, and how about this? Creeps through the beams, has a 1 second reaction time, and then Kimberly John Kine goes 5 thou, breaks out by 5 thou. 762 with a 4 on the 763. And Darcy Levinsky running a 1622 on a 930 dial-in with a 1 second reaction time is going to move to round number 2. Wes Vath out of Kamloops, the 83 Pontiac Firebird, dial-in at a 930. Nick Angelucci from Agassiz, 1081 the dial-in for the Malibu, so the Malibu going to move first. So both racers green, one racer a little bit more green than the other one. Top end of the racetrack going to be a 1088 in favor of Angelucci in the Malibu, and 016 in the tree. West Vast reaction time started with a 2, and he is going to break out to add insult to injury. 923 with the 6 and the 930 dial in. So BC Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters to lanes 3 and 4. This is your call to the lanes. Colton Morin. And the Ritchie Racing Engines big block Chevy propelled Morin Motorsports. Dragster making the step up from the junior category. Also, attention all junior competitors. This is your standby call. Standby for all junior classes. Shaylin Svetic from Langley, the front engine dragster. Lordco side of the racetrack. 793 for Colton and a 916 for Shaylin.
we are going to emphasize that is only a standby for the juniors. Standby. So please do not load up your junior and drive down to the staging lanes with it, because we have put you on standby.
So Colton Morin goes trip zip on the tree, .000, and runs a 795 with a 9 on the 793 dial-in. And then Shaylin Svedek goes 910, going under big time, breaking out on the 916. The reaction time started with a 5 on the other side of the racetrack. Craig Johnson from Langley going to face off against Paul Soares. Soares going to be waiting a while. 1061 the dial-in for Johnson, 815 the dial-in for Paul Soares for the racer out of Terrace. Paul Soares trying to play catch-up, seeing if he can do it. Yes, he does. Double breakout. 1060 with a 0 on the 1061 for Craig Johnson. 814 with a 6 and the 815 for Paul Soares. He only broke out by 0.03 of a second. Both racers with 015 lights off of the line, and the separation at the finish line was only 0.05 of a second, but both of them breaking out as we're going to roll from Super Pro into motorcycle class action, and again going to the Pro Tree, still bracket racing, so dialing in what they think that their motorcycle is going to run. A 911 for Bill Aiken for the rider out of Kamloops on board the 81 Kawasaki. Tom Turand for the Suzuki GSXR, the Kraken. The Lurco side of the racetrack. Tom is dialed in at a 870. Both riders away. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. Tom Turand breaks out. 864 on the 870 and a 918 on the 911 for Bill Aiken. Getting the job done. 021 on the tree. Tom Turand's reaction time started with a 1, which did not help his cause, breaking out, trying to give chase, and Bill Aiken getting there first and running a 918 on the 911 dial-in and moves to round number 2. Daryl Storzak, the Elite Pro Suzuki. Now Omen. Out of Agassi, the Kawasaki over in the Lortco side of the racetrack. $865 the dial-in for the rider in the TCS side of the racetrack, Daryl Storzak, and Al's dialed in at an $899 to see who's going to go to the final round of motorcycle, as Hot Rod is already rolling into the water box. Storzak trying to ride around Omen and not gonna do it. 902 with a 2 and the 899 dial in, and Al's gonna move in to the final round. 859 breaking out for Storzak. His reaction time started with a 2, which did not help his cause. As it is time for Hot Rod, round number 1. Ryan Isherwood, the Isherwood Body and Fender, sponsored 66 Plymouth, 440 power, satellite. On the TCS side of the racetrack, he's going to square up against Rob Monroe Sr., the 1931 Ford Model A with small block Chevy. Dial-in is an 883 for the Model A and 1161 for Isherwood. Big top end charge from the Model A, but it's Ryan Isherwood at 1171 with a 7 on the 1161, hanging on by 5 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Reaction time was the difference. 003 in the tree for Ryan Isherwood, 044 for Rob Monroe Sr., and Monroe running an 890 with a 2 in the 883, so an 1171 getting the job done for Ryan Isherwood as Rebecca Powell and Veronica Hodgson coming up the line next. Junior classes, we need Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Rebecca Powell going red. 063 red, as a matter of fact. Both racers breaking out. 1197 with the 3 on the 1205 for Veronica, but that does not matter as Rebecca Powell giving that one away on the starting line.
Well, Cole, you surviving?
Making my way through. We are getting deep. We're still making our way through round number 1 of eliminations, as thinning out the herd a little bit here on the final day of the National Open.
So yeah, round 1 is taking place a little earlier today than it did yesterday. And that's a good thing. So Jamie Wellwood, Roy Roman in the trick-or-treat Rambler. Over there, spectator side of the racetrack, he's way out there already. Fortunately for him, Jamie Wellwood's win light is on. It's because Roy Roman turned it red by almost a 1/10 and a half. Now Roland Lowen and Blair Criddle. Blair Criddle in his right lane. Behind the wheel of his Roadster, a little 1927 Ford Model T. It says it's got 454 cubic inches of Ford power. Not doubting that, I've just never heard of a Ford with that number. Attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. This is your standby call. Top Sportsman, this is your standby call. Little heads up for all the NHRA classes. We'll be rolling into you guys very soon, starting with Top Sportsman, and we've put Top Sportsman on standby. Now Ron Clark and Dennis Winton. Blair Criddle getting the win in that last round. Both drivers' reaction times started with a 1. Criddle comes out on top. Ron Clark, tower side out of Port Alberni is your winner. Dennis Winton turns it red by just 4 thousandths of a second. Ron Clark with a extra time trial here in round 1 of eliminations. Randy Hermson and Sylvia Hoogstens. Randy in the big Oldsmobile. Dials the Olds in at 13.98 seconds. Now, typically, the car will leave with a little stumble. Oh, I don't think I saw it that time. Randy's going to be fast. Sylvia Hoogstens in her Mustang, dialed 1268. Sylvia moving on. Randy Hermson did not stumble on the starting line. The end result, even though he was off the gas at the finish line, he still went under the 13.98 second prediction by just a little bit. So Sylvia coming back for round 2. Now Terry Hoogstens and Rob Hodgson. In his dad's old car, Jim Isherwood's ex-super stocker. Rob Hodgson turns on the win light. Wins a double breakout. Terry Hookstons taking 57 thou at the stripe to be further under. So Rob Hodgson will be coming back. Now Chris Stone and Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe in the Lordco lane, dial 1057 in his Acadian. Monroe turns it red by 15 thou. Chris Stone was 30 up front. Gets a time trial. Let's see how close he comes to the 977. How about 978? That'll bring up last night's winner. It was kind of this morning's winner. It was from yesterday's race. Matt Warner, Tower Side, out of Sumas, Washington. Racing for Linden Service Center. Matt, an automotive mechanic. Loves his Fords. Check out the little comment. Likes to leave with the wheels way up in the air, as does Jim Benke's car. So both drivers go double O. Unfortunately for Benke, he was double O red. By just 9 thousandths of a second. Matt Warner was awesome on the starting line with a 007 reaction time. Then on the freebie, goes way under the 1056 dial with a 1051.6. Now Dale Posnick and Alan Lougheed. A couple of very meticulous Ford guys. A couple of very beautiful cars down there on the starting line. So we have a So Alan Lougheed dialed in at 9:45. Posnick dialed 10:29. We have gone from hot rod to super shifters. Dale Posnick's your winner. 10:38 on the 10:29, good enough to get the job done. Alan Lougheed had the starting line advantage, but then could only manage 984 on the 945 dial. Not sure what happened there. I see the 60 foot at 1.50, so I'm thinking that's got a lot to do with it. You're going to run 945. You need a better 60 than a 150. Now Rich Graves and Gene Kerner. Gene Kerner in the 8-second Mustang. Rolling through the gears, trying to run down the El Camino. Here comes the finish line, and the win light says Gene Kerner is going around number 2. 3 above his 825 dial. And that brings up John DePork and Jamie Roth. Jamie Roth dialed in at 1011. John DePork dialed in at 1013. We are almost heads up. So DePork should leave first. Looked kind of even, didn't it? I'm liking Mr. Roth's chances in this pairing. Sure enough, win lights on. Wins a double breakout. Wow. Jamie Roth goes under by 26 thou, taking 29. John DePork was under by 31 thousandths. Now Will Zorick will take on Keith Winterbottom. Winterbottom in the right lane dialed 926. Zorick got his 409 Bel Air powered, 409 powered Bel Air, dialed in 1109. Will Zorick's your winner. 1113 on the 1109 dial. It was Zoric to the stripe first by 37 thou. Also had the starting line advantage. Go figure. Now Pat Byron and Scott Winterbottom. Byron, the beautiful 72 Nova. Chevrolet big block powered. Winterbottom in his little 63 Chevy 2. Byron, with the starting line advantage and the win lights. Another double breakout. Pat Byron goes under by 0.03 of a second, while Scott Winterbottom was under by 17. Guess who had the starting line advantage? Now Wayne Davis, the deadly one. His little 1964 VW. Haven't seen Wayne out here in some time. Gonna take on Will Friesian. Well, kind of horrible lights both sides of the racetrack, but one was red and one was green. Wayne Davis looks like he's out of power and coasting, but his win light's on. And so we go. From the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters Association into Junior Street. First pair.
Can we get top sportsman 5 and 6 and stand by top dragster?
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Top Sportsman, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. One more time, Top Sportsman, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. And we'll also put Top Dragster on standby. Standby call going out to Top Dragster. Jenna and Dallas. And Dallas is your winner. Jenna turns it a little red. So Dallas got to race towards his win light. Winds up going 1196 on the 1181 dial. Jenna went 1085 on her 1090 dial. But Dallas will be coming back. Now Tyler versus Sophia. Couple of pickup trucks. This is Chevy versus Ford. Tyler dialed in at 1103. And Tyler with the win light on, rightly so. It was 005. Double breakout. Tyler was under by just 18 thousandths. Sophia under by 234 thousandths, so almost a quarter of a second. And now Jacob versus David. David in the 2022 GMC AT4 pickup truck. Jacob in the 87 Camaro. We're going heads up. 10 seconds flat, the dial, both sides of the racetrack. Well, you can see David leave first, but he left too early. Turned it red. Jacob's win light is on. Gets an extra time trial here in round one. Goes 10:05 on the 10 flat dial. David is a little better. 10:03 on the 10 flat dial. But it will be Jacob coming back for round number 2. Josephine and James. Wow, James was 006 on the starting line, then wound up 997 on the 10:05 at the finish line. Josephine was also under but just by a few thou. So Josephine will advance to round number 2. And now Taryn versus Riker. Riker in the Chevy pickup truck, right-hand side. Dialed 921. Taryn, tower side. The Sport Deluxe Beaumont. Dialed 1026. Riker's your winner. Both drivers turn on the red light. Riker's was a little less red than Taryn's. So Riker coming back. And that will bring to a close round 1 of Junior Street. So here we go with our first pair of round 1 for Junior Thunder. Hunter T versus April. So it's JBS versus JBS. April in the right lane, Hunter over here in the left. April lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. Couple of green lights. And it is April moving on. Dead on the 895 dial. 895 with a 9. April had the starting line advantage. Hunter getting to the finish line first, but in doing so runs under his 9:06 prediction. Now Grayson versus Jack. Grayson out of Maple Ridge. In the TCS lane, dialed 990. Jack out of Mission, dialed 894. So Grayson dialing the Junior Thunder minimum ET of 890. And the race is on. Once again, 2 green lights. We're going to decide this one at the finish line. And it is Grayson going around number 2, 891 on the 890 dial. Jack going too quick. Jack had a little bit of a starting line advantage, but was unable to illuminate the win light. Next up, Dallas versus Owen. Owen in the right lane. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Top dragster. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. We need top dragster to lanes 5 and 6. One more time, we'll make the call for top dragster to lanes 5 and 6. Owen is your winner. Dallas turns it red by 26 thousandths of a second. Owen, while less than stellar, he was green. That's job number 1. At the finish line, he comes up 14:29 on his 14:22 dial. Stock Super Stock Combo. This is your standby call. Stock Super Stock Combo. This is your standby call. Once again, Stock Super Stock Combo. This is your standby call. Top dragster, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Top dragster, come on down lanes 5 and 6. Now Emily versus Kira. Kira working on a dial of 16 seconds flat. Unfortunately, she turned it red by just 7 thousandths of a second. So Emily with a solid 40 light gets to the finish line in 9 seconds exactly. She was dialed 894. So Emily will be coming back for round number 2. Now, Coca versus Cadence. Cadence in the right lane, dialed 9 seconds flat. Coca in the left, dialed 892. Coca racing for DeCow Ventures. Cadence for Titanium, Milron Truck Body, Kent Specialty Automotive, Ernie Speed and Custom. Two green lights. One about 300s better than the other. And your winner is Coca, left side of the racetrack. 889 on the 892. Cadence getting to the finish line first, but breaks out. Now Danica versus Wesley. Wesley in the right lane, dialed 903, wants to thank Fountain Tire, Lordco Auto Parts, the Badass Garage, and the Home Masters team. So Danica out of Abbotsford, dialed 15.8 seconds. So Wesley's going to have to be a patient man on the starting line. He's going to watch Danica take off. He'll get to watch that happen for about 6 seconds before he'll get his side of the tree. Well, so Danica looks like a car moved forward and lost power, I guess. I'm not sure what happened there. But Wesley essentially got a free time trial here in round one. Comes up 947 on the 903 dial. That's plenty safe. So there goes Adam, all by himself. I do believe he waited until after the 60-foot mark to start pedaling this time. Wow, that almost worked really well. Came up 887 on the 890 dial. Now Bentley versus Ashton. Ashton's brother just went down the track. Ashton in the right lane for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts, dialed in at 12:01. Bentley dialed in at 890. So right lane should leave first. So 2 green lights. Ashton out in front. Bentley doing the chasing. It's Bentley with the wind light on. 893 on the 890 dial. Oh, nice big field of junior Thunder cars here this weekend. Good to see. So we'll make the call now for Stock Super Stock. Stock Super Stock Combo. This is your call to the staging lanes to be laddered. Stock Super Stock Combo. Please make your way to the staging lanes. We'll get you laddered up. Nash and Nate. Unfortunately for Nate, had a huge starting line advantage, but went under the 14-15 dial by a little bit, a tenth or so. Nash comes up 13:04 on the 13:03 dial. So he'll be coming back for round 2. And now we've got Hunter taking on Alex. Hunter G. So Alex in the right lane dialed 1199. Hunter over here in the left lane dialed 892. Right around 3 seconds difference between the two dials. Alex in the right lane will be leaving first. I know I've already mentioned this, but gotta give him credit. That green car in the right lane won Best Appearing Junior Dragster last weekend at Pacific Raceways during the NHRA Division 6 ET Finals. Well over 600 cars in attendance at that race last weekend. Well, Alex racing like he wants it. 021, then 1201 on the 1199 dial. Nice job by Alex. That's going to bring up Paige and Adeline. Adeline in the right lane, dialed 898. Paige in the left lane will be dialed 1187. Well, again, great Junior Thunder field here this weekend. This class certainly experiencing a spurt in growth, and that is fantastic to see. I can remember not that long ago when we might have half a dozen or 8 cars between the 2 junior classes. Hey, Canada West Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to Canada West Door Slammers. So Adeline gets the round 1 win. It was 010 on the tree, then 901 on the 898 dial. Had plenty of room up top. So Lincoln gonna be making a single. Tower side of the racetrack. Predicts he's going to go 8 seconds exactly. How about 801? That's not bad. Next pair, Abby and Connor. Connor in the right lane, Abby in the left. Virtually heads up as just 1/100th of a second separate them as per the dials. Connor, if all goes well, will get a slight starting line handicap, just 1/100th of a second. As Connor's dialed 798 in the right lane, Abby is dialed 797 in the left. So one of these drivers with about 30 thousandths. That is your winner, Connor. Wow, check it out. 798 with a 9 on the 798 dial. So Connor will be coming back for round number 2 of Junior Lightning action. Now CL versus McKenna. CL will be in the left lane for Rad Torque Systems, along with Titanium for Big Kids Racing. McKenna dialed 799 in the right lane. CL dialed 790 over here in the left lane. CL lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. So just 8 thousandths of a second separate them by reaction times. At the finish line, it is CL with the win lights, 792 on the 790 dial. McKenna getting to the finish line first, but in doing so goes under. CL was 024 up front. McKenna was 032. So both these young ladies doing a fine job on the starting line. Unfortunately, in every pairing, somebody's got to be on the bad end of it. So CL will be coming back. Now Sydney versus Nick. So Sydney, for many years, was somewhat of a staple name here in our junior classes. She's since graduated out of the juniors and moved on. And then we've got a new Sydney.
We should say we did get the details on a Little Bit Dramatic LLC. They make custom tumblers and mugs. So if you need your custom go-to cup for the races, check out a Little Bit Dramatic LLC on Facebook.
So Nick turns it red by 47 thou. Sydney is your automatic winner. Now it'll be Isabella versus Lexi. Lexi will be in the right lane, dialed in at 809. Isabella will be in the left lane or TCS lane, tower side, dialed in at 796. Round number 1. I'm really liking Lexi's chances here. Yep. Lexi was 027 on the starting line. Isabella was 181. It's tough to correct that at the finish line. So Lexi moving on, 813 on the 809 dial. Attention in the pits, Super Comp. Super Comp, this is your call to the rear of staging to be laddered. Super Comp. Super Comp, come on down to the staging lanes. We'll get you laddered up, and with that, we will give Super Gas a standby call. Canada West Door Slammers, you guys should be getting ready. You're also on standby. So by the looks of things, going to take the rotator out there, the newest piece of track preparation equipment here at Mission Raceway Park. Give the track a little pull before we roll into Top Sportsman. So we were talking a little bit about the tires on the back of this rotator. So those are actually Pro Mod tires that did not make the grade for whatever reason, some little flaw. They become seconds and, well, they get restamped as rotator tires. Now I'm told the lifespan of those tires while in use is about 2 hours. So if it takes 2 minutes or so for him to get up to the top of the track, you do that twice in either lanes. You've, well, that's 8 minutes right there. 2 hours will go by awfully quick.
Start adding that up over the course of the weekend. Yeah, those the life cycle on the tires almost as short as what it would be on a race car. Actually, the race car would probably be a lot more short than that, but still setting the life a little bit and saving some of the tires that, again, John said did not make the grade for actually running in competition at 200 plus miles per hour. And instead, they get put on the back of the rotator and they got put down on the racing surface here at Mission Raceway Park just to make things just that little bit more sticky and help to get some traction here on the racing surface. As we'll get ready for Top Sportsman action coming up in just a few moments. So once again, we'll make the call for Super Comp. Super Comp, we need you to make your way to the lanes. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. Well, while we're down for a little bit of track prep action, make sure to check out the Half Track Snack Shack over in the pit side of things. Right across from that, the Pro Shop. Get your 2024 Mission Raceway Park merchandise while supplies last. So make sure to go on over and visit the Half Track Snack Shack as well as the Pro Shop. Get yourself something good to eat for lunch if you missed out on that. You can make your way over here as well. If anybody's been hanging out over the spectator side of things, your admission into the racetrack, of course, is also a pit pass. So you're more than welcome to make your way across the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Take a look at all the cars in competition here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park for the Northwest National Open. Again, presented by Lucas Oil, one of the main sponsors. NHRA side of things, lucasoil.com for more information. Made in America, sold to the world. That is Lucas Oil, and helping us out this weekend with the National Open at Mission Raceway Park. For upcoming events, head to missionraceway.com as we get towards the end of the season here at MRP. Mopac Auto Supply also helping out with street legals. Still a few more of those. Last one going to be on October the 4th, but a chance to take out your own street vehicles and have some fun. Super Comp. Once again, we need you guys to the lanes. Super Comp, make your way to the lanes. Super Gas. Now it's your turn to come on up to the lanes. Super Gas, we need you in lanes 3 and 4, and Super Comp, see you guys rolling up. So again, we made your call to head on up to staging. Now Super Gas to lanes 3 and 4. And with that, we're going to make a standby call for Super Street. So we've already called Super Comp and Super Gas to the lanes. Super Gas, you need to be in lanes 3 and 4. Super Street, this is your standby call. Oh, rotator's back. Now the drag mat going to go out. And again, just make sure that the surface is A-OK before we roll into our NHRA category classes. Coming up with JBS Equipment Top Sportsman and Rad Torque Systems Top Dragster coming up. All those classes already in the lanes, as well as stock, super stock combo. We've made the lane calls for Super Comp, Super Gas, to make their way to the staging lanes. Again, Super Gas in lanes 3 and 4, and made that standby call for Super Street as well. So Tractor making the final few passes as we've got our first round of eliminations for Top Sportsman making its way to the head of the staging lanes. And just as soon as they give the signal that the racetrack is good to go, we are going to roll into that first round of eliminations for Top Sportsman as well as Top Dragster.
So the tractor has made its last lap for now. First pair we see come out from under the bridge. It's going to be Joe Meloff and Brad Powell. And here we go. I hear race cars. So Brad Powell is going to be in the TCS lane. His 1967 Chevelle. So Brad Powell dialed in at 8:41. Keeps his burnout on this side of the starting line, hence while he waited for Joe Meloff to go through his process. Joe Meloff dialed 675. Both cars ready to roll into the beams. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both sides. Three bulbs lit, and there's four. Here we go. Brad Powell turns it red by 0.05 of a second. So Joe Meloff is off to the final round. He was 070 up front, then 680 on the 675 dial. Powell went 843 on his 841 dial. So Powell, with any kind of a green light, would have been looking good. So Joe Meloff going to the final round to face one of these two guys. It's either going to be Jan Christensen or Paul Soares. Paul Soares winning his first Wally last night. Would like to double that number today. So Christensen, Towerside, and El Gringo dialed 862. Paul Soares dialed 814. A couple of green lights, just 4th out difference. At the finish line with the wind light on and going to the final round, it is Paul Soares. 816 on the 814 dial. Jan Christensen under by 1/100th of a second exactly. So it was Christensen with a 0.04 of a second starting line advantage. Paul Soares with the win light. Going to the final. Willie Oliver and Zach Clark. Zach Clark in the right lane for Rad Torque Systems. Willie Oliver in the left lane for Rad Torque Systems, along with JS Power Sports. So Willie Oliver trying to beat up on the old man. Zach Clark dialed 691. Willie Oliver dialed 780. Hey, listen up in the pits. Super Street. This is your call to the rear of the lane. Super Street, come on down to the rear of staging. So Zach Clark wins a double red light affair. Willie Oliver turned it quite red at 43 thou. Zach Clark was red by just 8 1/1000ths of a second, but gets the win light. That set up Kim Youngkind and Jeremy Soares. So Youngkin, rather, Tower side, dialed 761. A little bit of an unfortunate situation in round one of Super Pro. Jeremy Soares in the right lane, dialed 748. Kim will get a small starting line handicap. Of a second. Now, Jeremy Soares would have been tough. Winds up 748 with a 0 on the 748 dial. Not bad. That's going to bring up Colton Morin along with Justin Bond. Colton Morin, Tower side. Just made the move this year from a junior dragster to a full-size dragster. Colton dialed 795. Justin Bond in the right lane dialed 710. Justin Bond going around number 2. Bond ends up too quick, 708 on the 710 dial. Colton Morin was dead on with a 5, but to no avail. Attention in the pits, Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call to the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammers, bring them down to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your call to the lanes. We need Canada West Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6.
I believe that'll be it because I think the buy is just.
So Dane Lackelt So there we go. Dane turns the wind light on. And he'll be back for round number 2. So the next thing we should be seeing around the corner will be stock, super stock combo. Well, here we go. Round number 1 of stock, super stock. So James Boyce, our number 1 qualifier. Qualified over 9/10 of a second under the K-Stock Automatic Index. So there goes James on his single. He was 0-15 in the reaction time department. And then 11:79 at 110 miles an hour. Now, Derek Johnstone and Daryl Stobie. Daryl Stobie in the Super Stock Chevelle. Right-hand lane. Look for a big wheels-up launch. Johnstone in his Q-Stock Automatic Impala convertible. He's nowhere near as spectacular leaving the starting line. 7 thousandths separate them in the reaction time department, and at the finish line, it is Daryl Stobie turning on the wind light. Derek Johnstone getting to the stripe first by 16 thousandths of a second, but in doing so, runs under his dial by just 4 10,000ths of a second. Ouch! That one's gonna hurt. Here we go, Jim Mantle. Out for a Sunday drive. His AMC Pacer. Both these guys were absolutely awesome on the starting line. So Rick McKinney with an 011 light left second. Jim Mantle was double 06 up front. Then has trouble coming within a 10th of his dial. Rick McKinney goes 10:59 on the 10:58 and advances to round number 2. That'll bring up Dave Jung and Rick Green. Again, we go super stock for the Camaro versus stocker for the Mustang. Rick Green dialed in at 12:40. Dave Jung dialed 10:92. Two green lights, one of them 18 thou better than the other. Rick Green out in front, but here comes Jung in the Camaro. Rick Green turns on the white light, gets to the stripe first by 7 thou to be 3 above the 1240 dial. Now John Buczynski and Kevin Perkin. Kevin Perkin in his Super Stock Camaro. Super Stock C modified record holder. Clutch car with a little high winding small block, just 317 cubic inches. Turns like 11,000 RPM or something like that. For you. His light started with a 1. Kevin Perkins didn't. Kevin Perkins goes 880 with a 5 on the 880 dial. Taking over a 10th at the stripe, so Buczynski almost did get that race handed back to him. Now yesterday's winner. Martha Lang doesn't like her dial.
1197.
So Ed Howder in the right lane. His factory stock Camaro, dialed in at 1031. Martha Lang will leave first, dialed at 1197. So a couple of strong green lights. Could be a good race at the finish line. Martha Lang advances to round number 2. Wins the double breakout. She was under by 25 thou. Ed Howder goes under by 29 thou. And that will put round number 1 of Stock Super Stock Combo in the books. Motorcycle final coming up. Well, Cole, I'm going to take a little break and let you run the show for a little bit if you're good with that.
Sounds good to me. As he said, we got the motorcycle final rolling into the water box here for the second day of the National Open here at Mission Raceway Park in Saloman and out of Agassiz in the Kawasaki over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Bill Aiken, also in the Kawasaki, 81 Kawasaki out of Kamloops, making his way into the final round of the TCS side of the racetrack. So Bill Aiken dialed in with a 911. Al Oman, 901 dial in. So it's going to be Aiken getting a very slight head start on the TCS side of the racetrack. Both riders away. At the top end, Al Oman going to get the job done. 906 with a 0. On the 901 dial-in, some problems for Bill Aiken as he runs well off his dial. 934 with a 336 miles an hour on the 911 dial-in, and Al Oman had that one in hand pretty much by the 8th mile mark as he cruises his way to the win in motorcycle this afternoon as Super Comp in the water box. Here we go as we roll in to Super Comp elimination round number 1. Tyler Dalgos right here in Mission, and Danny Howder over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Danny from Renton, and Tyler, again, as we just said, from right here in Mission, running on that 890 index, heads up off the line. First one to the finish line, if you don't run under the index, gonna get the win. As Danny getting ready to bring up his machine, both racers pre-staged and getting things kicked off in round number 1 to Super Comp. Even off the tree. Who's going to get to the finish line first? It is going to be Danny Howder, 897 with a 5 on the 890 index, 006 on the tree, 159 miles an hour, 915 for Tyler at 157 miles per hour, 019 on the tree, and a nice comfortable cushion at the stripe for Danny Howder, who's going to move on into the next round of competition. Then it's going to be your next pair of Dale Green and Brian Schmanke. Brian out of Olympia, Washington. The Lord Coast side of the racetrack, Pacific Washington's Dale Green. On the TCS side of the racetrack, already a National Open winner at Bremerton Raceway earlier this year, and a national event winner at Pacific Raceways. So who's going to face off against Danny Howder for the Wally? We're about to find out. Throttle stops are off, race to the line. It is going to be Dale Green as Brian Schmanke goes under the index, runs 884 with a 3 on the 890, hands it over to Dale Green, who runs an 891 with a 9. 025 light for Dale. Schmanke goes 096 on the tree and then got to the line first, but again going under by about 500 at the stripe. That is going to round things out for Super Comp round number 1. It is going to be Green versus Howder in the final round as we are set for Super Gas. Ron McKenzie against Josh Meloff in the battle of the 57 Corvette Roadsters. McKenzie out of Ferndale. Josh Meloff from Maple Ridge. TCS side of the racetrack, McKenzie ready to bring that machine up to the ready line, and Josh Meloff, the Maple Ridge racer, going to see who's going to make their way into the next round of competition, going to a 990 index for Super Gas. You can see that up on the TCS side of the racetrack in the Lordco lane. It's both racers pre-staged. Waiting to see who gets on into round number 2. Even off the starting line is they're going to race it out to the stripe, and it is going to be Ron McKenzie getting the job done. 991 with a 0 on the 990, going 010 on the tree. 014 reaction time for Meloff. Lost out of it in the ET department. 993 with 4 at 153 miles an hour, and by just over 200ths of a second, Ron McKenzie gets the job done and moves to round number 2 at competition, as it's going to be Kirk Lands from Mission, 67 Camaro, who is in the final round earlier from the Saturday portion. Brandon Hutchinson out of Shawnigan Lake, the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. And Brandon Hutchinson, both of them going under, but Hutchinson does it by the least amount. 987 with a 0, 157 miles an hour, taking out the round win as Kirk Lands going out in round number 1, runs a 984 with 5 at 164 miles an hour. Pro class, pro bracket. This is your standby call. Standby call for pro bracket for round number 2 of eliminations. As Dean Peterson makes his way down the Lordco side of the racetrack with a single into the semis. 992 with a 262 miles per hour, and that is going to wrap things up for Super Gas. We'll get ready for round number 1 of Super Street. So Dean Peterson, wasting no time on the tree, goes 003 on the buy run. Moves into round number 2 of competition, and here comes Super Street. If you haven't guessed by the indexes popping up on the scoreboard, now the 1090 category in the super classes. Tony Hopkins from Snohomish, Washington, that is. 55 shoebox Chevy. The TCS side of the racetrack up against fellow Washington racer Jace O'Hara out of Lake Tapps, Washington. See the differing strategies in the throttle stop department, and O'Hara goes way under the index. That insult to injury with a 1081 on the 1090. 1091 with 3 on the 1090 for Tony Hopkins. He went 017 on the tree. As it'll be Herman Chan coming up to the line next out of Vancouver. The 67 Camaro gonna square up against Alan Loftus from Sumner, Washington. The S10 pickup truck over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Chan and Loftus going to run it down to the finish line, and it is going to be Herman Chan with both racers going well under the index. Well, one racer going well under the index. 1079 with a 1 for Loftus. 1088 with an 8 on the 1090 for Herman Chan. He's going to get the nod as he went under by only a 100th, whereas Alan Loftus went under by a full 10th. As the team auctions T-Bird coming up to the ready line at the CCS side of the racetrack to face off against Martin Rochelle out of Surrey, 78 Malibu. And Rochelle gonna leave before the tree is activated. That is gonna be round 1 out, and the T-Bird going to make its way into round number 2 of competition. Runs 1092 on the 1090 and moves into round number 2 as Martin Rochelle left before the tree went down, so no ET registered in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and it is 1 and done for Martin Rochelle on the afternoon. At the line now, the final from yesterday's National Open in round number 1. Jerry Brown will take on David Wakefield. Brown and the Demon getting the Wally yesterday. Well, technically today, his final was delayed until this morning's qualifying session. Wakefield trying to come back and take one from the Demon. And Wakefield again. Snake bit by Jerry Brown. 035 red on the tree, out of it early, and Jerry Brown's going to run her straight down Broadway for the racer from Sherwood Park, Alberta. 1092 with the 732 miles an hour, and Wakefield coasts his way to a 1365 with 0 at 70 miles per hour, as it is going to be Jerry Epp and Ray Carlson. Epp out of Abbotsford, the 66 Mustang, and Carlson out of 100 Mile House in the 68 Barracuda. Green lights both sides of the racetrack is Carlson trying to pull one out, but it is going to be Jerry Epp at the line running 1090 on the 1090. 1090 with a 6. As a matter of fact, and getting there 800ths of a second ahead of Ray Carlson, running a 10.97 with the 4 at 130 in the CUDA. As two Mission Raceway Park regulars making their way up to the start line next. It's going to be Dan Parsons out of Powell River, his 1970 Duster for Quality Racing, and Brad Vingy from Langley in the 68 Camaro. 1/100th of a second separating them on the starting line, and at the finish line it is going to be Dan Parsons 1090 with a 4, Brad Vingy running under the index with a 1089 with a 7, trying to track down Dan Parsons. Could not get the job done as Parsons still got to the finish line stripe 3 thou ahead of Vingy, who again ran under the 1090 by 3 thou in pursuit. Is Larry Minor coming up next, the Washington State racer in his 1969 Camaro, up against another Washington State racer, Todd Sims out of Puyallup, the Puget Sound Petroleum 66 Chevy Nova. Well, one racer going 009 red, and one going 009 green. Larry Minor going 009 red, and Todd Sims goes 009 to the good. Sims, though, running well under the index with a 1083 with a 7. 1088 for Larry Minor, also running in the index. That insult to injury, but Todd Sims again with the green light. Larry Minor with the red light. Sims going to move on to round number 2. Is Jan Christensen up next. Pit Top Fuel Harley to lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harley. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6 for the semifinals. Jan Christensen going to move to round number 2 in the Camaro. 1092 with a 7 on the 1090, going 008 on the tree. 005 red is Warren Jacobson in the Chevy 2 with a 1095 with a 7 at 129 miles an hour in the 1090 index. That's going to round things out for round number 1 of Super Street. And Jan Christensen moves into round number 2, as that was our final pair down the racetrack for round number 1. So yeah, made the call for Top Fuel Harley to make their way to lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harley, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers already in the staging lanes. They're going to be coming up here momentarily. Elimination round number 2 coming up for Canada West Door Slammers, as well as Top Fuel Harley. Again, Pro Bracket, we have placed you on standby. So Pro Bracket, you are on standby still. We have called Top Fuel Harley to lanes 5 and 6. Door Slammers, you should already be in the lanes. Otherwise, you are late for round number 2 of Eliminations. Canada West Door Slammers Association sponsors for 2024. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor of the Canada West Door Slammers Association. Artex Racing, also helping out with Greenlight Auto sales and financing. Jason Field, also the VP Race Fuel distributor. You can talk to Jason for all your VP Race Fuel needs. Paradise Homes, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing. Associated Tire and Auto, this weekend's event sponsor. Comox Valley Excavating, TCS Performance Products, the Titanium Auto Group, NC Engines, Travelland RV, all supporting the Canada West Door Slammers for 2024, as there is your first pair of round number 2. Coming underneath the Lordco Bridge. It looks like it'll be the Battle of the Mopars, with the Katnick group, the TK Performance Dart, facing off against the Hemi Duster, the TCS side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, we need you to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. Pro bracket, to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. And just like that, here comes your first pair in round number 1 of Canada West Door Slammer. So Lane Woolley and Anthony Katnick, the battle of the Mopars, 1968 dart for Katnick, a racer out of Maple Ridge. A wicked cool dart that they have debuted recently out here at Mission Raceway Park in the Marcus Family Duster. For Lane Woolley, who's adjusted the dial in slightly from what he ran in round number 1 of competition. Dialing in an 8:04 as crew making the final adjustments to the back of that machine. Anthony Katnick getting ready to be guided up to the staging beams by Nick Duda helping out in tune-up. 8:46 is the dial-in for Katnick, as it'll be Lane Woolley waiting on the starting line by 0.4 of a second, as Katnick will get the jump. And the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack will be up to the Duster, the Hemi-powered Duster, to try and track down the dart. And that one was finished on the starting line, as Lane Woolley goes 017 red, then runs 804 in the 804, and then Anthony Katnick breaking out with an 845 in the 846, but it didn't matter because unfortunately Lane Woolley turned on the red light on the starting line. So it's Anthony Katnick moving into round number 3 of Canada West Door Slammers Eliminations, and here comes another Katnick family member, Tom Katnick, rolling into the water box. Rusiani in the 66 Chevy 2 on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Dialed in an 8:33. Tom Katnick is dialed in at a 6:47, the quickest car on the property for the Canada West Door Slammers, and is going to be waiting on Rusiani for about 2 seconds, give or take. The turbocharged Camaro of Katnick, that cool metal flake paint job that they got for their Lordco and TK Performance, had the single into round number 1 by virtue of being the quick qualifier and having the odd number of cars in the Canada West Door Slammers field this weekend. Now is a matchup against Ray Rusiani, who used to call Ontario home, moved to Kelowna, and now calls Mission Raceway Park his home racetrack. Is retired to the Okanagan Valley. Rusiani bumps in. He's staged, waiting on Katnick to build up the boost. Rusiani goes 002 red, and Tom Katnick goes to round number 3. Breaking out with a 642 on the 647 dial, but again, Ray Rusiani goes 002 red and throws away an 833 with a 0 on the 833 dial. So tough break for Ray Rusiani, who, man, if he was 0.02 of a second, a little bit holding off on the starting line, would have had himself a very solid package. Unfortunately, on the wrong side of the Christmas tree. 799 is a dial-in for the car in the TCS side of the racetrack, and that car is Dale Jansen in the 1966 Acadian Canso with the supercharged small block Chevy. Face off against Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack in the Postman Farms Rad Torque Systems Chevy Beretta. The case of the red lights continues. Jansen going 006 red. Scott Robinson goes to round 2, 095 in the trees. 767 with the 9 and the 764 dial in, and Scott Robinson goes to round number 3 of competition. Next up, going to be Mark Thompson. And Dave Warren. Mark Thompson in the Marvel Racing 54 Studebaker. Very cool body style for Mark Thompson, and a car that body style at least was very prominent in pro modified racing throughout the mid-90s and early 2000s. Dave Warren, the 62 Chevy Bel Air, the Blue Max. $791 the dial in for Warren. Mark Thompson, a 755. Studebaker giving up a little bit on the starting line. Having to chase down the Blue Max. Made its way into round number 2. Mark Thompson, 758 with a 2 on the 755 dial in, 795 on the 791 for Dave Warren. And by just over 100th of a second at the stripe, Mark Thompson going to get the job done as Dave Warren had an 068 light. Mark Thompson an 069 reaction time. It was just down to the finish line stripe, and Thompson running closer to his dial in and gets the margin at the stripe, moves into round 3, and Brian Ritchie, the Ritchie Racing Engines Green Light Auto Sales, 68 Chevelle, 632 cubic inches of naturally aspirated Ritchie Racing Engines power. Gonna bring it up to the ready line to face off against Andy Hatton. The big block Chevy in the Grinch 1969 Camaro for Bubba's Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Velocity Chemicals, and Taves Roofing. Racer out of Langley dialed in at an 840, 792 the dial for Ritchie. Ritchie gonna have to try and run down that green Camaro on the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. So Pro Bracket, we need you guys to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. Pro Bracket to the lanes. Andy Hatton breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. It's going to be Brian Ritchie getting the job done, runs 794 with 3 in the 792, and Andy Hatton out in round number 2. Again, 3 thousandths of a second. Too quick for Andy Hatton, going 024 in the tree and then getting to the finish line stripe first, but unfortunately going a little bit too quick. Rod Leclerc is 1967 Chevy Camaro, looking distinctly different from Adam DeYoung's 1967 Chevy Camaro. Adam's car actually started out as a Chevy Camaro. Of course, Rod Leclerc with the purpose-built drag car with a composite replica body of a Camaro. Dialed in at a 687, 598 cubic inches, propelling Rod down the racetrack for the racer out of Victoria. Adam DeYoung for Artex Racing. And the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, that's 67 Chevy Camaros, as you mentioned, part of the Artex Racing fleet. Adam, another one of the graduates from the junior program here at Mission Raceway Park, stepping into an 8-second Canada West door slammer. Both racers pre-staged, and Leclerc going to be waiting for a little bit as Adam DeYoung gets the head start. Again, very close in the reaction time department at the finish line. It is going to be Rod Leclerc, 687 with a 9 on the 687, 033 on the tree. And Adam Young runs 837 with a 9 on the 833. Leclerc moves in for the next round of competition. Only 9 thou from being dead on the dial is Derek Shirk. The TCS side of the racetrack, the Langley Racer and the 55 Chevy Bel Air for the Titanium Auto Group. And behind the Titanium Auto Group, Bub's Speed Shop and JS Performance. And Mike Kenworthy from Arlington, Washington, another Canada West Door Slammer regular for Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart. Kenworthy sporting 588 cubic inches of naturally aspirated Ritchie Racing Engines power. Dialed in at an 820, 776, the dial for sure. The Chevy trying to chase down the Firebird, but it is going to be Mike Kenworthy running 820 with a 4 on the 820 dial as Derek Shirk runs 776 with a 7 on the 776 dial that he had. Kenworthy first off the starting line, better reaction time, 029 lights. Shirk an 053 reaction time. Final call for Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, you should be in the lanes or en route to the lanes. Paul Stretch out of Duncan. The 2002 Chevy Cavalier making tow over from Vancouver Island, and Grant Hell also from Vancouver Island, about an hour south of Paul. From Victoria is 37 Chevy Coupe, 632 cubic inches of Sunset Racing Engines power, both naturally aspirated combos. 776 for Grant Howell, who rolls through the beams. So Grant Howell rolls through the beams, won't get a time registered. Paul Stretch goes 112 red, reacting to Howell leaving the line, but he is good to go as Grant Howell already red-lighted away his opportunity. 731 with a 7 on the 730 dial for Paul Stretch as he will move into round 3 of competition. Well, it looks to be your final pair in round number 2 of eliminations for Canada West Door Slammers. Brad Powell, Lyndon Washington Racer, back up at the ready line, was also running in Top Sportsman this weekend. TCS side of the racetrack, he is dialed in at an 844. Terry Langdon Davies in the Willies, dialed in at an 814. Langdon Davies going to give him a 0.3 of a second head start to the Washington-based racer. As we get ready to wrap up that second round of Canada West Door Slammers eliminations. Brad Powell going 008 red as Terry Langdon Davies goes 814 in the 814. 814 with a 4 on the 814 dial for the Langdon Davies Concrete 41 Willys at 162 miles an hour. Brad Powell goes 846 with a 0 on the 844 dial, but unfortunately that one was decided on the starting line as he goes 008 red. I was going to finish things off for Canada West Door Slammers, but the semifinals coming up for Top Fuel Harley. It's going to be Austin Christopher and Pete Waugh deciding who faces off against Nate Gagnon in the final round. Tension in the pits. Sportsman, we need you to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. Sportsman to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. And Super Pro, we need you on standby. Standby for Super Pro. Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. So here we go. Looks like it's going to be Austin Christopher rolling up to the ready line in the Fast Lane Racing Top Fuel Harley. So Austin Christopher gonna get the bye run into the final round of Top Fuel Harley. As he gets ready to roll up to the ready line, and it is gonna be Pete Bois and Nate Gagnon, the Battle of the Big Kids Racing Motorcycles, coming up after this. We'll see if Austin Christopher can try and lay down a number on the TCS side of the racetrack. The front wheels, another solid pass. How about a 638 with a 7, 223 miles per hour for Austin Christopher, and that is a solid run going into the final round of Top Fuel Harley, as that thing was about as straight and true as you can get with the Top Fuel Harley. Finally set the front wheel down at about the 1,000-foot mark and runs her out the back door. 638 with a 7, 223 miles an hour on two wheels for Austin Christopher as your final two motorcycles in the semifinals of Top Fuel Harley, waiting on the signal to fire it up. So it will be Nate Gagnon up against Pete Waugh. Waugh is going to be over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Nate and the TCS side. The Big Kids Racing teammates going to face off in the semifinals, with one of them going to face Austin Christopher, who just laid down that impressive 638. So here we go. Both bikes fired. Nate Gagnon again, the TCS side of the racetrack, and Pete Waugh rolling into the water box. Pete from Gabriel Island. Nate coming into the eliminations this afternoon as your #1 qualifier in Top Fuel Harley has not been able to go down the racetrack on his last two passes. Pete Waugh gone from A to B, no problem to take out Jim Schellenberg going into the semifinals. Ran a 666 in round #1 as he has already lit the pre-stage bulb, waiting on Nate to bring the second Big Kids Racing motorcycle into the beams. He gets the pat in the back from the crew member and gets ready for this semifinal matchup. Again, problems for Nate Gagnon, and it is Pete Waugh taking her right down Broadway to a 668 with a 7, 201 miles an hour, back-to-back 660s for Pete Waugh as he's going to face off against Austin Christopher going into the final round. Austin running that impressive 638. Now lane choice heading into the final with that 668 for Pete Waugh. Let's step up the program a little bit if wants to try and keep up with Austin Christopher here heading into the final round as Nate Gagnon problems right off the hit for his machine, and unfortunately not even moving off the starting line, and his weekend comes to an end in the semifinals of Top Fuel Harley, and that is going to wrap things up for the semifinals of Top Fuel Harley. Is going to have Pro Bracket coming up next. So we continue to make our way through the eliminations, and elimination round number 2 coming up for Pro Bracket. Again, Sportsman, we made the call for you to come to the lanes. Sportsman to the lanes. You guys should be making your way up for elimination round number 2. As we get ready for our first pair of Pro Bracket already in the water box. So it'll be Steve Baskerville of West Vancouver taking on Rob Monroe from Surrey. The Winter Harbor Marina RV. 1969 Acadian with a little small block Chevy power. The 5-liter Mustang for Steve Baskerville. Again, moving on to round number 2 of competition. Getting the win in round 1 earlier this morning. 10:57 the dial-in for the Acadian. 13:11 the dial-in for the Mustang. So it's going to be Rob Monroe waiting. Row just a little bit. Giving up the tree on Baskerville, who is going to be getting a head start, trying to run away with it. As there goes Rob Monroe in hot pursuit. And it is going to be Rob Monroe on a double breakout. Steve Baskerville going under by a full 10th, 12.96 on the 13.11, 10.55 on the 10.57 for Rob Monroe, but he's still going to get the nod to move into round number 3 as he broke out by less on the dial-in. Mike Render getting the win yesterday in National Open competition, facing off against Chris Stone. 10.85 the dial-in for the S10, 9.81 the dial-in for Chris Stone. Giving a shout out to Mopac Auto Supplies. Stone trying to track down the GMC, and another double breakout. 10.81 with a 9 on the 10.85 for the S10, and Chris Stone goes 9.79 on the 9.81, but gets the nod as he broke out by a 100th, whereas Render's breaking out by just over 300ths at the line. Ray Bollinger up next for the racer out of Maple Ridge, 1963 Pontiac, and Lawrence Charnell from Port Alberni dialing in a 1280. The Pontiac going to be waiting on the Chevelle. So there goes the big old Pontiac trying to reel in the Cal Tire Port Alberni Chevelle, and at the line it is going to be the Pontiac. 1069 on the 1063 dial, a 1290 with a 1 on the 1280 dial for Lawrence Charnell, and Ray Bollinger gets to the finish line stripe first by just over 300ths of a second, almost 400ths of a second. The margin of victory at the line is Jim Stahl dialing in an 11 flat, going to go up against Cassie Tippy. Tippy in the 65 Nova Wagon, the racer out of Surrey. Tulalip, Washington is where Jim Stahl calls home. Tippy with the head start, dialed in at 1161. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod. This is your standby call for Hot Rod, as it is going to be Jim Stahl getting the win, going 11:15 on the 11 flat dial in, as Cassie Tippy goes 11:63 on the 11:61, but Cassie's reaction time started with a 2. Whereas Jim Stahl went 0:32 in the tree and manages to get the win. Super Pro elimination round number 2. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Super Pro round 2, we need you to the lanes. Mal Patterson, the malfunction. Albion Tire, 1968 Acadian, dialed in at a 10:13. James Dobson, also in the 10-second territory, dialed in at a 10:66. Small block Chevy-powered Camaro for the racer out of Langley. Maple Ridge is where Mal Patterson calls home. So a slight advantage for James Dobson in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Mal Patterson wheels up and hauling as usual and catches the Camaro. 10:19 with a 1 on the 10:13 dial. 0:35 reaction time helped out as well. Dobson 0:75 in the tree, runs 10:69 with a 2 on the 10:66 dial in, so actually running closer to what he dialed in, but the reaction time advantage for Mal Patterson pays off by just over 1/100th of a second at the finish line stripe. Pierre Barry moving into round number 2 of eliminations. The Pontiac Firebird out of Nanaimo, facing off against Ross Walker from Langley in the 66 Chevy 2. 9:99 to dial in, and the 10:08. You can see them leaving at pretty much the same time as Ross Walker gets the win. 10:11 with a 5 on the 10:08. Pierre Barry dialed in as the quicker car, but actually runs slower than Walker. 10:16 with an 0 on the 9:99 dial in, and it is going to be Ross Walker getting the easy cruise in to round 3 of competition, running that 10:11 with a 5 on the 10:08 dial in. Lorenz Schwartz, the 83 Chevy Monte Carlo in the TCS side of the racetrack. Ralph Ehlers facing off against him over in the Lordco lane, dialing in a 10:91, 10:27 the dial for the Titanium Auto Group Monte Carlo. A bit of a reaction time advantage on the TCS side of the racetrack, and it is going to be Lorenz Schwartz getting the job done. Goes 10:43 on the 10:27 dial, way off in the dial-in department. Ralph Ehlers, 10:95 on the 10:91, but his reaction time started with a 1, whereas Lorenz Schwartz went 0:39 on the trees, so still able to pull it out over Ralph Ehlers, as it is Bobby Ehlers getting ready to go down the Lordco lane. On Maple Ridge, his 1989 Fox-bodied Mustang, going to square off against Rob Monroe, a completely different generation of Ford. 1931 Ford Model A, as Bobby creeps his way into the staging beams. $10.42 the dial, $9.05 the dial for Rob, and in case of the double breakouts, $10.39 gonna get the job done for Bobby Ehlers. He breaks out by 200, and Rob Monroe going 9.007 on the 9:05, 400 breaking out, which means that Bobby Ehlers does it the least. And we'll move on to round number 3. Is Jim Banky gonna get the bye run? Final car in round 2 of Pro Bracket Elimination, and Jim Banky dialed in at a 10:20, goes and runs himself a 10:20. 10:20 with a 9. at 130 miles an hour for Jim Banky. That'll wrap things up for Pro Bracket. Time for Sportsman to make their way into the water box. So Brandon Piskachek from Burnaby, 1990 Fox-bodied Mustang, gonna take on Jason Stobie, who got the bye run into round number 2 of competition. The Stobie Excavating GMC dialed in at a 1577. Piskachek dialed in at a 1331. Be waiting for almost 2 seconds on the GMC in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. There goes Stobie, and there goes Piskachek after having to wait just a little bit. Now he's got to try and track down the GMC. See if he can do it as they get to the stripe. Yes is the answer, 1340 with a 3 on the 1331 dial-in. And by 0.05 of a second, Brandon Piskachek going to get to the finish line first. Over Jason Stobie is Randy Hermson. From Mission in the Wing Behemoth, 58 Oles going to go up against Colin Moore in the 63 Fairlane. 1414 is the dial-in for Moore. 1397 the dial-in for Hermson. Already at the 8th mile mark, Hermson drawing even with the Fairlane as they're going to race it out to the stripe. The Fairlane's going to get the job done. 1420 with a 7 on the 1414 dial-in, and by 7 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Colin Moore going to move to round number 2, a 1411 with a 1 on the 1397 dial-in at 91 miles an hour for Randy Hermson. Hit him out in round number 2. Grant Gordon from Surrey waiting for 3 seconds for Ann Copeland. Copeland getting the head start in the Subaru. As Grant tries to track her down, and he will. 1209 with a 1 on the 1206, and going 1543 in the 1537 dial-in. No 96 light for Grant Gordon, a 109 light for Ann Copeland, and Grant Gordon with a cushy advantage at the stripe. Going to move to round number 3. Tyler Dobson up next. Tyler in the Camaro on the tower side. Bill Wells from Mission, the 79 Malibu, leaving the line second. And in a double breakout, Tyler Dobson gets the job done. 1191 on the 1196, 1159 with a 1 on the 1165 for Bill Wells. And Dobson again breaking out by the least, so he is going to move to round number 3. And Ron Clark going to come up to the line next for the Port Alberni driver. And Stewart Town from Summerland, the 77 Astra, the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. So attention to the pits, we need Hot Rod lanes 1 and 2, Hot Rod lanes 1 and 2, and a standby call for BC Super Shifters, Hot Rod 1 and 2, BC Super Shifters. This is your standby call. So Ron Clark knocked out by Stewart Town. 1165 and the 1162 dial in. How about a 009 reaction time for the Astra? He'll move in round number 3 comfortably is Nick Douglas and Lawrence Charnell coming up the line next. Lawrence with the 1280 dial in. Nick Douglas, your defending Sportsman track champion, going to be waiting on the Chevelle with a 1236. So the chase is on for the Charger, as it is going to be Nick Douglas getting the job done. 12:47 with the 3 on the 12:36 dial-in, as Lawrence Charnella runs a 12:94 with the 9 on the 12:80. 006 reaction time for Nick Douglas, helping him out a bunch as he gets the win by almost 900ths at the stripe. As Nick Douglas will move into round 3 of competition. And by the looks of things, that is going to round things out for Sportsman. Round number 2 is again Hot Rod. We have made the call for you to head on up to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, lanes 1 and 2. Also with the Hot Rod call to the lanes, again, we have put the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters on standby. Super Shifters, you are on standby. And again, we need Hot Rod lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro action for round number 2 of Eliminations, coming up with Colton Morin. He went trip zip in round number 1, the reaction time department. Morin Motorsports dragster with the Ritchie Race Engines Big Block Chevy. This is your recent graduate from the junior categories. Junior Lightning for Colton, stepping up to the full-size dragster here in 2024. Getting the bye run into round number 3 as he gets ready to guide her into the beans. So look at Colton Morin going 795 on the 795. 014 light, not too shabby in the reaction time department either. Not too bad of a package for Colton Morin. 9th thou from going dead on. Emma Debris-Coos from Shawnigan also went trip zip in round number 1 of Eliminations. Dialed in an 899, and Jeremy Soares dialed in at a 748 for the racer out of Terrace. Soares Transport. Quick Tech Race Cars also helping out. That beautifully blue presented machine. Over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, Emma going to get the head start. I mentioned Colton was a junior dragster graduate, so is Emma. Moving up to the full-size cars for 2024. Clean and green, both sides of the racetrack. Seeing who's going to get the job done to move into round number 2. It is going to be Jeremy Soares. 749 with a 9. And how about a 002 reaction time for Jeremy Soares? Em Debris-Coos, no slouch in the tree either with an 019 light. Runs 903 on the 899 dial, but Jeremy Soares going to get the job done by just about 400ths of a second at the stripe. John Tabak, 1059 the dial in, and Jan Christensen, who's going to be waiting a long time. Bring out the calendar for the El Green Go 67 Nova with an 861 dial in, trying to track down the Rad Torque Systems S10. They are clean, they are green, and Jan Christensen is going to break out, trying to track down John Tabak. Is a 1059 with a 5 on the 1059. Christensen got to the finish line first, but breaks out, running an 8:59 with a 4 on the 8:61 dial. So it's going to be John Tabak moving into round number 3 for the racer out of Maple Ridge, as we bring up Kevin McNichol and Darcy Lebensky. Lebensky in the 69 Cougar, who won round number 1 with a 1-second reaction time, facing up against Kevin McNichol. Attention the pits, BC Super Shifters. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Shifters to lanes 5 and 6 is Kevin McNichol. Moves around number 3 of competition with the 10:24 with an 8 at 125 miles an hour and the 10:14 dial in. Darcy Lebensky runs 9:76 and 9:30, and the reaction time started with a 5, so knocked half a second off the reaction time from round number 1, but still a little bit of work needed on the tree. As again, Super Shifters, we needed lanes 5 and 6, and a standby call for all junior classes. Standby call for all junior classes. We need Super Shifters to the lanes. Zach Liston out of Mount Vernon, Washington. The 55 Chevy, and Paul Soros from Terrace. The Pontiac over the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, the Grand Prix. Liston leaving first with the 8:35 dial in, 8:14 for Soares, and he's going to get to the finish line first by 0.005 of a second. Getting the job done, 8:17 with a 3. On the 8:14 dial, Zach Liston runs an 8:41 with a 4 on the 8:35 dial in, 0:22 on the tree, better than Soares, but Soares able to drive around him again by 0.005 of a second at the finish line stripe. Willie Oliver and Martin Rochelle. Rochelle, 1090 is the dial-in. And Willie Oliver, 776. The dial-in for the dragster, who's going to be waiting for about 3 seconds at the starting line, watching Martin Rochelle drive away. And Willie's going to have to try and track him down in the big block Chevy-powered dragster. Rochelle goes 001 red. And Willie Oliver moves into round 3 of competition. Willie went 7th thou quicker than his dial-in, but it does not matter because Martin Rochelle goes 001 red in the starting line, meaning Willie Oliver going to move to round number 3 for the Mission Racer is Nick Angelucci. Up at the ready line next, small block Chevy-powered 78 Malibu for the racer from Agassiz, and Lorenz Schwartz from Langley in the Monte Carlo, double classing it this weekend, going rounds in both Pro and Super Pro. Dialing at a 10:27, 10:82 for Angelucci, who's going to have the advantage over Schwartz. And this one decided on the starting line, and Lorenz Schwartz goes 0.0006 red by 6/10,000ths of a second. Nick Angelucci, the right side of the tree, goes 006, runs through to a 1083 with a 0 on the 1082 dial. Red Schwartz breaking out to add insult to injury with the 1024 on the 1027. Hot rod time as we have finished off Super Pro round number 2. It is going to be Ryan Isherwood from Cobble Hill, dialing in at 11:68 in the Plymouth over in the Lordco lane, and Sylvia Hoopston's dialing in a 12:73 in the 66 Mustang. Well, Isherwood gonna have to come on with the top end charge. They get to the finish line, and it is Sylvia Hoopston's comfortably with the win. 1277 with an 8 on the 1273 dial. And Ryan Isherwood runs 1177 on the 1168. His reaction time started with a 2. This is never a good sign, and unfortunately getting knocked out in round number 2. So, junior class competitors, Speed Industries junior class competitors, this is your call to the lane. Junior Thunder, you're going to be in lane 1. Junior Lightning, you are going to be in lane 2. Junior Streets, you are in lanes 3 and 4. Veronica Hodson and Jamie Wellwood. Wellwood is going to have to try and reel in the dart with a big advantage for the dart. And the dart going to get the win. 12:04 with a 6 at 106 miles an hour, 078 reaction time. And unfortunately, Jamie's lights started with a 3. And even though he broke out, still couldn't catch Veronica Hodson, who gets the job done. So once again, we need Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, and Top Sportsman. This is your standby call. Top Sportsman, this is your standby call. Matt Warner and Rob Hodson. Matt, the wheel standing 66 Mercury. And Rob Hodson, the 67 Belvedere, and at the line, it is going to be Rob Hodson. Hodson gets the job done running a 1073 with a 4 on the 1071 dial in. 1058 on the 1054 for Matt Warner, as it was Hodson off the line first. Hodson to the finish line first. 047 reaction time for the Belvedere, and will take home the round win is Blair Criddle from North Delta and Ron Clark, your next pairing. And Blair is going to be waiting for a very long time. 1265 dial in for the Chevelle. And unfortunately, Blair is going to have that one go sideways on the starting line. 022 red for Blair Criddle. As Ron Clark goes 1281.9 on the 1265 dial in with an 021 light. And he is going to move to round number 3 of competition. As up will come Chris Stone of the Stone Cold Racing 1968 Dodge Dart. Also giving a shout out to Mopac Auto Supply, as Chris will get the bye run into the next round. .001 on the tree for Chris Stone as he goes 980 with a 5 on the 980 dial. Not too shabby package there for Chris Stone. Again, 001 on the tree, 980 with a 5 on the 980 dial. Only 5 thou away from being dead on for Chris Stone, so he is going to make his way into round number 3 of eliminations for Super Pro. We will get ready for the next class to make its way up to the ready line. Correct myself, next round of Hot Rod for Chris Stone, as it is going to be BC Super Shifters time for their second round of eliminations. So Wayne Davis in the VW dialed in at a 1225, going to take on Dale Posnick in the 67 Mustang, who is in the Lordco lane, dialed it in a 1019. Wayne Davis from Victoria in the Volkswagen, dialed in at a 1225, as mentioned, going to be the one leaving the line first. So Dale Posnick Posnick with a wheels up charge to try and catch the Volkswagen. As the Volkswagen breaks out by a country mile. 11.96 on the 12.25 dial-in for Wayne Davis, and it is Dale Posnick running a 10.54 on the 10.19 dial-in, who is going to move to round number 3 of BC Super Shifters competition. Wayne Davis again going almost 3/10 under what he dialed with that 11.96, which is his best run of the weekend. Fortunately, in eliminations, when you go quicker than your dial-in and the other guy doesn't, well, it means that, in this case, Dale Posnick can get the win. Will Zorick dialed in at an 11.11 and 8.28 for Gene Kerner in the Mustang. So Gene is going to be waiting, again, for a while in the Lordco side of the racetrack to try and catch Will. 2 greens. And now for Gene Kerner, the race is on. And Gene, unfortunately, not going to get there in time. 11.16 with a 9 on the 11.11 dial-in for Will Zorick, who gets to the finish line at 0.03 of a second ahead of Gene Kerner, running an 8.32 in the 8.28 dial-in, and 0.16 light for Will Zorick. So getting a nice pad on the Christmas tree, getting the advantage there in the reaction time department. He is going to move to round number 3 of competition, and Pat Byron and Jamie Roth going to be your final pair of Super Shifter competitors. Roth's going to be first, Byron in pursuit. Top Sportsman finalists, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Finals of Top Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Top Dragster, you are on standby as Jamie Roth moves in to the next round of competition for McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters, running a 10.12 in the 10.09, 8.57 on the 8.55 for Pat Byron. 0.62 light for Jamie Roth, the better reaction time out of the two. A 1.20 light for Byron, and that means that the Comet going to move into the next round of competition. Stock, Super Stock combo. We need you 2 lanes to be laddered for your next round of eliminations. Stock, Super Stock combo to the lanes to be laddered for your next round of eliminations. Again, we made the call for Top Sportsman to make your way to lanes 5 and 6, the finals of Top Sportsman. This is your call to the lanes. Junior Street time, switching over to the 8th mile, is Riker in the GMC Square Body going to take on Dallas in the backup Honda Civic. 11.81 the dial for Dallas, 9.21 the dial for Riker, and Riker's going to get the win. 9.26 on the 9.21 dial in as Dallas breaks out, running an 11.65 on the 11.81 dial in. Tyler and Jacob going to come up to the line next. Tyler in the Chevy pickup truck in the TCS side of the racetrack. Jacob over in the 87 Camaro for Stobie Excavating. So both racers away, green on either side of the racetrack. And at the finish line, it's going to be Tyler taking out the win, 11.05 with an O on the 11.01 dial-in, a 10.18 on the 10.04 for Jacob. And Tyler taking out the easy win, 0.78 the reaction time, 1.62 light for Jacob, as it is a bye run for Josephine. Into the next round of competition for Junior Street, for the racer in the Chevy Silverado. The Lord Coast side of the racetrack for Zap Strap Racing. 109 on the reaction time department. 1069 the dial and 1069 on the 1069. 1069 with a 9. Josephine going to get the bye run into round number 3 of competition for Peden Industries Junior Street. And just like that, that is going to wrap things up for Junior Street action, and we will get ready for Junior Thunder to come up to the line next. So after junior category action, going to roll into the final for Top Sportsman. Top Dragster continuing on through the rotation, stock, super comp, super gas, super street, back into round number 3 of eliminations for Canada West Door Slammers. Again, continuing to make our way through the schedule here this afternoon at Mission Raceway Park in the final day of the Northwest National Open, brought to us by Lucas Oil Products. And we hear the first pair of Junior Thunder. Their second round of eliminations coming underneath the Lordco Bridge. So April gonna get the bye run into round number 3 of competition. She is dialed in at an 894 for the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster. So April getting ready to be guided into the beams of the Lordco side of the racetrack and see how close she can get to that 894 dial in. Essentially getting a test and tune hit. We're heading into the next round of competition. So once again, we need the Top Sportsman Finals and Stock Super Stock Combo to the lanes. Top Sportsman Finals, we need you to the lanes, and Stock Super Stock Combo, we also need you to the lanes. So there's going to be Emily and Alex coming up next. April going 022 on the tree, 898 on the 894 dial in for April. So Emily in TCS lane with an 899. Alex with an 1198. It's going to be Emily waiting on Alex to leave the line first. Global Container Terminals Lordco Junior Dragster getting guided up into the beams. So here we go as both racers getting ready to roll on into the beams. After the final adjustments, as they get the signal. Top Dragster, this is your call to the lanes for your next elimination round. Top Dragster, this will be your call to the lanes for your next round of eliminations. So Emily going to move to round number 2, goes 904 with a 0 on the 899 dial in, 078 the reaction time for Emily. Alex, unfortunately, his reaction time starts with a 2. 12:18 with a 2 on the 11:98 dial-in. So out in round number 2 is Grayson and Owen coming up to the line next. Grayson in the Ultra Tune Automotive Junior Dragster. Owen helped out by the Badass Garage, Lordco Auto Parts, Home Masters Team, and Fountain Tire. All coming on board for Owen is the crew members, in this case the parents, making the final adjustments and telling their racers to bring it into the beams. So again, Top Dragster, we've made the call for you to head over to the lanes. Top Sportsman finalists, you should be there as well. And Stock Super Stock Combo, you should also be in the lanes. Grayson having to wait quite a long time. 14:30 the dial-in for Owen, 8:90 the dial-in for Grayson. And it's going to be Owen getting the line with the win. 14:49 with the 2 on the 14:30 dial. $9.12 with a 2 on the 890 dial-in for Grayson. Unfortunately, reaction time there is starting with a 4, and Owen cutting an 0.20 light to get the job done. Bentley, the Bubba Speed Shop, Beaton Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, Junior Dragster, and Nash, who is in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Nash is dialing in a 13:03. Bentley dialed in at an 8:90, and Bentley's going to be the one waiting on the starting line. So there goes Nash. And Bentley now starts the pursuit. And at the line, going to be Bentley getting the job done. 8:98 with a 2 in the 890 dial-in, an 095 light to a 141 reaction time. 13:20 on the 13:03 dial-in for Nash. So Bentley moves to round number 3. And just like that, next one is in the water box. So Super Gas, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. This looks like some trouble for Adeline potentially, as it is going to be a single run for Coca in the Decal Ventures Junior Dragster, dialed in at an 890. Unfortunately, Adeline having some trouble, couldn't make the call as Coca getting ready to go down the TCS side. 246 on the start line, and takes that one down the TCS side of the racetrack, runs it through to an 893 on the 890 dial. As here is your next pair in Junior Thunder. Adam, the TK Performance Lordco Junior Dragster, your 2022 champ. Wesley for Fountain Tire, Lordco, Badass Garage, and Home Masters Team. Wesley dialed in a 905. Adam dialed in as quick as you can run in Junior Thunder at an 890. Adam, who's been having a pedal his way down the racetrack multiple times to try and keep under that 890, see what kind of fancy footwork he can do to try and get the round win. Is Wesley again going to get the head start? That 905 dial-in. He gets guided up by Dad on the TCS side of the racetrack. And what looks to be the final pair, if I'm not mistaken, in Junior Thunder before we move into Junior Lightning. So you can hear Adam working the throttle, trying to get to the stripe without breaking out. He is going to do so. 903 with a 7 on the 890 dial, and a 947 on the 905 for Wesley. 026 reaction time for Wesley, and 015 light for Adam, and he's going to comfortably move his way into the next round of competition. So here we go with Junior Lightning. And the quicker of the two junior categories, in theory, as the age increases, the speed increases. Sydney, the a little bit dramatic LLC junior dragster, or Washington State competitors, taking her way up to the line, giving a whack of the throttle before getting guided up to the beams. Dialed in at an 849 with this buy run, essentially a test and tune pass to see what she can run, see how close she can get to that 849 to get set up for the next round of eliminations. Canada West Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 15-minute standby call. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 15-minute standby call for round number 3 of eliminations. Well, Sydney, gonna go 849 on the 849. 849 with a 5:013 lights for Sydney, not too shabby, as she's gonna make her way into round number 3. Lexi and the TCS side of the racetrack, the Bowtie Ventures junior dragster, whacking the throttle before getting ready to bring it to the beams, and Connor, the TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, Lordco Auto Parts sponsored junior dragster, dialed in at a 797, and 810 is the dial in for Lexi Winterbottom, as she is going to leave the line first, with Connor just having to wait about 2/10 of a second rather or so at the starting line for Lexi to leave the line. Pretty much dead even as they will make their way to the 8th mile mark, and it is going to be Connor getting the job done. 799 with a 2 on the 797 dial, and an 815 to the 810 for Lexi. An 025 light for Connor, better on the starting line, and Lexi going 082 on the line as next pair is rolling on up. CL Gagnon and Lincoln. So CL and Lincoln going up against each other, the Titanium and JBS equipment supported Junior, and CL getting a little bit of help from the folks at Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, Big Kids Racing. CL is dialed in at a 790. Lincoln dialed in at an 801. CL giving up about a 10th to Lincoln and the TCS side of the racetrack. She's going to have to try and track him down, as this is your final pair in round number 2 of eliminations for Junior Lightning. So unfortunately, Seattle gonna go 036 red, and Lincoln gonna go 073 to the good on the tree, and 803 with a 3 at 80 miles an hour. Gonna put Lincoln into the next round of competition. Is gonna be down just for a little bit of track prep as the sprayer gonna go out, make a few passes to make sure that everything is good to go before we get into Top Sportsman. Their final round is going to come up next with Top Dragster following, Stock Super Stock, as well as Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street. Again, Canada West Door Slammers. We placed you on a 15-minute standby call about 5 minutes ago, so and get ready as you'll be called in just a few minutes' time to the lanes for round number 3 of Eliminations. So yeah, a quick spray of the racing surface here as we get set for more eliminations coming up and getting ready to again crown a winner in Top Sportsman. So again, a big thanks going out to all of our supporters here at Mission Raceway Park and the Titanium Strip, including Lordco Auto Parts. Open 7 days a week in over 100 locations across BC. You can go to lordco.com to find a location near you. You can also go to @Lordco Auto Parts on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Keep up to date with all of their offerings. That is Lordco Auto Parts, proudly BC owned and operated since 1974. So, done spraying the Lordco side of the racetrack. TCS lane going to get a little bit of attention right now as we've got your Top Sportsman finalists in the lane. Also have Stock Super Stock Combo and Top Dragster all ready for their next round of eliminations. Getting lined up, laddered up, and good to go. So we get ready to continue to hand out the Wallies here for the NHRA National Open. With that, attention in the pits, we need Super Street to the rear of staging. Super Street to the rear of staging to be laddered. Super Street. Make your way up to the rear of staging for your next round of competition. So is the sprayer going to get ready to make what looks to be its final pass as it is pulled off the top end? We have your final round coming underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge for JBS Equipment Top Sportsman. Dane Lackolt, we need you to the lanes. Top Dragster has been called to the lanes, and You're the only one we're missing, I believe. Dane Lackle. We need you to the lanes as you guys are up for top dragster in just a moment, as we've got the top sportsman final lined up and ready to go to roll into the water box. So here we go, getting the signal to fire them up. For your final round of top sportsman, it is Paul Soares out of Terrace. The Pontiac, the TCS side of the racetrack, and the Pontiac on the Lordco side of the racetrack, Joe Meloff, the Pontiac GXP, 708 cubic inches. Naturally aspirated Chevy power for Joe and Paul Soares, 584 cubic inches. Also, naturally aspirated Chevy power, giving up about 100 plus so cubic inches. As Joe Meloff is going to be the racer doing the chasing on the Lordco lane. The Meloff excavating Pontiac GXP that is frequent competitor in NHRA Top Sportsman competition and has made his way to the final round. It's Paul Soares again from the north of the province. Terrace gonna bring up the Pontiac Grand Prix to the ready line, which was a less common body style for GM in pro stock competition. So we'll get ready to bring it up to the line to face off. It's Joe Meloff. Top dragster behind this pair, the final round in top sportsman. They're going to get ready to roll into the water box. They're getting down to the nitty-gritty and eliminations as well. As here we go to decide who's going to get the Wally in top sportsman. Paul Soares or Joe Meloff. Soares going to leave the line first. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack, and here comes Joe Meloff in the chase position. He's got it. 680 with a 9 on the 680 and 818 with a 4 on the 816 for Paul Soares. Margin of victory at the stripe, just 8 thousandths of a second in favor of the Pontiac GXP. So Joe Meloff gets the win, and with that, here is top dragster. Elimination round number 2. It's going to be the semifinals by the looks of things, as it is Jeremy Soares from Terrace and Zach Clark right here in Mission. You can see Zach back out here at Mission Raceway Park. So a 693, the dial-in for Zach Clark, 748 for Paul Soares. Soares is going to leave the line first with Zach Clark doing the chasing. Zach Clark goes 693 in the 693, but it is not quite enough to get around Jeremy Soares, who runs 749 with a 1 in the 748 dial-in. He's been mowing down the tree all day and goes 001 in the reaction time department. So Justin Bond gonna get the competition single as Dane Lackhold unfortunately unable to make the call in this semifinal pairing for Top Dragster. So Justin dialed in at a 7:06 test pass to get prepared to face off against Jeremy Soares in the final round. Justin going 015 in the tree and goes 718 on the 706 at 156 miles an hour. So Justin Bond moves to the finals to face off against Jeremy Soares in Top Dragster. That is going to do it for the semifinals of Top Dragster as we get ready for Stock Super Stock Combo to come up to the ready line next.
Okay, stand by.
So we're going to have round number 2 of Stock Super Stock at the ready line just as soon as we get the go-ahead signal after a quick spray of the start line. And again, moving through into round number 2 of competition for all of our NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman classes here this weekend. So here we go with the first pair in round 2. Daryl Stobie. Stobie, the Super Stock J Automatic. 64 Chevelle for Stobie Construction from Abbotsford. And James Boyce from Duval, Washington. 1988 Fox Body Mustang running in K Stock Automatic. Dialed in at an 1180, so the Chevelle giving up the starting line advantage to the Mustang. Both racers clean and green off the line, and Daryl Stobie in pursuit of the Mustang. Canada West Door Slammer, Canada West Door Slammer. We need you to lanes 5 and 6 as James Boyce pulls out the win over Daryl Stobie in 1180 with a 5 in the 1180 dial-in, 1027 with an 8 on the 1023 for Daryl Stobie. And even though he went 004 on the tree, it was still James Boyce getting the job done in the Mustang. So once again, Canada West Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, lanes 5 and 6. Rick Green in the Q Stock Automatic Mustang, and Rick McKinney in the GT Camaro, 1061 with a 2 on the 1059 dial-in, gets the job done by only 6 thousandths of a second over Rick Green, who runs a 1245 with a 6 on the 1242 dial-in. Rick's slightly better in the reaction time department, going 017 on the tree, 024 for McKinney, as Martha Lang is up at the line next. Martha, for the racer out of Puyallup, the 1980 Chevy Malibu that got the win yesterday, going to go up against Kevin Perkin from Grand Forks, the 1992 Chevy Camaro, the Super Stock C Modified national record holder. Dialed in at an 880, going to be waiting for a long time as Martha going to be driving off into the sunset, and Kevin going to have to do some serious chasing. And unfortunately, Kevin gonna break out. 878 with a 7 on the 880 dial. Martha runs 1199 with a 9 on the 1194 and moves into the next round of competition, as that will finish off the stock super stock combo round number 2 of eliminations, as Super Comp finishing off the burnouts on either side of the racetrack. This is the final for Super Comp. Danny Howder out of Renton, Washington is over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Dale Green from Pacific, Washington is on the TCS side of the racetrack. The carbon fiber machine, TCS Lynn, in the white dragster for Danny Howder. And back to the index categories. So running 890, heads up, pro tree. And in theory, first one to the finish line wins as long as you don't go under the index. As Howder is already pre-staged, here comes Dale Green in. This one is decided on the start line. Danny Howder goes 006 red, and Dale Green gets the job done, runs 890 on the 890, 7th out from being dead on the index, and it is going to be Dale Green getting his second National Open win of the year. The racer from Pacific, Washington, as we move into Super Gas. Super Gas, the 890. Not the 890, 990 index class. Just had the 890 final for Super Comp. Super Gas, again, the 990 class, you can see up on the scoreboards. Ron McKenzie from Ferndale, Washington in the 57 Corvette. And Dean Peterson in the Mustang. Peterson, the winner yesterday of the Wally. Trying to go back-to-back. And he's got the opportunity as he's going to go into the final round of Super Gas. 991 with an 8 on the 990 as a 1001 for Ron McKenzie on the 990, and 023 light. Peterson's light starting with a 1, but still able to drive around him by 9 thousandths of a second at the stripe. So Dean Peterson out of Courtney moving on to the final round to face Brandon Hutchinson. Hutchinson from Shawnigan Lake getting the bye run in the final. .005 reaction time for Hutchinson, and he's going to go 993 with a 4 at 156 miles an hour, making his way into the final round. It'll be the Battle of Vancouver Island. Dean Peterson from Courtney and Shawnigan Lake's Brandon Hutchinson facing off into the final round, as it is time for Super Street. Round number 2, already in the water box. So first pair in round number 2 of Super Street, Jerry Epp facing off against the Team Auctions T-Bird in the 1090 index class. So Jason Kendall taking the tow from Alberta over in the Lordco lane. As Jerry Epp rolls through the beams, and Jason Kendall going to move into round number 3 of Super Street. So Jason gets the win, goes through with a 1088 going under the index at 142 miles an hour. But again, Jerry Epp rolls through the beams, doesn't get a time registered, and hands the win to Jason. As Jan Christensen and Tony Hopkins. Your next pair, Tony from Snohomish, Washington. Langley is where Jan Christensen calls home. And the Z28 Camaro. Both racers clean and green as they make their way down their respective lanes in the shoebox, mounting a top end charge, but goes under by 3 thou. Jan Christensen gets the win, 1092 with a 718 miles an hour, gets the job done, 1089 with a 6 for Hopkins. And unfortunately, again, by 3 thou, going to go under the index. Dan Parsons and Herman Chan up next. Parsons from Powell River, the 1970 Duster for Quality Racing. Herman Chan, the 67 Chevy Camaro out of Vancouver over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. At the finish line, gonna be Herman Chan. Dan Parsons going under by 200s. 1087 with a 9. 1090 with a 4 for Herman Chan. 051 on the tree. 029 light for Parsons, but again going under by 200. So it's Brown and Sims. And it is going to be Jerry Brown going into the next round of Super Street. 1091 with a 1 on the 1090 index. 018 reaction time. Todd Sims, 1089 with a 7. Going under just by 2 thousandths of a second. So Jerry Brown moves into the semifinals. That's going to wrap things up for Super Street. As we make the call for Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, we need you to the lanes. Pro Bracket to the lanes. Sportsman, this is your standby call for the next round. Again, Pro Bracket, we need you to the lanes. Sportsman, this is your standby call for your next round of eliminations. Selby Canada West Door Slammers coming up next for round number 3.
So next up will be what I believe is round number 3 for the Canada West Door Slammers. So this weekend's Door Slammer race brought to us by Associated Tire and Auto. Associated Tire and Auto have provided the Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable service since 2011. Dedicated to establishing long-term customer relationships, you can trust our experienced staff for top-notch service and quality products. Our experts will recommend the best tires depending on your needs. We carry Toyo and Kumo tires. Call us or come to our workshop for a free consultation and for a free cup of coffee. Computerized wheel balances are highly accurate machines that identify the weight distribution problem areas within an assembly. We use Hunter alignment machine, Hunter road force balancer, and Mustang dynamometer. For a punctured tire, our staff will patch, plug, or seal the damaged area. If your tire is losing air due to valve stem damage, or if the tire is not securely attached to the wheel's rim, our tire repair staff will be able to help you. And finally, you should rotate your tires to prevent uneven tread wear. Uneven tread wear commonly occurs because most vehicles do not distribute weight evenly between the front and rear tires. So again, big shout out to Associated Tire and Auto, this weekend's sponsor of the Canada West Door Slammers. Should also mention all the association sponsors, including Winter Harbor and Marina, and RV, Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Jason Field, also a VP Race Fuel distributor, Paradise Homes, that's what we've got on the starting line right now, Alpine Backhoe / Lance Racing, Comox Valley Excavating, TCS Performance Products, Titanium Auto Group, NC Engines, Travel and RV. So here we are, Rod Leclerc on a single. Dials in at 687. Rod Leclerc is Paradise Homes, wants to thank the crew along with Andy Leclerc and Curtis Sankey. Looking good. 006 reaction time, 105 to the 60 foot, and at the top end of the racetrack, 690 with a 0, 199 miles an hour. So Rod Leclerc rolls into round number next. So as mentioned, I believe we're in round number 3, but I'm not going to stake my life on it. Well, apparently, I was fairly accurate on my guess. Now we'll see our first pair in this third round, Terry Langdon Davies and Mark Thompson. A couple of very cool cars. Langdon Davies in that purple and black 1941 Willys. Mark Thompson, the Dude Stewed, I like to call him, his 1954 Studebaker. Well, Mark Thompson says, there you go, Terry. Turned it red for you. See your wind light? Cool, eh? Langdon Davies, 39 up front, then 817 on the 814 dial. Mark Thompson off the gas before the finish line, coasts across at 766 and 163. Now, Mike Kenworthy. Take on Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson in the right lane, dialed 768. And Mike Kenworthy driving his Firebird over here in the TCS lane. Will be working on a dial of 819. Scott Robinson's got the pre-stage light on now. Kenworthy does as well. Scott in first. Mike lights the fourth bulb. Here we go. Oh, Mike Kenworthy was awesome. 002 up front. Robinson turns it red by 61 thou. Then runs dead on his 768 dial with B4. Kenworthy comes up a little on the soft side. 822 on the 819 prediction. So Kenworthy for Illusion Motorsports and Speedmart will be coming back for round number 4. Now Brian Ritchie and Paul Stretch. Brian Ritchie for Ritchie Racing Engines. Green Light Auto Sales. Ritchie in the black SS Chevelle, Tower Side. Black paint, black windows, black bumpers, black wheels. Paul Stretch for Mid-Island Engines. Couple of green lights, 9,000ths of a second separate them at the starting line at the Christmas tree. It's Paul Stretch with the win light on. 731 with a 1 on the 730 dial. Brian Ritchie too quick. He's under his 793 dial by just 2,000ths of a second, taking 22,000ths at the stripe. So had he taken 20 thou or less, his win light would have been on. Hey, listen up in the pits. Sportsman. Sportsman, this is your call to the rear of staging. Sportsman, we need you now to the rear of the staging lanes. And Super Pro, we will give Super Pro a standby call. Standby call for Super Pro. Sportsman to the rear of the lanes. Father, son. Tom Katnick taking on his son Anthony. Anthony. The black 68 dart, right-hand lane, dialed in at 844. Dad behind the wheel of the Metal Flake Camaro. Dialed a little over 2 full seconds quicker at 637. But Tom Katnick, Tower Side, in that beautiful 68 Camaro. Turbo deal. Wow. Tom Katnick goes perfect on the starting line. How about that? Trip zip with a 2. Then 646 on the 637 dial, getting to the finish line first by 20,000ths of a second. His son Anthony doing 163 at the finish line. Dad was doing 222. Just 60 mile an hour or so difference between those two cars. Awesome drag race, guys. Hey, junior dragsters, or all juniors actually, dragsters and junior street. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to juniors. Super Pro, you're also on standby. With that said, Cole, I'm going to go do some standby time.
You know, Cole, me and Mike were talking about whether or not the old man was going to let the kid win, if he was going to try and take it, who pays the bills type of thing. I said, no. I think Tom would rather see his kid take the win than he does. And then he goes out there and puts a trip zip up on him.
Yeah, flickered the top bulb on him too, trying to take a big chunk out of it, and then absolutely destroys him.
Good to see. So we will see Tom make his way back for the next round.
Here we go, the final round in Top Fuel. Harley is fired and ready to go. TCS side of the racetrack, it is going to be Austin Christopher, the rider from Hope, and Pete Waugh for Big Kids Racing, the rider out of Gabriel Island. The fast lane racing bike for Austin Christopher, who made the move up from Pro Modified Motorcycle. He's been deep in the 620 zone on board of his family's Kawasaki and ran a 6:38 in the semifinals at over 220 miles an hour. And he has picked the TCS side of the racetrack to try and take on Pete Waugh. Ran a respectable 6:68. Take out Big Kids Racing teammate Nate Gagnon in the semifinal pairing. And Pete already pre-staged, waiting on Austin to come in. And we'll see what Austin Christopher can do. It's going to be Pete Waugh maybe to try and pull things off the outside. Dead even on the tree, was out of it, and Austin Christopher goes straight down the TCS side of the racetrack to a 6:44 with a 216 miles an hour, and gets the win for the NHRA Lucas Oil National Open. Pete Waugh was right there with him on the starting line, had a little bit of an advantage. 0:35 in the tree to Austin Christopher's 0:38. Then from there on, it was all Austin Christopher, 1:13, a little bit slower to the 60-foot. Waugh actually had him there as well. 292 to the 330-foot mark. Waugh was running 289 to the 330-foot mark. Then by the 8th mile mark, Waugh had to get out of it. And Austin Christopher able to ride on to the victory for Fast Lane Racing. All right, attention to the pits. We need Super Pros. Super Pro to the rear staging to get laddered. We need Junior divisions also to the lanes. We will have Junior Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2, and Junior Streets in lane 5. And 6 as well. So again, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6, Junior Thunder in lane 1, and Junior Lightning in lane 2. So rolling into round number 3 of Pro Class Eliminations. Ray Bollinger out of Maple Ridge, the Just Mechanical 63 Pontiac, going to get the bye run. In round number 4, so 1092 on the 1063. Ray out of it early. On the Lord Coast side of things, and next up going to be Jim Banky in his 67 Barracuda, and Mal Patterson, the 68 Malfunction Acadia. Hot Rod and Super Shifters. Hot Rod and Super Shifters, this is your standby call. Hot Rod and Super Shifters, you're on standby. Both racers clean and green, pretty much a somewhat heads-up race. 10:23 and 10:16, the dial-ins on both sides, and Jim Banky goes 10:23 and the 10:23. 10:23 with a 1. 004 reaction time for Banky as he is going to get the win and take out Mal Patterson, who runs 10:17 with a 5 and the 10:16. 0:17 on the 3, not too shabby, but again, when your opponent puts together a 004 reaction time combined with a 10:23 with a 1, only 1 thou off of being dead on the dial. That is not too shabby for Jim Banky. As Chris Stone and Jim Stahl up next. Stone be given the advantage to Stahl in the Mustang. 11:02 to dial in for the racer out of Tulalip, and 9:81 to dial in for Chris Stone. At the finish line stripe, going to be Chris Stone by only 5 thousandths of a second. Stone goes 9:85 with a 5 and the 9:81 dial in, as Jim Stahl runs an 11:06 with a 4 on the 11:02, with Stone having a very slight advantage in the reaction time department, going 006 on the tree, and 012 light for Jim Stahl. And again, the margin of victory at the line, only 5 thousandths of a second, is Rob Monroe and Ross Walker, your next pair. It's Rob Monroe leaving first with that 10:56, 10:09 for Ross Walker. 10:61 on the 10:56. Going to get the job done for Rob Monroe as Ross Walker runs a 10:12 on the 10:09. 080 light in comparison to Rob Monroe's 027. Monroe going 500ths off of his dial-in. Ross Walker actually closer in the dial-in department, but with Monroe having the better reaction time, made that up and gets to the finish line stripe first by just over 300ths. Lorenz Schwartz. That one decided by the red light on the TCS side of the racetrack. Bobby Ehlers, 10:44 and the 10:41 dial-in, but goes 016 red. 10:22 for Lorenz Schwartz, who breaks out, but that does not matter as Bobby Ehlers unfortunately already red light away his chances of moving on into the next round of competition. That is going to finish things up for Pro Bracket. We are going to move into Sportsman, round number 3. Tyler Dobson from Abbotsford dialed in at an 11:91. Going to be waiting on Brendan Piskachek in the Mustang, a little 302 underneath the hood for the racer from Burnaby. Piskachek's away. Dobson now giving chase down the TCS side of the racetrack. At the line, going to be Piskachek running a 13:37 with an 8. On his 13:35 dial-in, 055 on the tree. Dobson, 009 reaction time, and runs a 12:00 on his 11:91 dial-in, and kind of gives up that starting line advantage that he had as Piskachek going to move to the next round, and it's going to be Grant Gordon out of Surrey in the Dodge Dart, and Colin Moore in the 63 Fairlane. Moore keeping with the 14:14 dial-in, 12:04 the dial-in for Grant Gordon. And it's going to be Colin Moore getting there first. 14:22 on the 14:14 dial-in, 12:12 on the 12:04 for Grant Gordon, as Moore had the slight starting line advantage as well with an 079 reaction time. Grant Gordon an 088 light in the Dart, so he gets knocked out in round number 3, and it's going to be Nick Douglas against the End Times Pontiac over in the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Douglas can lead line first as the racer out of Summerland. playing catch up, trying to catch him going through the traps, and it is going to be Douglas with a 12:44. Moving into the next round of eliminations on the 12:37 dial-in and 11:65 and the 11:62. So that is going to wrap up Sportsman action for round number 3 of eliminations. Junior Street's going to get ready to roll up next as they will get the cones out for staging at the starting line. So semi-finals of Junior Street. The lone pairing in the semis, rolling into the water box. Josephine and Riker. Josephine, TCS side of the racetrack. Riker in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6 for your third round of eliminations. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 3 of eliminations. Josephine dialed in a 10:69.921 dial in for Riker. Riker going to be waiting on Josephine in the starting line as turn on the top bulb. We'll see you. Gets ready to face Tyler in the final round of Junior Street. Josephine away, and Riker unfortunately going to go 072 red on the tree. So Josephine for Zapstrap Racing going to go to round number, the final round, round number 4 here for Junior Street. Is up next going to be Tyler in the Chevy pickup over in the Lordco side of the racetrack, dialed in at an 11:01, getting the bye run into the final round. .078 in the tree for Tyler is make his way to the top end. 11:03 on the 11:01, 63 miles an hour, and that is going to wrap things up for the semifinals in Junior Street. Ready next for Junior Thunder to come into the water box. So continuing to roll through junior class action here. As again, we need Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. We're also going to make the call for BC Super Shifters to head to lanes 3 and 4. BC Super Shifters, we need you to 3 and 4. Hot Rod, you should already be making your way to lanes 5 and 6. So we're going to place top dragster, stock, super stock, Super Gas, and Super Street on standby. Again, this is the standby call for Top Dragster, Stock, Super Gas, and Super Street. So Junior Thunder. Coca for Decal Ventures dialed in at a 890. They're going to be facing off against Emily. Dialed in at a 902. So Emily will leave the line first. See who moves into the next round of Junior Thunder competition. So again, it's going to be Emily leaving the line first as your next pair rolls into the water box, and Coca dialed in with that 890 on the edge of what you can run. So both racers pre-staged. You can see that very slight head start to Emily. Coca trying to play catch-up, and at the line, it is going to be Coca. 891 with an 8 on the 890 as Emily breaks out, running an 898 with the 2 on the 902. 195 light for Coca, 183 for Emily, but 898 going quicker than the 902 as Owen and April are up next. CU moves into the semifinals by the looks of things for Junior Thunder. The Badass Garage, Lordco Auto Parts, Home Master Steam, Fountain Tire. Sponsor Junior, dialed in at a 1443 in April, who's going to have to do a whole lot of waiting in the JBS Equipment Dragster over in the Lordco side of things. We'll see if April can drive around Owen, as she's going to be waiting a considerable amount of time on the starting line. Both racers pre-staged. 14:43 again the dial. You can see up on the TCS side of the racetrack to April's 898. Owen is away. April now sets off in hot pursuit. At the finish line, Owen gonna just break out by 7 thousandths of a second. Got to the line a full 10th ahead of April, but unfortunately breaks out 903 with an 8 on the 898 for April, and she's gonna move to the semifinals. As it'll be Bentley and Adam, your next pair. Bentley dialed in at an 890, Adam dialed in at an 890. Gonna be a heads-up affair in this next pair of Junior Thunder. So what looks to be the final pairing of round number 3 of competition for Junior Thunder. Again, a heads-up matchup between Adam and the TK Performance Junior Dragster and Bentley and the Bubba Speed Shop, Pete Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, Sponsored Machine, as they inch their way into the staging bays. Stock, super stock. Stock, super stock. We need you to the lanes. Stock, super stock, to the lanes. Both racers away, and it is going to be Bentley getting the job done as Adam breaks out. 883 with a 4 at 72 miles an hour. Bentley 894 with a 1 on the 890 dial in and moves to the semis. Super Street, we need you to the rear of staging. Super Gas, the final round, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas finalists, lanes 5 and 6. Super Street to the rear of staging to get laddered. So here we go to Junior Lightning. As again, stock, super stock. We've called you to the lanes as well. Stock, super stock combo to the lanes. So Sydney dialed in at an 849. Lincoln dialed in at an 802. In the semifinals. So it's going to be Sydney with a very slight starting line advantage. She got the bye run into the semifinals to take on Lincoln, who took out CL in round number 2. Green lights both sides. At the stripe, Lincoln gonna get the job done. Goes 807 with the 3 on the 802 dial in and 029 reaction time. Sydney goes 852 with a 9 on the 849. 046 on the tree. As Connor will get the bye run into the final round. TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, Lordco Junior Dragster, down in a 798. Seven 96 rather on the 798, so breaking out for Connor, but again, as the bye run, chance to shake things out, see how close he can get to the dial-in. He's going to go into the final round of Junior Lightning. So here we go, rolling into Super Pro. Next on the agenda for their third round of eliminations. Willie Oliver, dialed in at a 777. It's going to be waiting for just over 3 seconds for Nick Angelucci in the Malibu. Well, he's been mowing down the trees so far in the Rad Torque Systems dragster, the big block Chevy power plant. Angelucci out of Agassi. Lorco side of the racetrack again, going to get that big head start, and Willie Oliver going to have to try and be up on the wheel to try and track him down. So here we go, getting the signal to bring it into the beams. Again, Nick Angelucci, a 1081 dial-in and a 777. Willie Oliver means the mission racer are going to have to wait for a while. Both racers are green. How is it going to shake out at the finish line? And it is going to be Nick Angelucci going 1081 with a 0 on the 1081, and that is 1081 with a 0 all the way down to the 4th decimal place, combined with a 008 reaction time for an 8th thou package for Nick Angelucci. Wow, what a run as Willie Oliver breaks out trying to track him down, goes 774 with a 6 in the 777 dial. Kevin McNichol, John Tabak, 1057 dial in for Tabak. McNichol at 1014, and it's going to be John Tabak running 1057 with a 9 on the 1057 dial, 014 reaction time, and gets the job done. McNichol goes 1017 with a 5 on the 1014 dial in, and 018 light for McNichol, fairly even on the tree, but back running 9th thou off of his dial-in, and that is the difference pretty much at the finish line. Getting the job done by just over 0.03 of a second is Colton Morin in the Morin Motorsports dragster in the TCS side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 794. Paul Soares in the Pontiac Grand Prix over in the Lordco lane, dialed in at an 817. Starting line advantage is Colton Morin. Going to try and track him down. Can he do it? Yes, he can. 796 on the 794 dial and 013 reaction time. 0.06 of a second in it at the stripe. 818 with a 1 on the 817 for Paul Soares, who runs closer to his dial in. But Morin better off the starting line and gets the job done by 0.06 of a second at the stripe. Jeremy Soares going to get the bye run into the next round of competition for Soares Transport. Quick Tech race cars for the racer out of Terrace. 748, the dial in. So Jeremy Soares kind of got to the edge of the groove, decided to shut it off as he has the bye run. Canada West Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 15-minute standby call. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 15-minute standby call for your 4th round of eliminations. So Veronica and Ron Clark. Veronica Hodson in the Dodge Dart, TCS side of the racetrack. Ron Clark in the Chevelle, model of the late 60s muscle. 1204 the dial in for Hodson. She's going to have to wait on Ron Clark, who's going to have about a 0.5 of a second advantage off of the starting line. One more call for Super Street. Super Street, we need you at the back of staging to be laddered. Super Street, once again, we need you at the back of staging to get laddered up for your next round of eliminations. So it is Veronica Hodson's coming out and taking the win on a double breakout. 1202 with a 7 on a 1204, a 1261 with a 9 on a 1265 for Ron Clark. So Hodson moves on to the next round. So Veronica Hodgson's in Hot Rod, going 12.69 with a 4. 6th thou under the dial, but doesn't matter. She had the bye run. Looks like we'll be heading into the final round as late 60s Mopars gonna go at it. As a quick check of the starting line to make sure that everything's okay. Looks like a rock or something down there. They're gonna quickly pick up, and Chris Stone and Rob Hodgson will get ready to roll up to the line next. The semifinals of Hot Rod to see who's going to face up against Sylvia Hoogstens. 1073 the dial in for Rob Hodgson, a 981 the dial in for Chris Stone. So Hodgson going to get the head start by just about a second. So it is going to be Chris Stone as Rob Hodgson goes 9 thou too quick. 1072 on the 1073 dial, and Chris Stone running a 983 with a 5 on the 981 dial in, moves to the final round of face-off against Sylvia Hoogstens, and here comes McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters action as they continue on in round number 3 of eliminations. Looks like the semifinals for Super Shifters as well. Jamie Roth dialed in at a 10:09. Dale Posnick dialed in at a 10:46. Posnick going to get the head start in the Mustang. And Posnick taking a shot at the tree. And, it didn't quite work out. 137 red, then goes under this dial in with a 1044 on the 1046. 1009 for Jamie Roth to move into the final round. Herman Chan, we need you to the lanes. Again, we've called Super Street to the lanes. Herman Chan, we are waiting on you in the lanes. Will Zorick from Langley gonna face off against Jamie Roth. Runs 11:11 with a 2 on the 11:11 dial-in with a 001 reaction time for Will Zorick. 3 thou package, not too bad for the Bel Air for Will. Is again 001 on the tree, 11:11 with a 2 on the 11:11 dial in BC Super Shifters, as we'll give the starting line just a little bit of attention and get ready to continue to roll on with the rest of the elimination program. Attention in the pits, Canada West Door Slammers, round number 4 of eliminations. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, round number 4 of eliminations. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. So super stock combo in the lanes, as well as the Super Gas Finals, Super Street getting lined up and ready to go, is getting down to the final few passes and eliminations here in the final day of the NHRA Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. Is again just a quick spray of the starting line and a little bit of rosin to get put down as well. So you just saw it'll be Will Zorick and Jamie Roth facing off in the final round of McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. So we continue to make our way through eliminations in all classes. Already have crowned some winners on the Sunday portion of the program here. A few presentations and winners circled just behind the grandstands in the tower side, the pit side of things, TCS lane. You can hear race cars firing up and getting ready to roll underneath the Lordco Bridge. And it is the first pair, by the looks of things, in the semifinals of stock, super stock combo. Martha Lang from Puyallup, Washington, going up against James Boyce. Boyce from Duval, Washington. The K Stock Automatic 1988 Ford Mustang. Facing off against Martha Lang's Chevy Malibu. Dialed in at an 1198. Boyce dialed in at an 1180. So it'll be a slight head start to Martha Lang, who got the job done yesterday in stock, super stock combo. Down to the finish line, it will be his two green lights, and it is Martha Lang at a double breakout, going 9 thou under her dial-in, 1197 with the 0 and 1198. James Boyce going 1178 with a 4 and the 1180. So it is Martha Lang moving into the finals once again, and Rick McKinney going to get the bye run in the GT Camaro with the 1050 dial-in for the super stock class racer. 001 on the tree. Gonna run it out to the finish line stripe. 10:59 with a 5 on the 1050 dial for Rick McKinney out of Richmond. He's gonna face off against Martha Lang in the final as stock, super stock combo. So we'll have Junior Thunder. Junior Thunder, this is your call to the lane. We need you in lane number 1. Junior Lightning to lane number 2, and Junior Streets to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, we need door slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West door slammers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Dean Peterson and Brandon Hutchinson. Your final round in Super Gas, an I-90 Index class. The Peterson Family Racing 2008 Ford Mustang. Trying to go back-to-back. Got the win yesterday. Brandon Hutchinson trying to get the job done to get one out on the weekend and get himself a Wally in the 2002 Corvette out of Shawnigan Lake. Throttle stops coming off from both sides, and it is going to be Brandon Hutchinson. Both racers going under the index. Brandon only by 9 thou, and he's going to get the Wally as Dean Peterson stops short of getting his second win of the day. 987 with an 8, 158 miles an hour. 989 with a 0, 154 for Brandon Hutchinson. So here we go with Super Streets 1090 Index action. We are into the semifinals with Jan Christensen, the Z28 Camaro. The Team Auctions T-Bird trying to chase down Jan. As at the line, it is going to be the Team Auctions T-Bird, both racers going under. Jason Kendall gonna go into the final round with a 1089 with a 6 at 142 miles an hour. 1080 at 122 for Jan Christensen, going well under. As Jerry Brown out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, the 71 Demon. TCS side of the racetrack, and Herman Chan from Vancouver in the 67 Camaro. Brown already with one win today in the delayed final from yesterday. At the line, gonna be Jerry Brown, 1092 with a 2 on the 1090. Herman Chan runs 1092 with an 8. Brown with the reaction time advantage with an 023 to an 032 and hangs on to face off against Jason Kendall in the final round of Super Street. So, quick test hit for the Chevelle is its way into the water box. Let's get tested action is way down the Lordco side of the racetrack at 980 at 135 miles per hour before we continue to roll on with the rest of the eliminations here this afternoon. So ready for some junior class action to come up to the line right now. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe I see our Junior Street Final making its way to the head of the staging lanes to try and crown a winner for the National Open this weekend. One more call, one final call. Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. One final call for Canada West Door Slammers. Tyler and Josephine going to face off in the final round. The battle of the Zap Strap Racing Pickups. An 11:02, the dial in for Tyler, who's dominant force in junior street action last year. Josephine dialed in at a 10:74, so it is the racer in the Lordco lane going to be waiting on the TCS side of things. Green lights a pair. Josephine trying to track down Tyler. The family feud is going to end with Tyler getting the win. 11:09 with the 2 and the 11:02.042 lights for Tyler, and Josephine running 10:77 on the 10:74, 1:13 reaction time. But Tyler gets the job done and brings home the Junior Street win for the National Open here on Sunday. Pro bracket, we need you to the rear of staging. Pro bracket to the rear of staging for your next round of eliminations. Pro bracket, this is your call to all who are remaining in eliminations to head to the back of the staging area to get laddered up. So we can hear the Junior Dragsters coming to life for, I believe, Junior Thunder semifinal action. So Coca will get the bye run into the final round. Dialed in at an 890. The Decal Ventures machine guided up to the line. We'll see how close Coca can get to that 890. Having the perfect opportunity to try and see how close he can get to that 890. So Coca taking a shot at the tree. 045 red, 893 on the 890. But again, getting the bye run into the final, and see who Coca faces off with is April in the Lord Coast side, dialed in at an 890, and Bentley in the TCS lane, dialed in at an 890. So another heads-up matchup, just like what we saw in round number 3 of junior competition, with Bentley up against the TK Performance Juniors. So, gonna make an adjustment in 899, actually, what April is dialed over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. So, right around a 1/10 of a second head start for April, as Bentley will just have to wait a little bit on the starting line. Even off the starting line, even to the finish line, and it is going to be Bentley getting the job done. 896 with a 5 on the 890 dial-in. 904 with an 8 on the 899 for April, and just by over 100th of a second at the line, Bentley going to move to the finals of Junior Thunder. So with that, as we have decided the final round for Junior Thunder, here comes the final round for Junior Lightning. Jeremy Soares, we need you to your pit area ASAP. Jeremy Soares, we need you back to your pit area as soon as possible. So it'll be Lincoln and Connor. Your final round matchup for Junior Lightning. Again, the quicker of the two junior categories here at Mission Raceway Park is Connor dialed in at a 7:93 and Lincoln dialed in at an 8:04. Not a whole lot of separation in terms of the dial-ins on either side of the racetrack, but Lincoln will get that slight head start over Connor. In the TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, Lordco Auto Parts supported Junior Dragster, and the Titanium Auto Group Junior Dragster of Lincoln, already pre-staged. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered, Super Pro to the rear of staging to be laddered. Aaron working the throttle at the end. It's going to be Lincoln getting the job done. 810 with a 479 miles an hour on the 804 dial-in. 798 with the 5 and the 793 for Connor. So once again, Super Pro, we need you to the back of the lanes to be laddered. Super Pro to the back of the lanes to be laddered. So we can see Canada West Door Slammer going to be the next class to come up for their 4th round of eliminations. Tom Katnick first up. The 68 Camaro. Tom going trip zip on his son Anthony. On the previous run, elimination round number 3 to get into this 4th round, and went into the 640s. Again, your number 1 qualifier in Canada West Door Slammer going rounds for the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro. So Tom Katnick gonna dial her in at a 640 in this round. So here comes Paul Stretch. He's going to be facing off against Tom Katnick underneath the Lordco Bridge. Stretch, usually one of the quicker cars in the class, going to have the rare occasion to leave the starting line before Tom Katnick. 7:30, the dial-in for the Mid-Island Engines Chevy Cavalier. Tom Katnick, the racer out of Maple Ridge. Again, this is still a relatively new combination, but they have been making strides in the performance department, running a 6:42, as we mentioned. The last round and dialing up to a 6:40 as Paul Stretch dialing in with that 7:30 as the former Canada West Door Slammers champ in the Chevy Cavalier. Another pair back in the staging lanes as well. You get into round 4 of competition, continuing to whittle down your Canada West Door Slammers field. Stretch is pre-stage. Here comes Katnick, and you're going to hear the boost build in the Camaro on the TCS side of the racetrack. Here we go. Katnick tracking down Stretch. He's going to get the job done. 6:50 with a 1 on the 6:40 dial and a 7:30 on the 7:30 for Paul Stretch, but his reaction time started with a 1:057 light for Tom Katnick, and the TK Performance team moves on to round number 5 of competition for Canada West Door Slammers. Next pair. Rod Leclerc is 67 Chevy Camaro, another one of the quicker cars in the category, dial in at a 689. Getting ready to face off against Mike Kenworthy, the Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart Pontiac Firebird, dialed in at an 820. A little bit of waiting for Rod Leclerc on the TCS side of the racetrack. So it looks to be the final pair in round number 4 of eliminations. We get ready to head into the semifinals coming up next round. Sportsman competitors still in competition. We need you 2 staging. Sportsman competitors, we need you 2 staging if you are still in competition. Final purge in the Nitro system for Rod Leclerc, for the racer from Victoria, trying to take out Mike Kenworthy, who went 820 last time out on the 820 dial-in and is stuck with that all day in the Firebird. Hot Rod, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod, lanes 3 and 4. Pretty much identical on the start line as they make their way to the finish line. It is going to be Mike Kenworthy in a double breakout. Kenworthy going 5 thou quicker than his dial-in with an 819 with 464 miles an hour. Rod Leclerc goes 684 with a 200 miles an hour on the 689 dial-in. So Mike Kenworthy will move into the semifinals, and Terry Langdon Davies, which looks like is going to be the final car in round 4 of eliminations for Canada West Door Slammers, rolling up to the ready line with the bye. So we need the Super Shifters final to the staging lanes. Super Shifters final, we need you to the lanes. This is the top dragster final for Rad Torque Systems. Justin Bong to face off against Jeremy Soares. So Jeremy Soares backing up for the burnout. TCS side of the racetrack, 7:48 is Jeremy's dial-in. Justin Bond dialing in at a 7:09. Going to try and track down Jeremy, who's got a 0.3 of a second advantage, thereabouts, on the starting line for the racer from Terrace. Racers away clean. Justin Bond is going to get there second, as it is Jeremy Soares getting the win. 007 on the tree, and a 7:49 with an 8 on the 7:48 dial in, as Justin Bond closer to his dial in with the 7:10 with the 6 and the 7:09, but Jeremy Soares with the better reaction time, 007 to Bond's 018 light, and Jeremy Soares gets the top dragster win for Rad Torque Systems. So Chris Stone breaks the beams as he had the bye run in pro bracket and back straight out, as that is all he needed to do to make his way into the next round of competition. So Chris Stone will move on. Lorenz Schwartz and Rob Monroe will get ready to do battle in this pairing. Lorenz Schwartz dialed in at a 10:25 in the Monte Carlo TCS lane, and Rob Monroe dialed in at a 10:57. The racer from Surrey, Schwartz from Langley. So Schwartz going to give up the head start to Monroe, about 0.3 off the line. So at the finish line, Rob Monroe gonna break out. Lorenz Schwartz moves on in to the next round of pro bracket with a 10:26 with a 731 miles per hour. 027 light is Jim Banky and Ray Bollinger. Your next pair, with Bollinger getting the head start, 10:64 to a 10:23. 002 reaction time for Jim Banky, goes 10:32 with a 4 at 119 miles an hour on the 10:23 dial in, and 080 late for Bollinger at 10:72 in the 10:64, and it was all Jim Banky to move into the semifinals of pro bracket. So looks like Sportsman rolling up to the head of staging for their next round of eliminations. So they will be next up. So the Sportsman semifinal is going to be next up. Just checking by the looks of things. One pair, one bye run. So here we go with the lone pair in the semifinals for Sportsman class elimination. Brandon Piskachek from Burnaby, the Mustang that's been going rounds, and Colin Moore in the fair lane, who has changed his dial in for the first time today. 14-17 has been dialing in 14-14 pretty much all day. 13-37 for Piskachek, giving up the head start to Colin Moore. So Brandon trying to track down the fair lane. Did a good portion of that on the starting line, and at the finish line, going to be Piskachek moving on to the final round. 13:44 with the 9 on the 13:37 dial-in. 14:27 on the 14:17 dial-in for Colin Moore, whose reaction time started with a 2. Brandon Piskachek, an 0:49 reaction time, gets to the finish line with a nice cushy 0.2 of a second advantage as Nick Douglas in the Super B Charger gonna get the bye run for your defending Sportsman champion here at Mission Raceway Park into the final round to face off against Piskachek. So we are going to call Stock, Super Street, and Junior Thunder finalists to the lanes. That is Stock, Super Stock combo, Super Street, and Junior Thunder finalists to the lanes. This is your final round for McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters action, and it is Will Zorick and the 62 Bel Air with the 409. Dialed in at 1109. 1009, the dial in for Jamie Roth, former Super Shifters champion. Little 347 cubic inch Ford underneath the hood of that Comet, the high-flying Comet, TCS side of the racetrack, and wait on Zorick for almost a second. In fact, exactly a second, as both racers away and Jamie Ross starting his pursuit of the Bel Air. And it is going to be Will Zorick getting the win in BC Super Shifters action at 11:13 with a 219 miles an hour. 10:11 on the 10:09 for Jamie Roth, but Zorick a little bit better on the tree. 0:79 reaction time to Roth's 1:20 light, and that is pretty much the margin of victory at the stripe, just by 0.02 of a second. Will Zorick pulling out the win for McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. So again, we've called the Stock, Super Street, and Junior Thunder finals to the lanes. And you guys should be making your way to lanes if you're not already there. So another quick touch up of the starting line is wait for, again, our finalists to make their way around to the staging area and continue to hand out the final few wallies here at Mission Raceway Park for the National Open. Canada West Door Slammer, you're on a 15-minute standby call for your semifinal. Canada West Door Slammer, you're on a 15-minute standby call for your semifinal. So just wait and see which final round going to be ready first. By the sounds of things, going to roll with the Junior Thunder final coming up here as they've given the signal to open the gate at the top end to get ready for your junior class competitors. Junior Thunder, the final junior class up for grabs here this afternoon. We've already crowned the winners in Junior Lightning and Junior Street this weekend. Junior Thunder finalists just in the process of getting strapped in and ready to go and get the signal that they are good to fire up. As soon as that is given, we'll see the final round for Junior Thunder and Peden Industries. Coca and Bentley going to be the final round. Coca and the Daycow Ventures Junior Dragster, Bentley the Bubba Speed Shop, Peden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto, and Badass Garage sponsored Junior Dragster. By the looks of things, both of them dialing in at an 890, so it's going to be a heads-up final. As you can hear, the final round is fired and getting ready to roll into the water box. So Coca, again, the Daycow Ventures Junior dialed in at an 892. So Coca going to go 892 at the dial-in, 890 for Bentley. So a 200ths of a second head start for Coca on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Bentley already pre-staged, getting guided in the beams. Coca turning on the stop bulb, and here we go for the finals in Junior Thunder. Gonna be a close one at the finish line, and Coca gonna get the job done. 892 on the 892. 892 with a 5:098 reaction time. And how about Bentley running an 890 on the 890? 890 with a 2 on the 890 dial-in, but a 1:15 reaction time for Bentley coming up just short. Coca a little bit better on the tree and gonna pull out the win by just over 100th of a second and gets the National Open Wally here in Junior Dragster and Junior Thunder. So congratulations to Coca on getting the job done down the TCS side of the racetrack. So it's going to be the stock, super stock final rolling up next between Martha Lang and Rick McKinney. So again, your finalists making their way to the lanes, and the next one that is at the ready going to be the stock, super stock combo category. Of course, the two NHRA Lucas Oil, the Sportsman Series classes combined into one class for this weekend for the National Open. Both stock and super stock eliminator, as we hear your final round and fired up and ready to come into the water box. Martha Lang and Rick McKinney. Martha Lang from Puyallup. Martha dialing back to an 11.93, and Rick McKinney out of Richmond dialed in a 10.59. So Martha trying to go 2 for 2 on the weekend. She's pre-staged. She is going to get the head start. And Rick McKinney's going to try and run it down and steal a Wally here on the Sunday of the National Open. Martha Lang going 0-12 red, and Rick McKinney gonna get the job done. In stock, super stock combo runs a 10.59 with a 0 on the 10.59 dial-in. Dead on for Rick McKinney with an 0.28 reaction time. So Rick McKinney, your winner in stock, super stock combo. Again, running that 10.59 with an 0 on the 10.59. Hot Rod semifinal action going to be Veronica Hodson from Mission, the 1969 Dodge Dart, getting the bye run into the final to face either Sylvia Hoekstens or Chris Stone. Going 079 of the tree and getting to the finish line with a 12:10 on the 12:04 dial-in. Door slammers, we need you to the lanes, and anybody else still in competition, we need you to the lanes as well. Canada West door slammers, we need you to the lanes, and anybody else still remaining in competition, head on up to the staging lanes. So it's Sylvia Hoekstens dialed in at a 1270. Chris Stone dialed in at a 980 in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Darts. At the stripe, Chris Stone gonna get the job done as Sylvia Hoekstens gonna go under dial 1263 with an 9 on the 1270, under by 0.06 of a second. Chris Stone a 983 with a 430 miles an hour on the 980 dial win with a 016 reaction time for Chris Stone. Jason Kendall and Jerry Brown, your final round in Super Street. Jerry Brown, another racer looking for a weekend sweep. The TCS side of the racetrack in the Demon got the win from earlier today, as that was delayed until this morning. And Jason Kendall with a 10 1090. Of course, the index that these two are trying to hit. So the two Alberta racers running it down to the stripe, 1090 with a 0 on the 1090 index, and that is a 10.900 for Mr. Kendall, coupled with a 009 reaction time. Cherry Brown going 1088 with a 7 under the index. 054 light trying to catch up, but again, Jason Kendall saves his best run of the weekend for last. Super Pro semifinal action. Colton Morin dialing in a 794. Nick Angelucci out of Agassi dialing in a 1077. Colton going to be waiting for quite a bit as Nick going to get the head start. Colton is waiting. Colton is gone. And at the line, Angelucci going to get it done as Morin breaks out 792 in the 794. 1081 with a 6 in the 1077 for Angelucci, as he will move in to the final round. And here comes the second half of the semifinals into the water box right now. So there is Jeremy Soares, fresh off the win in Talk Dragster competition. Again, double class in it, running in Super Pro as well. And John Tabak, Rad Torque Systems, Chevy S10. John dialed in at a 1055. Soares dialed in at a 748. So again, Soares is going to be waiting a while on Tabak, who's got that 1055 dial in. We'll see if the dragster can try and track him down. Even on the starting line, Soares gonna try and close in at the stripe. John Tabak goes 1055 with a 9 on the 1055. Soares goes 748 on the 748. Margin of victory at the finish line, 9/10,000ths of a second, .0009 in favor of John Tabak, who's going to move to the final round of Super Pro by 9/10,000ths of a second. An 052 reaction time for Tabak, an 054 light for Soares. So it's John Tabak's slight advantage on the starting line that allowed him to hang on at the finish line, as Soares was closer to his dial-in by about 1,000th of a second. With that 748 with an 8, a 755 with a 9 again for John Tabak, but the slight advantage on the starting line is what's going to get the S10 into the final round. So again, we've called Canada West Door Slammers, as well as anyone else still in competition, to the lanes. So if you are still in competition, please make your way to the staging lanes, as well as Canada West Door Slammer competitors. They're semifinals. So once again, if you're still in competition, please come on down to the staging lanes. So again, a little bit more time in between final rounds here as we get down to the finals on the final day of the National Open here, to make sure that racers' cars are all good to go. And just as soon as we get some pairings and final rounds that are ready to go, we're going to send them straight up to the ready line. So again, just making sure that everybody's got some time to get ready for their final rounds and the final few to try and get the coveted Wallies here for the National Open. And speaking of final rounds, looks like we have your Sportsman final rolling into the water box. So Brendan Piskacek, Lortco Lane, a fox-bodied Mustang 1336. The dial in, as Nick Douglas is going to give up pretty much exactly a second to the Mustang for your defending Sportsman track champion in the 2023 Dodge Charger Super Beef, the racer out of Lake Stevens, Washington. And the winner yesterday in Sportsman Eliminations, trying to go 2 for 2 on the weekend. Both of them green off the line, and at the finish line, it's going to be Nick Douglas, 1240 with a 906 miles an hour in the 1237 dial in. The advantage on the starting line for Douglas, an 011 reaction time to the 031 light for Brendan Piskacek, who runs a 1340 with a 6 in the 1336 dial in. But Douglas still had him almost covered by 300ths at the finish line as he was on the brakes before he got to the timing lights and managed to save himself a nice comfortable cushion at the line. 1240 with a 9 on the 1237 dial in to get the Sportsman win and take a clean sweep of the weekend in Sportsman class competition. Looks like our Canada West Door Slammers semifinals back in the lanes as well, as they're going to get the signal momentarily to bring it on up to the head of staging. And like we've been saying, all remaining racers who are in competition, make your way over to the staging area. And we'll give it a third try. All remaining racers, make your way over to the staging lanes. And as soon as you guys are ready, we will send you up to run your final. So there are still 2 classes with 2 rounds left over. Of course, Canada West Door Slammer and Pro Bracket. Canada West Door Slammer, I believe, already, as we mentioned, having their semifinals in the lanes. So we can hear the semifinals ready to roll up for Canada West Door Slammers. And once again, anybody who is left in eliminations, we need you to the lanes. Anybody that is left in eliminations, take this as your call to the lanes. So here comes Mike Kenworthy into the burnout box in the Speed Mart Pontiac Firebird, and he's going to face off in the battle of the purple rides with Terry Langdon Davies. The Arrow Racer is 41 Willies. Runs in door slammers, also been in super category competition, and pretty iconic car here in the Pacific Northwest. So Mike Kenworthy dialed in at an 8:18 by the looks of things. Terry Langdon Davies dialed in at an 8:19. So 1/100th of a second is going to be the advantage for Langdon Davies in the Willies with that 8:19 dial in. The 8:18 dial in for Kenworthy, going to be the slightly quicker of the two. Fairly noticeable on the tree, especially with the Pro tree, but see Langdon Davies can do, as well as Mike Kenworthy as he gets ready to bring the Arlington, Washington-based Pontiac up to the line. So Langdon Davies is in, Kenworthy's in. Kenworthy is red. Langdon Davies gonna take the win. 8:27 with the 920, or rather 162 miles an hour on the 8:19 dial as Mike Kenworthy goes 170 red.
Well, now that we got a moment of quiet here, James Kennedy. Yeah, James Kennedy, I know you can hear this. I know you got an OnlyFans account going for your feet, but you know better than that, James Kennedy. You owe everyone $5 from whatever money you make on Feet Finder.
And with that, we'll roll into the bye run for the semifinals. Tom Katnick going around, your number one qualifier, still dialed in with that 640. And will face Terry Langdon Davies in the final round. So Tom Katnick will break the beams and bring the Camaro back to face off against Terry Langdon Davies in the final round of Canada West Door Slammers. So that will wrap things up for semifinal action for Door Slammers. Semifinals still to come in Pro Bracket, and then it's whatever finals are left on the property. We need you in the staging lanes. So Tom Katnick's car back and get ready to go again to face Terry Langdon Davies in that final round. So here we go in the semifinals of Pro Bracket, and we have seen these two square off in a lot of friendly matchups when it comes to qualifying, but this time it is in eliminations. Jim Banky versus Chris Stone. I mean, I say we see it now in eliminations, but we've seen this in a lot of finals before here at Mission Raceway Park. The two Mission Racers and the two Mopars. It's going to be Jim Banky getting that head start with the 1020 dial-in 980. The dial-in for Chris Stone. And here we go. Chris Stone going 007 red. Wrong side of the tree, James Bond. And 1020 with a 1 on the 1020 dial for Jim Banky with an 025 light. Means that he is going to go into the final round as Lorenz Schwartz has got your bye run. So Lorenz Schwartz, again, the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop, helping out the Monte Carlo, is dialed in at a 1020, the TCS side of the racetrack. Now knows that he is going to face Jim Banky in the final round. Lorenz going 009 red. But again, since he's on the bye, that does not matter, as he's going to send it down the TCS side of the racetrack. Out of it early with the 1036 with an 8 at 111 miles an hour. Next, going to be our Super Pro final round. John Tabak took out Jeremy Soares. And Nick Angelucci So Nick Angelucci going to be leaving first with the 1081. And John Tabak with a 1053 going to be doing, well, a little bit of chasing off the line. Both racers up on the tree all day long. Trying to get one more in to try and get the National Open win. Two greens. Running it down to the line, and it is John Tabak getting the win. 1056 on the 1053 is Nick Angelucci. Going to go 1/100th of a second and breaks out by 1/100th of a second, running a 1079 with an 8 on the 1081 dial-in. John Tabak runs a 1056 with a 4 on the 1053 at 126 miles an hour and gets himself the win in Super Pro. So just 3 finals left to run. Jim Banky versus Lorenz Schwartz in Pro. Chris Stone versus Veronica Hodgson in Hot Rod. And Tom Katnick versus Terry Langdon Davies in Canada West Door Slammer to wrap up the Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. Congratulations to all the winners that have already been crowned. But again, 3 final rounds still left until we put a wrap in the weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, still waiting for the finals. Jim Banky and Lorenz Schwartz going to face up for pro bracket. Chris Stone, Veronica Hodgson going to go in the hot rod final, and Tom Katnick and Terry Langan Davies just ran the Canada West Door Slammers semi-finals. Katnick getting up to the line and turning on both bulbs in the Christmas tree to advance into the final round. Terry Langan Davies beating Mike Kenworthy to get into the Canada West Door Slammer final. Also make an announcement to anybody who's looking for trophies and checks. They are now down at the winner's circle. So anybody who is in search of their trophy and check, they are down at the winner's circle as we speak. They also do have runner-up trophies, so head on down to the winner's circle again. Trophies for all winners, as well as the runners-up, as well as checks, are at the winner's circle. Once again, all finalists, we need you to make your way to the staging lanes immediately. All finalists, the 3 finals that we are waiting on, you need to be in the lanes immediately or making your way to the staging lanes right now. So attention in the pits, we need the Canada West Door Slammer final round to the lanes. Canada West Door Slammer, Canada West Door Slammer, we need your final round to the lanes. Sounds like our other two final rounds getting paired up as we speak and ready to go. But again, we need Canada West Door Slammer, the final round between Tom Katnick and Terry Langdon Davies to the lanes. So, sounds like only person we're missing right now in the staging lanes is Tom Katnick. Tom Katnick, we need you to the lanes for the Canada West Door Slammer final. Tom Katnick, we are paging you to the lanes. So all of your finalists have made their way to the lanes. Looks like Hot Rod going to be the first of the final three to decide who is going to take home the win, as they are right now at the head of staging. So it's going to be Veronica Hodson from Mission and Chris Stone from Mission. Veronica, the 1969 Dodge Darts. And Chris Stone, the 1968 Dodge Dart. Two very different combinations. 1204 the dial-in for Veronica, running a little 360 under the hood. Chris Stone, 511 cubic inches of Mopar power. Both racers pre-staged, as Veronica's going to get the head start by about 3 seconds. And Veronica Hodson, unfortunately, going to go red on the tree. It is Chris Stone who takes home the win, goes 980 on the 980. 980 with a 3. As a matter of fact, 135 miles an hour to Veronica Hodson's 1201 with a 1, also breaking out, but going red on the tree, 018 red. As here is your final for Pro Bracket. Loren Swartz dialed in at a 1025. Jim Banky dialed in at a 1020. Banky gonna have to wait for 500ths of a second for Lorenz Schwartz to leave the line just before him in the Monte Carlo. Lorenz Schwartz going 005 red, and Jim Banky gonna get the win. 10:18 breaks out by 100th, but that doesn't matter because Lorenz Schwartz going 005 red. Jim Banky, the winner in pro bracket. So Jim Banky getting the win, and with that, just one last final round for the weekend. They are pushing up to the ready line. Terry Langdon Davies and Tom Katnick gonna face off in the final round for Canada West Door Slammer. So again, here we go. Terry Langdon Davies up at the ready line, and Tom Katnick putting the final touches on the Camaro. Can see the golf cart making its way up, and the Camaro getting pushed up to the head of staging to join up with Terry Langdon Davies for the final of the final day of the Northwest Open here at Mission Raceway Park.
Terry, good.
So here we go to round out Sunday and the weekend with Tom Katnick in the water box, dialed in at a 640. Terry Langdon Davies and his 41 Willys going to be rolling up very shortly. And Terry in that iconic Willys dialed in at an 8:20.5. Tom Katnick sticking with that 640 that he's dialed all day long. So again, Langdon Davies going to get the big jump in the Lordco lane. Nothing that Tom Katnick isn't used to by this point, trying to wade his way through the Canada West Door Slammer field. The quick qualifier on the weekend comes into the final round. Tom Katnick gonna go 0-20 red. Terry Langdon Davies gets the win, breaks up. That doesn't matter as Katnick gave her away on the starting line, and Terry Langdon Davies your winner. So congratulations to Terry Langdon Davies. Congratulations to all of your National Open winners here throughout the weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. Big thank you to all of our staff, everybody, for putting on a great weekend of racing. And we look forward to seeing you all again next time around here at Mission Raceway Park. Have a good rest of your weekend and a safe ride home.